Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
By Ruashi left the Garden of Heavenly Harmony, heading towards the elegant residence where Yi Lingxian resided. Outside the Jade Glass Palace was a spacious plaza with a lake at its center. A circular path surrounded the lake, dotted with pavilions at regular intervals. As Bai Ruashi emerged from her secluded residence, she saw numerous cultivators strolling along the lakeshore, many of them Tao companions or fellow disciples. After spending several days together, the sect disciples had formed their own social circles. The more exceptional female disciples were pursued by numerous admirers, so this lively scene was hardly surprising. Bai Ruashi followed the path, intending to find Mu Zhi'an's good sister for a friendly chat. Just then, a slender figure in purple approached from the opposite direction. Her exquisite embroidered shoes tapped lightly against the ground, and an ancient-looking ring adorned her finger. A gentle smile graced her delicate features, drawing admiring glances from the surrounding disciples. The two girls, one aloof and delicate, the other youthful and elegant, presented an impossible choice. This was precisely why Mu Zhi'an had opted for all of the above. Many disciples within the Jade Glass Palace recognized the two talented girls. After all, they had been the subject of a fierce rivalry among the peak masters during the inner disciple selection. Furthermore, the third prince's earlier disruption at the Garden of Heavenly Harmony had become common knowledge. "Sister Bai, what a coincidence! Where are you headed?" Yi Lingxian asked, her eyebrows curving into crescents as she met Bai Ruashi's gaze. Bai Ruashi was surprised by the unexpected encounter. "I was just about to visit you, Lingxian," she replied with a gentle smile. "Where are you going?" Yi Lingxian seemed surprised, then smiled sweetly. "What a coincidence! I was just about to visit you as well, Sister Bai." They exchanged surprised glances. Spotting a vacant pavilion, they settled down and chatted like close sisters. As their conversation flowed, Yi Lingxian casually asked, "If I'm not mistaken, Sister Bai is currently at the second stage of core formation?" Her posture was impeccable, elegant like a white heron. Her gentle smile and refined demeanor elicited a silent admiration from even the proud Bai Ruashi. Had she been fully developed, the title of Tianxian City's most beautiful woman might have been a contest between her and Bai Ruashi. Bai Ruashi nodded. "Yes, second stage." She paused, her voice softening with concern. "If I'm not mistaken, Lingxian, it's been a while since your last breakthrough." Yi Lingxian seemed unconcerned, smiling serenely. "Cultivation is a journey, not a race." On the other hand, Sister Bai, each stage within the core formation realm requires considerable time and effort. She then steered the conversation towards her main point. "Speaking of which, I recently acquired some pills that might be helpful for your cultivation." As she spoke, she retrieved a jade bottle from her storage ring, seemingly unfazed by Ruashi's intense gaze. However, Bai Ruashi's smile vanished, replaced by a slight frown. "Are you referring to chi-gathering pills?" she asked, her voice laced with displeasure. A vein throbbed on her forehead as she waved her hand, conjuring an identical jade bottle onto the table. Yi Lingxian's smile faltered, and she tilted her head slightly. "That sneaky Mu Zhi'an. He gave chi-gathering pills to someone else." She bit her lip, her feigned composure cracking to reveal a hint of jealousy. She had been touched by Mu Zhi'an's careful gesture when he had given her 9 chi-gathering pills. She hadn't expected him to share them with Bai Ruashi as well. As they sat in awkward silence, a gentle voice interrupted them. "Are you two the inner disciples chosen by the peak masters?" They turned to see a handsome young man approaching. He was clad in a black robe, his demeanor exuding confidence and charisma. His warm smile, illuminated by the afternoon sun, drew the attention of several female disciples. Among those disciples, a seemingly unremarkable young man stood out. Yu. He stared at Luo Yuan, a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. If Luo Yuan could distract them for a while, this might be his chance to make a good impression on Ruoxi and Lingxian. Yi Lingxian whispered to Bai Ruoxi, "His name is Luo Yuan. He was personally chosen by the Peak Master of the Peak of Celestial Secrets." There were only 11 inner disciple slots available, one for each of the 9 peaks, and 2 additional slots for the top 2 peaks from the previous sect competition. Luo Yuan was the 10th inner disciple chosen. His status, coupled with his handsome appearance, made him a standout among the newly accepted disciples. He had already attracted the attention of numerous female disciples. Furthermore, rumor had it that he came from a powerful background and was incredibly generous. Becoming his Tao companion would ensure a life of luxury and comfort. However, such things held no appeal for the 2 girls. They acknowledged the young man with a polite nod, then ignored him. Undeterred, Luo Yuan approached their pavilion, his smile bright and friendly. "If I'm not mistaken, you 2 are the inner disciples of Boundless Sea Peak and Tao Peak." Bai Ruoxi's demeanor remained aloof. She simply hummed an acknowledgement, then turned to Yi Lingxian with a smile. "Lingxian, about what we were discussing, perhaps we should continue this conversation at the Garden of Heavenly Harmony?" Yi Lingxian, quick-witted as ever, understood her meaning immediately. "You're right, Sister Bai. Let's go to the Garden of Heavenly Harmony." She offered Luo Yuan a polite nod, then rose to leave with Bai Ruoxi. "There's no need to rush," Luo Yuan interjected. "The Immortal Ascension ceremony is still a year away, but for cultivators, a year passes in the blink of an eye. We newly accepted disciples should get to know each other and look out for one another." He retrieved a jade bottle from his storage ring, a smile playing on his lips. "Speaking of which, I have 2 jade beauty pills I recently acquired for Brother Yi. I'd be happy to give them to you." 5th grade jade beauty pills. The surrounding disciples gasped. Though they couldn't hear the conversation, they understood the situation. Normally, such pills could only be obtained from the Alchemy Pavilion in exchange for sect contribution points earned by completing missions. Purchasing them directly with spirit stones would cost around 30,000 per pill. However, their allure was such that even at 40,000, they would still be in high demand. Offering them as gifts, most female disciples wouldn't be able to resist. Yi frowned slightly. He hadn't expected Luo Yuan to use the jade beauty pills he had sold him to woo his sister and Bai Ruoxi. If they accepted the pills, they would be indebted to Luo Yuan, opening the door for endless harassment. And with his talent and charm, he might even succeed in winning one of their hearts. However, intervening now wouldn't create a lasting impression. I should wait until they're truly desperate. Then my intervention will have the greatest impact, he thought, his gaze fixed on the pavilion. Suddenly, a disciple pointed toward the sky. "Look, is that a senior sister or an elder arriving at the Jade Glass Palace?" All the residents of the Jade Glass Palace were newly accepted disciples, mostly at the Foundation Establishment realm, with the exception of Bai Ruoxi and Wei Mengru. Cultivators at the Foundation Establishment realm couldn't fly, so it was natural for the disciples to assume the approaching figure was a senior member of the sect. Yi Lingxian and Bai Ruoxi also noticed the approaching figure, but they weren't interested. They politely declined Luo Yuan's offer and prepared to leave. Just then, a frivolous voice called out from behind them. "Where are you 2 going? Stay and play with me for a while." Yi Lingxian frowned, her eyes flashing with displeasure at the disrespectful tone. Bai Ruoxi also frowned slightly. Luo Yuan narrowed his eyes, glancing at the young man approaching them. Competition? As the young man reached the 2 girls, he boldly grabbed their hands. Bai Ruoxi's eyes narrowed dangerously, her hand instinctively reaching for her bronze sword. However, she turned to see Mu Zhi'an landing gracefully on his black flying sword. It was clear that he had used his spiritual energy to alter his voice and tease them. Yi Lingxian also turned, her cheeks flushing slightly as she met his gaze. She didn't pull away, but she lowered her eyes, acutely aware of the stares from the surrounding disciples. A closer look revealed a hint of resentment in her usually calm eyes. Something's wrong. Mu Zhi'an immediately picked up on the resentment in her gaze. As a seasoned fish farmer, he knew something was amiss. He had just returned from the book pavilion and was unaware of what had transpired, but seeing Yi Lingxian and Bai Ruoxi together, he could guess. I wonder who initiated the bragging rights competition. He pondered briefly. Their apparent shyness only fueled the envy in the eyes of the surrounding disciples. If it were just Bai Ruoxi, it would be one thing. But Mu Zhi'an was clearly aiming for both of them, and they seemed perfectly content with the arrangement. It was infuriating. Luo Yuan also frowned, but he maintained his charming smile. I've heard much about you, young Master Mu. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, he said, cupping his hands in greeting. Mu Zhi'an stared at him, puzzled. Who the hell is this guy? He noticed Luo Yuan's lingering glances at Yi Lingxian and Bai Ruoxi and understood. I was gone for a few hours, and someone's already hitting on my wife and sister. I am Luo Yuan, an inner disciple of the Peak of Celestial Secrets. The young man introduced himself, sensing Mu Zhi'an's confusion. Mu Zhi'an bowed slightly. It's a pleasure to meet you, Brother Luo. I've heard much about you as well. Seeing his amicable demeanor, Luo Yuan chuckled and transmitted his voice discreetly. Young Master Mu, aren't you being a bit greedy? You already have a lovely Miss Bai. Leave some for your brothers. Mu Zhi'an raised an eyebrow. What do you mean, Brother Luo? Why don't you introduce me to Miss Yi Lingxian? Of course, I won't let you go empty-handed. These 2 jade beauty pills are yours. 2 jade beauty pills, worth a combined 70 to 80,000 spirit stones. Most disciples wouldn't be able to amass such wealth even after saving for a year or two. However, Mu Zhi'an shook his head resolutely, his gaze meeting Luo Yuan's. Brother Luo, Lingxian is my most precious sister. Don't try to taint our relationship with pills. Even if you offered 100,000, no, even 1,000,000 or 10,000,000 spirit stones, I wouldn't leave her side. He emphasized the word sister, subtly reassuring Bai Ruoxi that Yi Lingxian was nothing more than a sibling, hoping to prevent any potential outbursts. His firm refusal touched Yi Lingxian's heart. Her initial annoyance with his timing faded, replaced by a surge of affection. Though she hadn't heard Luo Yuan's proposition, Mu Zhi'an's words made it clear that a deal had been offered, and she was likely the subject of that deal. His unwavering loyalty gave her a sense of security. Luo Yuan's face darkened as he watched Mu Zhi'an's righteous display. Not only had he refused, but he had done so openly, embarrassing him in front of the other disciples. This Mu Zhi'an, he's cunning. Luo Yuan took a deep breath, then said, 100,000 spirit stones. This time, he didn't bother with discreet transmissions. If you leave now, young Master Mu, the spirit stones and the 2 jade beauty pills are yours. You know how valuable 5th grade pills are. You might not even be able to find them at the alchemy pavilion. With such wealth, pursuing any girl would be child's play. However, Luo Yuan knew Mu Zhi'an might not agree, but even a moment of hesitation would be enough to exploit. As expected, Mu Zhi'an's eyes widened in surprise. You're offering that much? Luo Yuan smiled faintly, about to press his advantage. Just then, Mu Zhi'an retrieved a jade bottle from his storage ring. He opened it, revealing its contents to Luo Yuan's astonished gaze. A quick scan with a spiritual sense confirmed that the bottle was filled with 5th grade pills, over 30 of them. These are 5th grade essence restoration pills. 36 of them. Mu Zhi'an placed another bottle on the table. These are essence replenishing pills. 9 of them. And these are jade beauty pills. 6 of them. And lastly, qi gathering pills. 45 of them. He smiled at Luo Yuan. I had no idea 5th grade pills were so valuable, Brother Luo. You seem to like pills so much. I'll give you 10 5th grade pills and 100,000 spirit stones. How about you give me your wife? Silence met Mu Zhi'an's words. Luo Yuan stared at the pills in Mu Zhi'an's hand, his expression grave. Such a vast quantity of 5th grade pills. It was beyond the means of an ordinary disciple. No, even an inner disciple shouldn't possess such wealth. It seemed the peak master's suspicions were correct. Mu Zhi'an had indeed received favors from the elders. If there's nothing else, Brother Luo will be on our way, Mu Zhi'an said, bowing slightly. He led the two girls away, leaving Luo Yuan speechless. The peak master's guess was right. Mu Zhi'an had definitely benefited from his visit to Dao Peak. He had even gone to the book pavilion and received even more pills. As for the elder's motives, he didn't know. He would simply report his findings. Hidden among the crowd, Yi watched the scene unfold, his plan to intervene thwarted. He stared at Mu Zhi'an's retreating figure, his gaze lingering on Yi Lingshuan's graceful silhouette. "Master, did you sense anything from Bairuashi?" he asked mentally. The old man's voice echoed his mind. "Nothing so far. Even you can't detect the heavenly Dao aura. Could there have been someone else in the Dragon Head Forest that day? Did they steal it?" Yi frowned, his mind racing. Ever since Mu Zhi'an had tricked him in the Dragon Head Forest, causing him to lose the heavenly Dao aura, he had been suspicious. He had initially believed Mu Zhi'an possessed it. However, a thorough examination had revealed nothing, and the matter had been dropped. But recent events had rekindled his suspicions. Bairuashi had only been at the Two Polarities sect for a short time, yet she had already advanced from the first stage to the second stage of core formation. Her cultivation speed was monstrous. It was almost as if, what if Mu Zhi'an had transferred the heavenly Dao aura to Bairuashi? That would explain why he hadn't possessed it, and it would also explain her rapid progress. Mu Zhi'an had stolen the heavenly Dao aura and given it to Bairuashi to win her favor. There were only a few people in the Dragon Head Forest that day. After the heavenly Dao aura left her body, Bairuashi and Mu Zhi'an disappeared for a while. "Mu Zhi'an is the most likely culprit," the old man's voice said. "If he doesn't have it, then he must have given it to someone. But the heavenly Dao aura, it's such a precious treasure. How could he entrust it to Bairuashi?" Yi wondered aloud. Isn't he worried she'll leave him once she becomes powerful? This was the reason he hadn't considered this possibility before, and it was also why the other families hadn't suspected it. The heavenly Dao aura represented immense destiny. Whoever possessed, it was destined for greatness. Why would Mu Zhi'an risk giving it to Bairuashi only to have her abandon him later? Wouldn't he regret it immensely? That young master from a Mu family is a cunning fox. Did you not see how those two girls looked at him? The old man's voice said. He's simply using sweet words to deceive them. Once they realize his true nature, he's finished. I might not even have to lift a finger. Yi thought, his voice laced with venom. The old man fell silent. It had been a while since they had left Tianxin City. Bairuashi was likely completely smitten with Mu Zhi'an. Judging by their affectionate gazes, separating them would be difficult. Regardless, we'll know for sure if the heavenly Dao aura is with her once she advances again, Yi said. If she advanced within a short period, only the heavenly Dao aura could explain such rapid progress. Talent alone couldn't account for such speed. But even if I have the heavenly Dao aura, so what? My cultivation speed is just as fast. Sensing Yiyu's thoughts, the old man cautioned, don't underestimate Mu Zhi'an. His cultivation speed is comparable to yours. Judging by his aura, he's already reached the 7th stage of foundation establishment. Yiyu was stunned. How is that possible? It had only been a short time. How could he have progressed so quickly? Even he was only at the 5th stage. However, this made things more interesting. Crushing Mu Zhi'an at the Immortal Ascension ceremony wouldn't be as satisfying if there wasn't a challenge. A fire rekindled within Yiyu. For now, I need to visit the Pilgrimage Palace. If Master is right about the great opportunity there, I need to act quickly. Meanwhile, Mu Zhi'an led the two girls back to the Garden of Heavenly Harmony, releasing their hands only after entering the residence. He turned to Bairuashi, a smile playing on his lips. Ruashi, next time someone like that bothers you, just draw your sword. She shook her head gently. Fighting within the Jade Glass Palace would only cause trouble for you. Besides, I'm just a weak girl. I couldn't possibly defeat him. She gazed at him with adoration. Yi Lingxian rolled her eyes, shooting by Ruoshi a sideways glance. A second-stage core formation cultivator calling herself a weak girl in front of a seventh-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Did she even believe her own words? Mu Zhi'an smiled warmly, oblivious to their silent exchange. What did Luo Yuan say to you, Brother Mu? Yi Lingxian asked softly. He offered me 1,000,000 spirit stones and 2 pills to introduce him to you, he replied. She frowned. How disgusting. He chuckled, seeing her displeasure. However, Luo Yuan might not have been targeting you specifically. Or rather, he was targeting you, but you weren't his primary objective. What do you mean? She asked, confused. Bai Ruoshi also looked at him, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. The Peak Masters likely have their own spies and information networks throughout the sect. I made a big show of visiting Dao Peak yesterday and was escorted back to the Jade Glass Palace by the second elder of Middle Peak. The other Peak Masters are probably aware of this, he explained. What does that have to do with Luo Yuan? Yi Lingxian asked. Which peak is he from? The Peak of Celestial Secrets. But what is he trying to do? It's not what he's trying to do, but what the Peak Master of the Peak of Celestial Secrets is trying to do. He smiled enigmatically, seeing their puzzled expressions. You'll find out soon enough. He couldn't very well tell them that the Peak Masters were likely coveting his body, hoping to nurture him to the core formation realm before making their move. Yu Xuanji had clearly been interested in him as well, though she had been more subtle about it. The Peak of Celestial Secrets had likely received intel about his visit to Dao Peak and had sent Luo Yuan to probe him. As for Luo Yuan's attempts to woo Bai Ruoshi and Yi Lingxian, that was probably his own initiative. Yu Xuanji wouldn't resort to such methods. Regardless, Mu Zhi'an had taken the opportunity to leak information to the Peak Master of the Peak of Celestial Secrets. The 5th grade pills spoke for themselves. An ordinary disciple couldn't possibly possess such wealth. By displaying the pills, he was sending a clear message. The other Peak Masters were making their moves. Whether it was because of Ling Long or his innate celestial vessel, he was a valuable asset. Upon returning to his peak, Luo Yuan's report would be obvious. And afterwards, perhaps he would receive a gift from the Peak of Celestial Secrets. After escorting Bai Ruoshi back to the Garden of Heavenly Harmony, Mu Zhi'an made an excuse to walk Yi Lingxian back to her residence. His decision wasn't a reflection of his feelings. He had considered their personalities before choosing this course of action. Bai Ruoshi was aloof and distant at first, but once she warmed up to someone, she revealed a gentle and affectionate side. As long as he reassured her of his feelings, she wouldn't be overly jealous. After all, she possessed a forgiving heart. Yi Lingxian, on the other hand, might seem mature and composed, but she still possessed the typical pride and petulance of a girl her age. She required more attention and reassurance. Of course, girls her age were also more innocent. Even if she got upset, a few sweet words would be enough to appease her. As for Bai Ruoshi, he could simply shower her with affection later that night. The afternoon sun filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Mu Zhi'an walked Yi Lingxian back to her residence. He was about to leave when she spoke. Won't you stay for a cup of tea, Brother Mu? She asked, her voice sweet and inviting. He hesitated for a moment, then smiled. All right. He wanted to return to his cultivation, but he couldn't refuse her request. They sat down in the pavilion, and she poured him a cup of tea. Thank you for your help today, Brother Mu. If it weren't for you, Sister Bai and I would still be dealing with that annoying Luo Yuan, she said. He chuckled, taking a sip of his tea. He wouldn't have bothered you for long, even without my intervention. After all, I was his target. She frowned. That sounds like you're saying you're more charming than Sister Bai and I. You're both very charming. However, Luo Yuan had a mission, so his attention shifted to me once I arrived, he explained. Speaking of which, where did you get all those pills, Brother Mu? She asked, her brow furrowing with curiosity. Even she couldn't produce so many 5th grade pills at once. He had only been gone for a few hours, yet he had returned with a small fortune in pills. Master Yin was generous. She gifted most of them to me today. He retrieved a jade bottle from his storage ring and placed a portion of the pills on the table before her. These are qi-gathering pills. Dissolve one in your bathwater each time you cultivate. You used them last night, so you know how to use them, right? If you need help, I can. She shot him a knowing look. That sly fox. He's just trying to find an excuse to... He grabbed her hand, a mischievous glint in his eyes. I haven't even said anything yet. Don't accuse me falsely. She gently pulled her hand away, her gaze meeting his for a brief moment before she looked away. Are you going to give some of these pills to Sister Bai as well, Brother Mu? She asked softly. She had expected him to panic, but he simply sighed, his expression turning serious. Ling Xian, you know about Ruashi and me, don't you? As he had anticipated, they were all aware of his scumbag tendencies, even if they didn't acknowledge it openly. She simply hummed in response. He squeezed her hand gently. No matter what, you'll always hold a special place in my heart, Ling Xian. She was touched by his sincerity. Her annoyance with his philandering ways faded. However, remembering how he had given the same pills to Bai Ruashi, she pouted. You're such a two-timer, Brother Mu. He didn't mind. In fact, he was relieved. As he had predicted, despite her aloof and unapproachable demeanor, Yi Ling Xian was easily swayed by a few sweet words and gestures of affection. Girls like her craved sweet nothings. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across the pavilion. Sensing her softened gaze, he asked tentatively, Ling Xian, should I head back now? What's the rush? Let's chat a little longer. I have some questions about cultivation, she said, her voice laced with a hint of petulance. He had only just arrived. They hadn't even had a proper conversation yet. He wanted to return to his cultivation, but he couldn't refuse. They chatted for a while longer, her laughter filling the air as he teased her playfully. He took the opportunity to wrap his arm around her slender waist, his gaze meeting hers. Their eyes locked, each reflecting the other's image. He leaned in, his lips approaching hers. Her eyelashes fluttered, but she didn't resist. A wave of shyness washed over her as she closed her eyes, surrendering to his kiss. Time seemed to stand still. After a while, a sweet voice called out from outside the residence. Sister, I'm back. Chinner is back. Yi Ling Xuan's body stiffened, and she pulled away from his embrace, her face burning with shame. She frantically smoothed her hair and straightened her dress. As she turned towards the entrance, a wave of nervousness washed over her. She wasn't ready to face Qian'er. Within the clean and elegant residence, Yi Ling Xian had barely finished straightening her clothes and hair, her heart still pounding, when she saw the young girl approaching. Yi Qian. Ling Xian cherished this younger sister, who had been by her side since childhood. It was this love that had driven her to investigate Mu Zhi'an when she'd heard of his connection to her sister. She had even gone so far as to break her usual anonymity and enter the Mu Manor to confront him, all out of concern for her sister's well-being. Even though Yi Qian had ultimately fallen for Mu Zhi'an, Ling Xuan's opinion of him had softened somewhat. While she still disapproved on the surface, she no longer harbored the same animosity towards him. But now, forget animosity, even she had, feeling the lingering warmth of Mu Zhi'an's kiss on her lips and watching her sister approach with a bright smile, Ling Xuan's heart was a whirlwind of emotions. If Chinner ever found out, would she still acknowledge her as her sister? As Ling Xian grappled with her guilt, Mu Zhi'an calmly walked towards Yi Qian. She wore a light jacket and a skirt that revealed a sliver of her delicate white legs. Her small boots tapped lightly against the ground as she looked up at Mu Zhi'an, a shy smile gracing her lips. Brother Mu, what are you doing here? She had planned to visit him at the Garden of Heavenly Harmony later, so this unexpected encounter filled her with surprise and delight. I was just discussing you with your sister, he said with a smile. What a coincidence that you're back. He invited her to sit down at the pavilion and poured her a cup of tea. Ling Xian, consumed by guilt, remained silent, her eyes downcast. Meanwhile, Mu Zhi'an chatted with Yi Qian about her experiences during her seclusion at Dao Peak. You received a portion of Dao Peak's inheritance. Soon, you'll surpass me, Qianer. It's quite remarkable, he said with a chuckle, glancing at her. Her light jacket did little to conceal her blossoming figure. She sat with her legs pressed together, her hands fidgeting nervously in her lap. She looked up at him, shaking her head. But Brother Mu, you're already at the 7th stage of foundation establishment. It won't be easy to catch up to you. Besides, if I do surpass you, I can protect you, right? He chuckled. As long as you don't find me too burdensome by then. Never, she exclaimed, her eyes shining with sincerity. Their gazes met, and he gently took her hand in his. Ah! She gasped softly, glancing at her silent sister. She suppressed her excitement, afraid of being discovered. But why is sister's face so red? She studied her sister's flawless features, her elegant nose, and her full, glossy lips. Even as a woman, she couldn't help but feel a flutter in her chest as she watched her sister's long eyelashes tremble. She frowned slightly, a strange unease settling over her. Why isn't sister saying anything? By the way, Qianer, what exactly did you do during your seclusion? Mu Zhi'an asked curiously, reaching out to take Ling Xuan's hand, silently reassuring her. Ling Xuan's heart skipped a beat. She tried to pull away, but she didn't dare make a scene in front of her sister. Her feeble attempts were futile, and she eventually resigned herself to his bold gesture. I won't tell you yet. It's a surprise for later, she replied, her smile bright and innocent. Ling Xian is more of a cool and aloof goddess, while Qianer is more like a pure and innocent schoolgirl. They both have their charms. But why am I thinking both sisters together would be even better? Is this a side effect of Qianer's Dao Peak inheritance? Mu Zhi'an's mind raced, but his expression remained calm and composed. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he retrieved a jade bottle from his storage ring and handed it to Yi Qian. Here, Qianer, take these pills. Let me know when you run out, and I'll get you more, he said. Qi-gathering pills were a resource available to inner disciples, but even they only received 10 pills per month. Of course, 10 pills were sufficient for most disciples, as they were incredibly difficult to refine. Besides, inner disciples received other types of pills as well. Mu Zhi'an, with his unique talent and the favor of multiple peak masters, was an exception. Yi Qian stared at the bottle, her eyes widening in surprise as she peeked inside. Qi-gathering pills? She looked at him incredulously. Where did you get so many, Brother Mu? Your brother Mu traded his good looks for them. He smiled. Don't worry about it. Just use them. If you say you can't accept them, you're treating me like a stranger, he added, anticipating her refusal. She nodded obediently, clutching the bottle to her chest. Thank you, Brother Mu. Her gaze softened. It would be nice if I could surpass Brother Mu one day. Then I could protect him. She resolved to cultivate diligently, determined to protect her kind and gentle brother. Mu Zhi'an inquired about her experiences at Dao Peak. Then she suddenly stood up. Brother Mu, I need to take a bath, so... She glanced at him shyly. She had worked up quite a sweat during her inheritance ceremony, but her excitement upon seeing him had made her forget. Now, she felt self-conscious. He smiled. Go ahead. I need to head back and prepare dinner for Senior Lin Ling. He couldn't help but wonder if Ling Long's real motive for staying at the Garden of Heavenly Harmony was the cultivation opportunity or the free meals. She ate 3 meals a day, plus a midnight snack and an afternoon tea, without fail. And every few days, she demanded an 8 treasures crane as a special treat. Was she simply looking for a personal chef? Of course, Mu Zhi'an didn't mind. Others would kill for such an opportunity. He would gladly cook for her, even wash her feet if she asked. He watched as Yi Qian left the pavilion, then turned his attention to the blushing girl beside him. Ling Xian was a far cry from her usual calm and collected self. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes filled with a mixture of shyness and resentment. What if Qianer sees us? She asked, her voice barely a whisper. He tilted his head, his gaze softening. Don't worry, I'll talk to Qianer. Besides, that kiss wasn't quite enough. He gently lifted her chin with his finger, his eyes locking with hers. Ling Xian, no, not here, she protested, her gaze darting around nervously, hoping her sister wasn't nearby. "It's fine. Just for a moment," he whispered, his gaze lingering on her delicate features. He leaned in, capturing her lips in a tender kiss. Her eyes widened, but her resistance melted away under his gentle touch. She closed her eyes, surrendering to the warmth of his embrace. Meanwhile, hidden behind a pillar, a figure emerged from the shadows. Yi Qian, who was supposed to be bathing, watched the scene unfold, her expression a mixture of shock and confusion. "So sister and brother Mu did something while I was away. How far have they gone?" Her hand tightened on her robe as she watched her sister, the girl revered as a goddess by their clan, being embraced and kissed by the man she secretly admired. "I hate this feeling, but why am I so excited?" Beneath her jealousy, a strange sense of arousal began to stir within her. Peak of Celestial Secrets. Of all the peaks within the Two Polarities sect, the Peak of Celestial Secrets was perhaps the most unique. As its name suggested, its disciples specialized in divining heavenly secrets. Peering into the future was a dangerous act, often inviting heavenly retribution. However, the disciples of the Peak of Celestial Secrets had developed techniques that minimized the risk of attracting heavenly tribulation. As long as they focused on predicting events within a few days, rather than decades or centuries, they were generally safe. A beautiful woman sat in meditation atop a lotus flower floating in a pool of water. She was clad in a loose black robe, her beauty both alluring and intimidating. Yu Xuanji opened her eyes, a faint smile gracing her lips as she looked at the disciple who had entered the hall. "Report," she said. As Master predicted, Mu Zhi'an received gifts from several peak masters, Luo Yuan said, bowing respectfully. She nodded, unsurprised. It was to be expected. After all, he had the backing of Ling Long, the spirit dragon. It was only natural for the other peak masters to take notice. However, it didn't explain why the three elders from Dao Peak had also given him gifts. Only the peak masters should have known about Ling Long. So why had those three female elders given him gifts? Knowing Yu Xian's personality, she wouldn't have divulged information about Ling Long to her elders. There had to be another reason. "Master, may I take my leave?" Luo Yuan asked tentatively, stealing a glance at his alluring master. She nodded, then added, "Are you still planning to pursue Yi Ling Xian and Bai Ruoxi?" He froze, his heart skipping a beat. "Forgive me, master. I saw them alone at the pavilion, and he bowed his head, his voice filled with regret. He had been captivated by the sight of the two girls, one aloof and elegant in her white dress, the other youthful and charming, chatting together at the pavilion. "I don't particularly care," she said, her voice laced with indifference. "But if the other peak masters find out and intervene on Mu Zhi'an's behalf, I might not be able to protect you." Her warning was clear. He was confused. But isn't Mu Zhi'an a disciple of the Book Pavilion? What does that have to do with the other peak masters? She closed her eyes, offering no further explanation. She had made her point. If he was smart, he would know what to do. He remained silent for a moment, then bowed deeply before leaving the hall. Confusion and relief warred within him. If Mu Zhi'an was connected to the other peak masters, his actions would have been suicidal. Master had no reason to lie to him, which meant it would be wise to befriend Mu Zhi'an. As he left, Yu Xuanji opened her eyes. She stared in the direction of the jade glass palace, her expression thoughtful. After a moment, she rose from her seat and headed towards the 8 trigrams terrace at Middle Peak. There was definitely more to Mu Zhi'an than just Ling Long. If she couldn't uncover his secrets through investigation, she would have to deduce them. What other secrets was he hiding? Standing before the vast plaza, Yi Yu, clad in black robes, stared at the towering platform. The Two Polarities sect's opening ceremony had been held on this very platform just a few days ago. "Master, where is this great opportunity you mentioned?" Yi Yu asked mentally. The old man's voice echoed in his mind. "Relax your body. I need to borrow it for a moment." Yi Yu relinquished control of his consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, his youthful face held a newfound wisdom, his gaze reflecting a lifetime of experience. Yu walked towards the platform, his steps measured and deliberate. As he approached, a faint, almost imperceptible aura emanated from the altar. "It's been a while, old friend," the old man said, his voice calm and steady, a hint of nostalgia in his tone. The altar vibrated faintly. Yu frowned, then soared into the air, his gaze sweeping over the entire pilgrimage palace. "Just as I thought. This entire plaza is a formation. Even the peak masters wouldn't be capable of creating such a profound formation. It must be the work of sect master Shang Yanfei." Yu looked down at a specific point on the altar, a hint of sympathy in his eyes. "Master, where's the opportunity?" Yiyu's voice echoed in his mind. "It's not time yet," the old man replied. "Focus on your cultivation. I believe the opportunity within the pilgrimage palace will reveal itself within the month." "This month?" Yiyu frowned. The thought of waiting so long was unbearable. However, a month was enough time for him to reach the 6th stage of foundation establishment. By then, he would be in a much stronger position to compete for the opportunity. The third prince slowly opened his eyes. He was lying in bed, staring at the high ceiling beams. Pain throbbed throughout his body as the memory of his spar with Mu Zhi'an surfaced. He had been utterly defeated. Mu Zhi'an had knocked him unconscious with a single strike, and it had happened in front of the entire sect, including Huang Manting and his elder sister. Bang! Rage surged through him as he slammed his fist against the bed. Even now, the prince, accustomed to a life of privilege and power, refused to acknowledge his own shortcomings. This was a world where strength reigned supreme. With his status, he should be able to have any woman he desired. However, if Ling Xian was truly from the Forbidden Zone, there was nothing he could do. But if he couldn't have her, why should Mu Zhi'an? How could a mere family from Tianxin City be worthy of the holy maiden of the Forbidden Zone? The thought of Yi Lingshuan's affectionate gaze and her unwavering support for Mu Zhi'an filled him with fury. He struggled to control his anger. A soft rustle from the doorway drew his attention. He turned to see a sect disciple standing hesitantly at the entrance. "What are you doing here?" he asked coldly. He recognized the disciple as one of the attendants sent by his uncle. He had been tasked with handling the prince's affairs, but after the recent incident, he should have returned to metamorphic Jewel Peak. Why was he still here? The disciple hesitated for a moment, then approached the bed, offering a small wooden box. "Your Highness, this is a healing pill for your injuries." "I don't need your pity," the third prince spat. "It's not for your external injuries, but for your internal ones," the disciple replied respectfully. "Take a look." The third prince eyed the disciple suspiciously, then opened the box. Inside, nestled on a bed of silk, was a translucent pill with a smooth, lustrous surface. Having read some books on alchemy during his time in the palace, he recognized the pill immediately. He looked up at the disciple, his voice laced with suspicion. "Who are you?" The disciple bowed silently, then turned and left the room. The third prince stared at the pill, then at the empty doorway. The disciple had vanished. He placed the pill back in the box and closed it carefully. A thoughtful expression crossed his face. Garden of heavenly harmony. Mu Zhi'an exhaled softly, having absorbed the day's dose of qi-gathering pills. He changed into fresh robes and glanced at the screen beside him. Bai Ruashi was behind the screen, cultivating with the aid of the qi-gathering pills. Though he couldn't see her, he could hear the faint splashing of water and make out the outline of her curvaceous figure. This subtle glimpse of her beauty was even more alluring than seeing her directly. However, Mu Zhi'an was a simple man. He preferred direct contact over veiled glimpses. He was about to bypass the screen and admire Bai Ruashi's beauty when a gentle voice called out from behind it. "My dear, what are you doing?" Bai Ruashi clutched her chest, her back still turned towards him. She had sensed his approach. "Just bringing you a towel," he said with a smile. "I have one," she replied. "Then let me rub your back," he offered, his voice filled with innocent helpfulness. "No, thank you. Please wait outside, my dear." He sighed in defeat, and she relaxed as she heard his retreating footsteps. She had come to understand Mu Zhi'an quite well. He might claim more rub her back, but it would inevitably lead to something more. Imagining certain scenarios, she blushed and shook her head, forcing herself to focus on her cultivation. Rejected, Mu Zhi'an left the room and basked in the sun in the courtyard. He noticed a female disciple approaching, escorted by Wei Mengru. The disciple looked familiar. "Young Master Mu, my mistress requests your presence," the disciple said. "Mistress? This is the Two Polarities sect, not some feudal estate." He studied the disciple, then recognition dawned on him. She was one of Huang Manting's attendants. These people are strange. They abandoned their status as sect disciples to become someone's servant. How peculiar. But why would Huang Manting summon me? He pondered for a moment, then decided to accept the invitation. Huang Manting wouldn't summon him without a good reason. He instructed Wei Mengru to inform by Ruashi of his departure, then followed the disciple out of the garden of heavenly harmony. He was led to a spacious and elegant hall where he found the young mistress of the Morning Glory Chamber of Commerce. She wore her usual black dress, her hair tied back with a black ribbon, a few strands framing her delicate face. Her attire was simple, yet she exuded an alluring and seductive aura. "It's quite difficult to get an audience with you, young Master Mu," she said, her legs crossed elegantly, her white skin glowing against the black fabric of her dress. "I came as soon as I received your invitation, didn't I, Miss Huang?" he replied with a smile. She scoffed. "I've sent invitations several times before, but your ladybot always declined on your behalf." "I had no idea." He was surprised. Then, considering by Ruashi's personality, he understood. Back in Tianxian City, Huang Manting had been openly hostile towards by Ruashi. After all, they had been rivals for the title of most beautiful woman. Now, with Bai Ruashi wanting to keep the seductive Huang Manting away from her man, it was only natural for her to reject the invitations. He found a chair and sat down, studying the black-clad beauty. "Your cultivation has improved significantly," he noted. "I have you to thank for that, young Master Mu. Your generous gift of destiny has been most helpful," she said with a smile, her voice laced with a seductive purr. It was no wonder some disciples willingly became her servants. For those with a certain inclination, she was incredibly alluring. Of course, Mu Zhi'an wasn't one of them. "I heard that Luo Yuan, an inner disciple of the Peak of Celestial Secrets, offered you 500,000 spirit stones to introduce him to Yiling Xian, but you refused. You're quite the devoted brother, young Master Mu," she chuckled, her tone ambiguous. He took a sip of his tea and waved his hand dismissively. "It wasn't 500,000 spirit stones. It was 1,000,000 plus 10 fifth-grade pills." She raised an eyebrow in surprise. "But I heard from the other disciples that it was 500,000. I was there, Miss Huang. Trust me." "So it was 1,000,000 spirit stones and 10 fifth-grade pills," she murmured, her admiration growing. 1,000,000 spirit stones. Most cultivators couldn't even dream of possessing such wealth. Yet, Mu Zhi'an had rejected such a tempting offer. It was a romantic tale that would surely melt any girl's heart. "You're so good to those around you, young Master Mu. Perhaps you should consider pursuing me?" she asked, her eyes twinkling playfully. He shook his head, chuckling. "I'm afraid I'm already spoken for, Miss Huang." She scoffed, then sighed dramatically. "And here I was, about to share a secret with you. Your rejection wounds me deeply, young Master Mu." He pondered for a moment. "Is it about the third prince?" Seeing her surprised expression, he chuckled. "He's pursuing you. So naturally, he would want to impress you with his strength." She fell silent for a moment, then smiled seductively. "You're very perceptive, young Master Mu. However, I don't know what he's planning this time." She twirled a strand of hair between her fingers, her voice soft. "Be careful. Thank you for the warning, Miss Huang," he said with a smile. The woman he was pursuing was currently cozying up to another man. He wondered what the third prince would think if he saw this scene. However, he wasn't worried about the third prince's actions. It was Yiyu he needed to be wary of. Yiyu might be a fool, but the old man residing within him was anything but. If Bai Ruashi advanced again within a short period, even a fool would suspect the presence of the heavenly Tao aura. He might not be able to reclaim the heavenly Tao aura, but if the matter was exposed to the others within the sect, it would be troublesome. Most of the higher-ups wouldn't take action, but it was better to be safe than sorry. And there was still the threat of Ingu Huan, the founding peak master of Boundless Sea Peak. If she discovered the truth, things would get complicated. Huang Manting escorted him out of the residence. As they walked along the lakeshore, numerous disciples whispered about his rejection of Luo Yuan's offer, marveling at his devotion to Yi Lingxian. Young Master Mu, I heard Luo Yuan offered you 10,000 spirit stones to introduce him to Miss Yi. A disciple called out as Mu Zhi'an was about to leave. All eyes turned towards him, curiosity burning in their gazes. He shook his head slowly. 10,000 spirit stones? That's just a rumor. It was 1,000,000, he corrected solemnly. 1,000,000. The newly accepted disciples, unfamiliar with such vast sums, gasped and whispered amongst themselves. Some doubted his claim, while others believed it, citing his recent gambling victory against the third prince. The believers and the skeptics were evenly split. Regardless, many of the female disciples gazed at him with admiration. A handsome and eloquent young man, an inner disciple no less, he was naturally attractive. He ignored their gazes, maintaining his usual composure. He bowed politely to the crowd, then left the plaza. Luo Yuan, who happened to be passing by, overheard the conversation. He couldn't help but twitch his lips. This Mu Zhi'an sure knows how to embellish a story. 10,000 spirit stones would have elicited surprise, but 1,000,000, that was a different matter altogether. It not only emphasized Mu Zhi'an's devotion to Yi Lingxian, but it also painted Luo Yuan as a foolish, love-struck rich boy. However, Luo Yuan didn't bother correcting them. He simply smiled at Mu Zhi'an. Mu Zhi'an returned the smile, nodding politely. He rarely showed his dislike for someone, even if he despised them. As Mu Zhi'an left the plaza, Yu, hidden among the crowd, watched him intently. I can't act rashly. He still couldn't be certain that by Ruo she possessed the heavenly Tao aura. But if she advanced again within the next 2 weeks, it would be undeniable. Mu Zhi'an had indeed given it to her. And then, he might not be able to reclaim what he had lost. But what about the demonic cultivator within the sect? According to Master, there was a demonic cultivator among the two polarities sect's higher-ups, and their objective was the heavenly Tao aura. This was his trump card. Destiny, a concept both mystical and undeniable, played a significant role in the world of cultivation. To most, it was an abstract notion, but cultivators knew that destiny manifested as a tangible force within them. And in this world, only Ling Long, the spirit dragon, could directly bestow destiny upon others. However, even she couldn't do so carelessly. If she could freely transfer her destiny, she would have shared her immense fortune with all the sect disciples, freeing herself from the torment of karmic fire. But the truth was her destiny, especially her heavenly Tao aura, couldn't be given away easily. The heavenly Tao aura recognized its owner. If she hadn't encountered Mu Zhi'an, a cultivator capable of accommodating another's destiny, Lin Ling would have continued to endure the karmic fire until a suitable recipient appeared. Senior Lin Ling, is there anything I need to do? Mu Zhi'an asked as he followed her out of the garden of heavenly harmony. Bai Ruoshi watched him leave, then followed on her flying sword. Wei Mingru hesitated for a moment, then decided to follow Bai Ruoshi. With Senior Lin Ling by his side, Mu Zhi'an wouldn't be in any danger. It was Bai Ruoshi who required attention. They arrived at the secluded Dongtian beneath the cliffs. As they entered, Mu Zhi'an glanced at Lin Ling's graceful figure. What would you have done if you hadn't met me? He asked. Would you have continued to bear the burden of 3 heavenly Tao auras and such immense destiny? She paused, then wrote something on a piece of paper and handed it to him. She said you would appear soon. He frowned. Who is she? It seemed someone knew about his secret and had instructed Ling Long to await his arrival. As the thought crossed his mind, a name appeared on the paper, Shang Yanfei. The The sect master, he blurted out. Shang Yinfei knew he would come to the Two Polarities sect and had instructed Ling Long to prepare for his arrival. So, you've been in contact with the sect master? He recalled the times he had visited Lin Ling's room only to find her absent. When she returned, she would always be full. He had wondered who was feeding her. Now it seemed she had been meeting with the sect master. Seeing her silence, he wisely changed the subject. Where are we going? She wrote on the paper. To the location of the destiny inheritance. He didn't press further, simply following her along the winding path. They arrived at a tranquil garden with a shimmering pond at its center. Strange symbols were etched into the pond's surface. Lin Ling walked towards the pond, her graceful figure accentuated by her white dress. Even her silhouette was captivating. Despite her youthful appearance, she possessed the alluring curves of a mature woman. A closer look revealed a hint of seduction beneath her innocent facade. Mu Zhi'an had been staring at her back the entire way, only snapping out of his daze when they reached their destination. No, I can't. She's the spirit dragon. I can't, or rather, shouldn't have such thoughts about her. He shook his head, trying to dispel his inappropriate thoughts. He focused on the ancient symbols shimmering beneath the pond's surface. Is that a formation? She nodded, gesturing for him to step inside. He walked towards the pond and entered the formation. What should I do now? I will transfer one of the heavenly Tao auras to you, one that is compatible with your nature. This time, her voice echoed in his mind, clear and melodious. Her voice, like the chime of silver bells, seemed to possess a purifying quality, dispelling his inappropriate thoughts. Ripples spread across the pond's surface as the formation beneath his feet glowed faintly. It was a five-pointed star within a circle, rotating slowly. Her words hold so much power. Though it wasn't the first time he had heard her speak, he was still awestruck. A milky white orb emerged from her body, drawing his attention. The heavenly Tao aura. As the aura drifted towards him, he reached out to touch it. The moment his fingers brushed against its surface, the orb vanished into his body. A sense of familiarity washed over him as he closed his eyes, savoring the sensation of the heavenly Tao aura merging with his being. Wait, why is it going into my other vessel? He realized something was amiss. The heavenly Tao aura had bypassed his primary vessel and entered his secondary one. He focused his mind, examining the aura with his spiritual sense. After a long silence, he opened his eyes, staring at the silver-haired beauty standing by the pond, her eyes wide and innocent. Senior Lin Ling, is this a heavenly Tao aura meant to assist others? Bai Ruashi's heavenly Tao aura accelerated her cultivation speed, but the aura he had received amplified the spiritual energy he transferred to others through his innate celestial vessel. What use was that? She wrote on a piece of paper and handed it to him. This is the most suitable heavenly Tao aura for you. The others are incompatible. She studied him silently. Having absorbed a significant amount of destiny in a heavenly Tao aura, his innate celestial vessel constitution was no longer concealed. His aura was incredibly alluring, like honey to bees. He smiled at her, his composure faltering. He could feel the potent spiritual energy emanating from his body, filling the Dong Tian. A realization dawned on him. He had wondered why he, despite not being the protagonist, hadn't received a golden finger or a cheat ability, assuming that encountering Lin Ling was his ticket to a golden finger. But now it seemed he was the golden finger. He was the heroine's golden finger. Lin Ling stared at him, then wrote on a piece of paper, "You're very delicious right now." That doesn't sound like a good thing, he said wryly. He could feel the spiritual energy overflowing from his innate celestial vessel every time Lin Ling transferred a portion of her destiny to him. And that energy was leaking out of the Dong Tian. The potent aura drew the attention of numerous cultivators within the sect. Even the demonic cultivator, secluded in her cultivation chamber deep within the back mountain of Boundless Sea Peak, stirred. She opened her eyes, her red dress clinging to her alluring curves. Her gaze was intense as she stared in a specific direction. Mu Zhi'an's innate celestial vessel. It had become incredibly enticing. Two polarities peak. Shang Yanfei, enjoying a cup of tea while playing Go against herself, opened her eyes. She gazed toward a certain Dongtian asterisk beneath the cliffs. If I hadn't already reached the Tao integration realm, I might be tempted myself, she chuckled, her voice laced with amusement. Lan Mulian, clad in a moon-white dress, her beauty, both elegant and refined, stirred from her meditation. Master, what is it? Shang Yanfei set down her teacup and smiled at her disciple. Go to Linglong's Dongtian and find him. If you don't hurry, your junior brother might be devoured. Sister Linling, could you explain what's going on? Mu Zhi'an asked, attempting to maintain his usual calm demeanor, but his smile felt strained. He had expected the heavenly Tao aura to boost his own cultivation and destiny, allowing him to catch up to Bai Ruashi's progress. And he had indeed caught up to her, but not in the way he had envisioned. Bai Ruashi was growing stronger. Yi Lingxian and Yi Qian had received their inheritances, and both men grew and senior sister possessed monstrous talent. Meanwhile, he was excelling at being a support character. We all have a bright future. He could feel the changes within him. He was absorbing Lin Ling's destiny through the formation, which was a good thing. Receiving the heavenly Tao aura was also a good thing. However, the aura had entered his secondary vessel, causing its spiritual energy to overflow. And that was not a good thing. To put it simply, the spiritual energy within his secondary vessel was far more potent and alluring than ordinary spiritual energy. And it was currently leaking out of the Dongtian. Ordinary cultivators might not notice this subtle detail, but powerful cultivators would undoubtedly sense it. Perhaps there were already bees buzzing around, drawn by the sweet scent. Sister Linling, he called out, looking at the silver-haired beauty, her expression innocent and clueless. She blinked her large, amber eyes, tilting her head. AAA. She looked utterly adorable, feigning ignorance. Sister Linling, why did the heavenly Tao aura go into my other vessel? He asked, his voice laced with concern. The spiritual energy is overflowing because of the aura. This isn't good. He stared at her, seeing her confusion. This could attract unwanted attention from the sect, he continued. If we leave this Dongtian after the Destiny inheritance, I might be invited to visit the other peak masters. If that happens, I won't be able to prepare your meals for a while. He feigned distress. Hey. She nodded vigorously, taking the bait. Her eyes widened with worry. She had finally found a suitable recipient for her destiny, someone who also provided her with delicious meals. If he was taken away, she would have to fend for herself again. She didn't doubt his words. An innate celestial vessel, there was probably only one in the entire cultivation world. It was a unique constitution that could significantly enhance a Tao companion's cultivation, its effectiveness scaling with the user's own cultivation level. The higher Mu Zhi'an's cultivation, the greater the benefits for his partner. This was why Yu Zian and the others were so eager for him to reach the core formation realm. And now, the heavenly Tao aura Lin Ling had bestowed upon him had further amplified his innate celestial vessel, multiplying the potency of the spiritual energy he transferred to others. It was a temptation few female cultivators could resist. Even with her presence here, the elders and peak masters wouldn't dare take him away today. However, if they kept interrupting him, it would disrupt his meal preparation schedule. That wouldn't do. She pondered for a moment, then uttered a few words. Her words were law. Mu Zhi'an was delighted to discover that the glow of the heavenly Tao aura within him had dimmed slightly, and the overflowing spiritual energy had subsided. He looked at the beautiful spirit dragon, his eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you, sister. In this place where even the elders coveted his vessel, only a kind soul like Lin Ling would help him. She shook her head and wrote on a piece of paper. I've only temporarily masked the aura emanating from your other vessel. Once you reach the core formation realm, some people will still be able to sense it. Reaching the core formation realm was a significant transformation. By then, Her verbal seal wouldn't be enough to completely contain the overflowing spiritual energy. She thought for a moment, then added, "Come find me again once you reach the core formation realm. I'll strengthen the seal. Being able to suppress it until then is enough." He nodded, thanking her again. He sat down within the formation and focused on receiving the destiny inheritance. Lin Ling watched him, her heart stirring as she observed the kind young man who provided her with delicious meals. The side effects of her verbal command manifested as karmic fire. Her power to make her words reality wasn't inherently harmful, but most of her energy was devoted to suppressing the karmic fire. Using the formation to transfer her destiny, and even speaking just now, had depleted her energy reserves. Her face flushed, her breath hot. Hormones surged through her, her legs weakening. She gazed at the young man sitting before her eyes hazy with desire. She clutched her white skirt, her legs folded beneath her, and patted her burning cheeks. She closed her eyes, struggling to suppress the sudden surge of karmic fire. Once she had transferred her destiny to Mu Zhi'an, her suffering would lessen. Two polarities peak. Lan Mulian hesitated, her voice soft. "What did you mean by that, master?" Shan Yinfei didn't answer, simply placing a ghost stone on the board. Lan Mulian stared at her beautiful master, then turned her head slightly, her gaze drawn towards Ling Long's Dongtian. "Spiritual energy from an innate, celestial vessel is leaking out," she murmured. "But how is that possible? Mu Zhi'an was only at the Foundation Establishment realm. How could the spiritual energy from his other vessel travel so far?" Though the aura was incredibly faint, Lan Mulian was naturally sensitive to spiritual energy. Furthermore, being on the verge of reaching the nascent soul realm, she had detected it immediately. She bit her lip, her eyes flickering with curiosity. Did he receive some kind of opportunity within Ling Long's Dongtian, activating his innate celestial vessel? She bowed to her master. "I'll take my leave, master." She left two polarities peak, summoning a cloud beneath her feet and flying towards the Dongtian beneath the cliffs. Meanwhile, within the Xiao Lu residence, Yin Ruyu, who was meditating, suddenly opened her eyes. She was a vision of beauty, her face a blend of youthful charm and mature allure. Her lips were full and glossy, her black robe accentuating her curvaceous figure as she sat gracefully on her chair. She stared in a specific direction, surprise flickering in her alluring eyes. She extended her hand, her slender fingers moving gracefully as she calculated something. After a long silence, her eyes lit up. This spiritual energy, it's from Mu Zhi'an's innate celestial vessel. But he shouldn't have reached the core formation realm yet. Without hesitation, she rose from her chair and vanished, transforming into a streak of light. She wasn't sure what was happening, but she could sense it. That spiritual energy definitely came from Mu Zhi'an's innate celestial vessel. And if she could sense it, so could her senior sister and the peak master of the Peak of Celestial Secrets. For the other peak masters, Mu Zhi'an's greatest appeal might be his connection to Ling Long. But for Yin Ruyu and the others, his true allure lay within himself. Boundless Sea Peak. Yihao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing towards the pilgrimage palace. Dark clouds gathered in the distance, creating an oppressive atmosphere. A third stage, core formation tribulation. It wasn't inherently difficult. However, the more talented the cultivator, the more formidable the tribulation. And knowing by Ruashi's talent, her tribulation would undoubtedly be a challenge. Perhaps I should go and observe. After all, she's a valuable disciple I fought hard to recruit. As the thought crossed his mind, he sensed a presence beside him. He turned to see a woman standing there, her body emanating a captivating fragrance. Her eyes were alluring, her features exquisite. Her long hair cascaded down her back, reaching her calves. She wore a loose, unadorned robe that did little to conceal her ample bosom. Despite her simple attire, she exuded an irresistible charm. The founding peak master of Boundless Sea Peak, one of the most powerful cultivators in the world. And Yihao's master, Nguhuan, raised her alluring eyes, gazing towards the pilgrimage palace, a thoughtful expression on her face. A core formation tribulation, she murmured. Yihao's heart skipped a beat as he snapped out of his daze. Master, he said, bowing respectfully. He hesitated for a moment, then asked, what brings you out of seclusion? She glanced at him, a playful smile gracing her lips. Can I go for a stroll? If I don't act now, someone else might snatch the cabbage. Though Mu Zhi'an wasn't a disciple of boundless sea peak, he was connected to the demon realm empress, and his Tao companion was an inner disciple of their peak. Therefore, it was in their best interest to maintain a close relationship with him. The inner disciple we recruited recently is facing her tribulation. Once she overcomes it, she'll be at the third stage of core formation, Yihao said, subtly boasting about their new prodigy. Despite being a peak master himself, he still felt a sense of awe and respect towards his master. He yearned for her approval. Nguhuan pondered for a moment, then asked by Ruashi. It was clear that she kept herself informed of events outside her secluded mountain retreat. He nodded, and she smiled. Reaching the third stage of core formation at such a young age, it's not just talent. She must have encountered some extraordinary opportunities. Normally, each stage within the core formation realm required years of dedicated cultivation. But how long had it been since Ruashi had reached the core formation realm? She had already advanced from the first stage to the third stage. Her talent was a factor, but it wasn't the only reason. Someone was helping her, accelerating her progress. According to the intel junior sister Lan sent, Ruashi possesses immense destiny. That's why she keeps encountering opportunities. Yihao explained. It was more than just luck. Mu Zhi'an was likely responsible. Nguhuan's gaze drifted towards the Dongtian beneath the cliffs. The potent spiritual energy emanating from the innate celestial vessel had faded, but she was certain of what she had sensed. Mu Zhi'an's innate celestial vessel had become even more powerful. It was likely related to the opportunity he had received within Ling Long's Dongtian. An extraordinary opportunity. In fact, Mu Zhi'an was now more valuable than the heavenly Tao aura. Even if she obtained the heavenly Tao aura, she would only be able to cultivate with it for a limited time before returning it to the demon realm. But Mu Zhi'an, he was a treasure that could remain within the two polarities sect. Where are you going, master? Yihao asked, seeing her about to leave. She chuckled softly. I told you, I'm going for a stroll, and to see if Mu Zhi'an's innate celestial vessel had ripened. She waved her sleeve and took a step forward. Her figure vanished. Upon reaching the seventh stage of nascent soul, a cultivator could shrink the earth into inches, traversing vast distances with ease. Master has at least reached the seventh stage. Yihao stared at the empty space where she had stood, a sense of unease washing over him. Master usually had no interest in anything other than cultivation. Why was she so eager today? He was about to turn away when he noticed another figure soaring through the air. Mu Zhi'an, the peak master of Tao Peak. Before he could speak, she too vanished. He hesitated, his eyes widening in surprise. What's going on today? If something had alarmed the peak masters, they should be at the pilgrimage palace. Could there be something more important than Ruashi's third stage core formation tribulation? The heavenly Tao aura had amplified the spiritual energy emanating from Mu Zhi'an's secondary vessel. However, male cultivators couldn't sense the unique aura of an innate celestial vessel. So, Yihao remained oblivious to the reason behind the two peak masters' sudden departure. He followed their path with his gaze, his eyes widening as he realized their destination. Senior Ling Long's Dongtian, he murmured. They're all going to Ling Long's Dongtian? For some reason, the first person that came to mind wasn't Ling Long, but Mu Zhi'an. Boom! A thunderous roar snapped him out of his thoughts. He turned towards the pilgrimage palace, his expression changing. Someone else is facing their tribulation at the pilgrimage palace? Meanwhile, within Ling Long's Dongtian, Mu Zhi'an slowly opened his eyes. He could feel the heavenly Tao aura circulating within his secondary vessel, amplifying the potency and allure of its spiritual energy. As for his destiny, he didn't sense any changes. After all, destiny was an abstract concept. If not for the testing steels, most people wouldn't even believe it existed. He glanced at Lin Ling, who was sitting on the ground, her legs folded beneath her. Her cheeks were flushed, her breathing heavy. She looked up at him, her gaze meeting his. Her bright red eyes locked onto his secondary vessel. What's wrong with Sister Lin Ling? I know she's constantly tormented by the karmic fire, but this doesn't seem normal. Sister Lin Ling, is the destiny inheritance complete? He asked hesitantly. Her eyes flickered with a strange emotion. Then she bit her lip, trying to regain her composure. An innate celestial vessel held no benefits for her, but that didn't mean it couldn't tempt her. It was like craving a delicious dessert, even though it offered no nutritional value. The spiritual energy emanating from his innate celestial vessel, amplified by the heavenly Tao aura, was incredibly alluring, even to a spirit dragon. After all, spirit dragons were naturally drawn to those with great destiny. She wrote on a piece of paper, "It's complete." She hesitated for a moment, then added, "Don't come near me for the next 15 minutes. She tossed him a testing steel. He understood her meaning. She wanted him to distract himself while she dealt with her situation. He tossed the steel into the air, and it expanded, becoming twice his height. He touched the steel. A brilliant pink light erupted from its surface, illuminating Lin Ling's flushed face, making her appear even more alluring. He stared at the steel, stunned. Why is my destiny getting even stronger? He glanced at Lin Ling, who was sitting with her eyes closed, seemingly enduring great discomfort. He wanted to help, but considering her status, he held back. Relationships required patience and understanding. 15 minutes later, she opened her eyes. Mu Zhi'an, who had been staring at her intently, quickly averted his gaze. He believed in the separation of humans and mystical beasts, but honestly, Lin Ling was perfect in every way, except for her insatiable appetite. She looked like a young girl, but her body was as mature and alluring as a ripe peach. And her captivating red eyes held a certain innocence that only enhanced her charm. She was both pure and seductive, innocent and alluring. It's not me, it's her. She must have cultivated some kind of charm technique. He forced himself to look away, maintaining his gentlemanly facade. She stood up and wrote on a piece of paper, "It's time to leave." He nodded, thanking her once again. Though the heavenly Tao aura she had given him wouldn't directly benefit his own cultivation, the destiny inheritance was a significant boon. It would help him overcome any future bottlenecks. That was one of the perks of possessing great destiny. And with the heavenly Tao aura's assistance, he could help Bai Ruashi reach the nascent soul realm quickly. A powerful Tao companion would be beneficial to him as well. I need to find a way to help Ling Xian and Qin'er too. And Senior Sister Lan seems to be stuck at the core formation realm. I like to repay her kindness if I can. As he followed Lin Ling out of the Dongtian, he saw 3 familiar figures approaching. Yu Zian, the mature and alluring peak master of Tao Peak, clad in her Taoist robes and headdress. Beside her was her junior sister, Yin Ruyu, the master of the book pavilion, her beauty both youthful and mature. And standing a short distance away was Yinggu Huan, the founding peak master of Boundless Sea Peak, the suspected 7th seat of the demon realm. Her attire was simple, but her white, toned skin and her alluring eyes hinted at her captivating figure. Perhaps because of the tribulation occurring outside, the sky was dark, illuminated only by flickering lanterns. Mu Zhi'an could see the silhouette of the aerial pavilion atop the mountain, lightning flashing behind it. The dark sky, the flickering lanterns, and the ancient pavilion created a picturesque scene. He then noticed another figure descending gracefully on a cloud. Lan Mulian. This ancient setting, paired with these beautiful women, it's perfect, especially Senior Sister, who looks like a celestial maiden from an ancient painting. It's a shame she's still wearing that veil. He observed the approaching women, his heart sinking as he realized their intentions. It seemed the amplified aura from his secondary vessel had been detected. Are they trying to harvest the cabbage already? Mu Zhi'an's mind raced as he met their gazes. But I haven't even reached the core formation realm yet. What would harvesting me do now? Senior sister is the best. She's always so aloof and has no ulterior motives. He bowed respectfully. Greetings, Peak Masters. He nodded to Lan Mulian. Senior sister. She simply hummed in acknowledgement, then bowed to the silver-haired beauty behind him. Senior Ling Long. The three Peak Masters also bowed respectfully to Lin Ling. She simply chirped, seemingly uninterested in the situation. She glared at the three Peak Masters, recalling Mu Zhi'an's earlier words. If he was taken away, who would prepare her meals? Master Yin, what brings you all here? Mu Zhi'an asked, his gaze lingering on Yin Ruyu. We sensed a disturbance and came to investigate, she replied with a smile, her true intentions hidden. After all, with others present, she couldn't very well state her purpose outright. However, it was surprising to see even Yihao's master here. How is your cultivation progressing? She asked, her voice filled with concern. Thanks to your pills and the pills from the other Peak Masters, I've reached the 8th stage of foundation establishment, he replied with a smile. 8th stage? His progress is quite fast. She nodded approvingly. Gu Huan narrowed her eyes, a playful smile gracing her lips. I sensed an unusual spiritual aura emanating from here while I was at the back mountain of Boundless Sea Peak, but it disappeared by the time I arrived. Do you know why that might be, young Master Mu? Their gazes settled on him. Lan Mulian's expression remained unchanged, but her eyes flickered towards Mu Zhi'an. The proud senior sister had no interest in his innate celestial vessel, but she cared about his well-being. She didn't want him to be exploited by these three great white sharks. An unusual spiritual aura, he asked, feigning confusion. His bewildered expression might have fooled those who didn't know him well. However, these women were cunning foxes. Even if they couldn't see through his act, they could guess. Senior Lin Ling said she had an opportunity for me and brought me to her Dongtian. I've been meditating ever since. He paused, then continued. Could the unusual spiritual aura you sense have come from Senior Lin Ling? His words dispelled their suspicions. They had initially suspected that his innate celestial vessel had undergone another transformation, but despite their subtle probing, they couldn't detect anything unusual. Therefore, they had no choice but to accept his explanation, however reluctantly. After all, a unique being like Lin Ling could very well emit an aura similar to that of an innate celestial vessel during cultivation. Yin Ryu studied him silently, then reached out to touch him. Suddenly, Lin Ling grabbed his shoulder and pulled him behind her, protectively shielding him like a mother hen guarding her chicks. Yin Ryu stared at her, surprised. It was the first time she had seen Lin Ling behave this way. Senior Lin Ling experienced something unsettling in her Dongtian today. She's feeling a bit insecure. Mu Zhi'an transmitted his voice to Yin Ryu. Master Yin, I'll cultivate diligently and reach the core formation realm soon. I'll bring glory to the book pavilion. Please rest assured. So his innate celestial vessel hasn't changed. Yin Ryu confirmed once again, but she couldn't detect the alluring aura she had sensed earlier. She was disappointed. However, she consoled herself with the thought that his innate celestial vessel would still be effective once he reached the core formation realm. Besides, she wasn't entirely comfortable with the idea of using him to advance her cultivation. After all, this innocent young man respected her deeply. How would he feel if he discovered that the master he admired and trusted was actually guilt not at her? I have faith in your talent, Mu Zhi'an. If you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, come to the Shaola residence, she said with a smile. She stared at the seemingly fragile young man, her guilt morphing into a strange sense of pleasure. Yu Zian smiled warmly. As I mentioned before, Mu Zhi'an, my junior sister, and I share a close bond. So Dao Peak is like another home for you. Don't hesitate to visit if you need anything. She was slightly disappointed that she couldn't sense the alluring aura from his innate celestial vessel. However, it didn't matter. Even without the amplified aura, his constitution was still incredibly valuable. Yen Ryu glared at her senior sister, who was usually aloof and distant in front of the other disciples, yet acting like a friendly older sister towards Mu Zhi'an. Don't be fooled by her sweet words, Mu Zhi'an, she transmitted her voice. My senior sister is a cunning fox. Yes, the peak master of Dao Peak is only after my body. Only Master Yin truly cares about me. He nodded subtly. I understand, Master Yin. Satisfied, she turned away. Gu Huan remained silent, her gaze lingering on Mu Zhi'an. The aura she had sensed was definitely from an innate celestial vessel. But despite her thorough examination, she couldn't detect anything unusual. Could Ling Long have done something? Senior Ing, the pills you sent were very effective. I'll cultivate diligently and reach the core formation realm soon. I'll be at your service. Mu Zhi'an transmitted his voice to her. She narrowed her eyes, a seductive smile gracing her lips as she replied, My, what a sweet talker you are. I'll send you more pills later. If you need anything, come visit me at the back mountain. It didn't matter if his innate celestial vessel had undergone a transformation or not. She would know for sure once he reached the core formation realm. For now, his cultivation was her priority. As a seasoned peak master, she recognized his attempt to flatter her, but she didn't mind. Powerful figures didn't necessarily dislike flattery. They simply disliked blatant, insincere flattery. Mu Zhi'an was handsome and eloquent. His repeated use of the term sister pleased her immensely. He employed the same tactic with all three peak masters, delay, and it was surprisingly effective. With Ling Long present, Yen Ryu and the others didn't linger. They offered him a few words of encouragement, urging him to focus on his cultivation, then departed. Lan Mulian, who had remained silent throughout the encounter, glanced at him, her voice reaching his ears through a discreet transmission. Were you the one emitting that unusual spiritual energy earlier? He hesitated for a moment, then decided to answer truthfully. I received a destiny inheritance from Senior Ling Long, which amplified my innate celestial vessel. However, ask Senior Ling Long to seal it temporarily, he replied. Lan Mulian was a sharp and perceptive woman. It was best to be honest with her. It would earn her trust. She raised an eyebrow. A destiny inheritance shouldn't affect an innate celestial vessel. Did Ling Long give you a heavenly Dao aura? He was surprised. She knew about Ling Long's heavenly Dao aura, even its effects. I was right not to hide anything from senior sister. She knows too much. He nodded. The destiny inheritance included a heavenly Dao aura. She nodded, unsurprised. She had likely deduced this already. The peak masters might be kind to you, but they're not doing it out of pure altruism. They want something from you, she warned. Thank you for the warning, senior sister. I'll be careful, he said sincerely. They chatted for a while longer, then he remembered something. By the way, I haven't seen Fei Ying since we arrived at the Two Polarities sect. Do you know where she is, senior sister? She smiled faintly. My younger sister is in seclusion. She should reach the core formation realm in about 3 months. If you want to see her, you can visit the Peak of Celestial Secrets. However, the Peak Master is quite aloof and rarely grants audiences. Whether you can see Fei Ying depends on your own abilities. He understood. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed in the distance, drawing his attention towards the pilgrimage palace. Ruashi's tribulation isn't over yet. He decided to go and check on her. He reassured Lin Ling, urging her to return to the Garden of Heavenly Harmony. He knew she wasn't interested in such things. He made an excuse to leave, bidding farewell to Lan Mulian before flying towards the pilgrimage palace. The pilgrimage palace. The plaza was filled with blooming peach blossoms, but the sky was dark and oppressive, shrouded by storm clouds. Mu Zhi'an arrived to find the Yi sisters standing outside the palace. Lightning flashed, illuminating Yi Lingshuan's slender figure. The flickering light highlighted her delicate features, and her youthful beauty drew the attention of numerous disciples who had gathered to observe the tribulation. Sister Ruashi's tribulation has been going on for a long time. Will she be all right? Yi Qian asked, her voice filled with worry. Unlike her elder sister, she possessed a gentle and delicate aura. If not for her personality, most people would assume she was the elder sister. As for the reason, well, it's a sad story. Preoccupied with the powerful tribulation, the sisters hadn't noticed Mu Zhi'an's approach. Their gazes were fixed on the white-clad figure in the sky. Suddenly, Yi Qian gasped. Someone had patted her bottom and was now holding her hand. She was about to cry out when a familiar voice reached her ears. "What are you two doing here?" "Watching Lady Bai's tribulation." They turned to see Mu Zhi'an, Qian'er's eyes shining with delight, while Ling Xuan's held a mixture of emotions. "Brother Mu," Qian'er said softly, blushing at the memory of his earlier pat. "Sister Ruashi's tribulation seems to be lasting much longer than usual. We thought it was over after 6 bolts of lightning, but then 2 more came, and even peak mastery arrived," she explained. He looked up at the white-clad figure wielding her bronze sword. 8 bolts of lightning, he murmured. If he recalled correctly, the maximum number of bolts for a core formation tribulation was 6. Why was Ruashi facing 8? Yi Lingxian frowned. "There's a pill called the Tribulation Cloud Pill. It can attract additional bolts of lightning," she said softly. Qian'er's eyes widened. "You mean someone is sabotaging her? But why? Why would anyone create such a pill?" Lingxian stared at the figure in the sky. "The ingredients for the Tribulation Cloud Pill are rare, and the recipe is even rarer. As for its purpose, using tribulation lightning to temper one's body is a common cultivation technique. So, Sister Ruashi is in danger." Qian'er looked at Mu Zhi'an, her voice filled with concern. He smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry. Ruashi is strong. She can handle 8 bolts of lightning." Lingxian studied him, noting his calm demeanor and the unusual coldness in his eyes. As he had predicted, when the 7th bolt of lightning, one that shouldn't have been part of a core formation tribulation, descended, Ruashi raised her bronze sword and shattered it. Lightning crackled across the ground, a mesmerizing yet terrifying display. Over 100 disciples had gathered, their eyes filled with awe and admiration as they watched the spectacle. However, they kept their distance. Approaching the pilgrimage palace during a tribulation was a risky move. The third prince watched with wide eyes, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. Normally, 4 bolts of lightning were the limit for a core formation cultivator. Beyond that, their spiritual energy reserves would be depleted. Even with her monstrous talent, Ruashi should have reached her limit at 6 bolts. Yet, she had endured 7. This was beyond comprehension. "Junior Sister Bai's talent is truly astounding," a disciple murmured, his voice filled with admiration. 6 bolts should be the limit. Her spiritual energy reserves shouldn't be able to handle more. She's a true prodigy. It's a shame she already has a Tao companion. Sighs of regret rippled through the crowd. A beauty like her was a rare sight, even within the 2 polarities sect. Many of the disciples glanced towards Mu Zhi'an. Several had tried to woo Ruashi, but she had politely informed them that she already had a Tao companion. And that Tao companion was Mu Zhi'an. A foundation establishment cultivator had managed to capture the heart of a core formation prodigy, and she was utterly devoted to him. It was a fact that filled them with envy and rage. This Mu Zhi'an isn't just involved with Ruashi. He seems to be close to the Yi sisters as well, a disciple whispered. He's insatiable. If I had Junior Sister Bai, I wouldn't even look at another woman. Indeed, having Junior Sister Bai would be enough for a lifetime. Huh, as if you would refuse if you had the chance to have all 3 beauties, another disciple scoffed. The first disciple fell silent. His words earned him the scorn of the female disciples. The male disciples, however, understood Mu Zhi'an's predicament. Who would refuse the opportunity to have 3 stunning beauties? Of course, they were unaware that it wasn't just the 3 beauties who coveted Mu Zhi'an. Several of their masters were also eyeing his walking vessel with envy. If they ever discovered the truth, they would be driven mad with jealousy. After all, even among the disciples, There were those who dreamt of finding a wealthy and powerful partner, but the vast difference in status and power kept them from acting on their desires. Here comes the eighth bolt, the disciple shouted. The destructive power of this bolt is almost comparable to a nascent soul cultivator's attack. The power of tribulation, lightning scaled with the cultivator's strength. The tribulation by Ruashi was facing was far beyond the scope of the core formation realm. Sister Ruashi, Yi Qian whispered, her voice filled with worry. Yi Ling Xian remained silent, but her eyes betrayed her concern. If Bai Ruashi perished during this tribulation, she couldn't imagine how Mu Zhi'an would react. This tribulation, it felt more like a deliberate act of sabotage than a natural occurrence. Boom! A bolt of lightning, shaped like a serpentine dragon, crackled through the dark clouds, drawing gasps from the crowd. All eyes were fixed on the white-clad figure in the sky. Bai Ruashi seemed to be nearing her limit, her breath coming in ragged gasps. She retrieved a jade bottle and swallowed 7 or 8 fifth-grade Qi restoration pills. Then, she consumed 2 essence-replenishing pills. Where did she get so many pills? The disciples were stunned. These were 5th-grade pills, not some worthless beans. Inner disciples did receive 5th-grade pills, but they were usually meant for cultivation. Peak masters rarely bestowed such a large quantity of pills for rapid spiritual energy recovery. Where did she get them? As the disciples pondered this mystery, the lightning bolt, fully charged, struck. The sky blazed with blinding light. Bai Ruashi gripped her bronze sword and retrieved the heart-binding lock from her chest. Golden chains, like writhing dragons, surged forward, joining forces with the bronze sword to defend against the 8th bolt of lightning. Boom! The blinding light faded, and Bai Ruashi descended from the sky. Her lips were pale, her steps unsteady, but she had endured 8 bolts of lightning. As the tribulation ended, Mu Zhi'an flew towards her on his black sword. He caught her, his arm wrapping around her waist. He looked down at her pale face, then placed 2 essence-replenishing pills in her mouth. "Are you all right?" he asked softly. She leaned against him, ignoring the stares from the crowd. "I'm fine," she murmured. Though the 8 bolts of lightning had been unexpected, the bronze sword and the heart-binding lock had protected her from the brunt of their destructive power. And the pills Mu Zhi'an had given her had also helped. "That's good." He gently stroked her hair, then said softly, "But I might have a bit of a problem." She looked up at him, her eyes filled with confusion. He didn't explain. He simply held her close, then looked up at Yi Hao and the other peak masters who were observing the scene. Using his spiritual energy to amplify his voice, he addressed the crowd. "Peak masters, I believe this tribulation was a deliberate act of sabotage. I request that you use your divination techniques to investigate." His words echoed throughout the pilgrimage palace, stopping the departing disciples in their tracks. He listened to the whispers around him, his gaze fixed on the peak masters, his hand gently stroking Bai Ruashi's back as she rested against him. "If you want to make a scene, let's go all out." Standing among the crowd, the third prince watched Bai Ruashi's pale face and Mu Zhi'an's solicitous gestures with a smirk. Though his plan had failed, it had confirmed one thing. The tribulation cloud pill could indeed be used to manipulate tribulations. Unfortunately, the pill's recipe was incredibly rare, and he only had one. He wondered where that disciple had obtained it. A pang of regret stabbed at his heart. Even though his plan had failed, and Mu Zhi'an remained unharmed, what about Bai Ruashi? A proud man like Mu Zhi'an, witnessing his beloved woman suffering while he remained powerless, it would be a fate worse than death. As for the so-called divination technique, he wasn't concerned. He wouldn't have dared to appear here without taking precautions. He had been carrying a talisman that shielded him from divination techniques from the start. Meanwhile, Mu Zhi'an's words caused a stir among the disciples. "Junior brother Mu, what do you mean? Could you elaborate?" "Yes, you claim that someone sabotaged Lady Bai's tribulation. Do you have any evidence?" Most wouldn't connect Bai Ruashi's tribulation to a pill. After all, the tribulation cloud pill was incredibly rare. If not for Yi Lingshuan's earlier words, Mu Zhi'an, even suspecting foul play, wouldn't have considered such an obscure possibility. Three peak masters gracefully descended from the sky. Yihao, Ren Kaitai, the peak master of Metamorphic Jewel Peak, and Ning Shuwen, the vice peak master of Metamorphic Jewel Peak. Yihao addressed Mu Zhi'an. Explain yourself. Mu Zhi'an, his arms still around by Ruashi, bowed respectfully. Peak masters, I believe someone deliberately sabotaged Lady Bai's tribulation, intending to harm her. As for the reason, he paused, then continued. A core formation tribulation consists of only 6 bolts of lightning. However, Ruashi faced 8. Has such a thing ever happened before? Never, Yihao replied. He frowned, then nodded slowly, seemingly agreeing with Mu Zhi'an's assessment. Ren Kaitai raised an eyebrow, studying Mu Zhi'an silently. He wasn't eager to get involved in this mess. However, the talented disciple he had recently accepted was Mu Zhi'an's maid. Ren Kaitai cherished Wei Mingru, who possessed extraordinary talent despite her misfortune. He had gifted her numerous pills in addition to her monthly allowance as an inner disciple. It was all because of her talent. If this tribulation was indeed a deliberate act of sabotage, I will personally see that justice is served. Ren Kaitai said, his voice gentle yet firm. Thank you, Peak Masters, Mu Zhi'an replied gratefully. What do you propose we do? Yao asked. I request that you use your divination techniques to question each disciple individually. Ask them if they had anything to do with Lady Bai's tribulation, he replied. It would be a tedious and time-consuming process, but if this matter wasn't handled properly, it might happen again. Considering Mu Zhi'an's value and his connections to their disciples, the 3 Peak Masters agreed. As the Peak Masters began questioning the disciples one by one, Mu Zhi'an led by Ruashi to a nearby stone bench. My dear, what's going on? She asked softly, leaning against him. Didn't you realize something was wrong with your tribulation? He asked, his gaze fixed on the Peak Masters. She frowned, then nodded slowly. I did, but can they really find a culprit this way? As they spoke, Yi Lingxian and Yi Qian approached, their hands intertwined. Witnessing by Ruashi's weakened state and her intimate gesture with Mu Zhi'an, they refrained from commenting. However, their expressions were complex. Yi Lingxian retrieved an exquisite wooden box, opened it, and offered by Ruashi a pill. Sister Bai, this is an essence restoration pill. It will help you recover your spiritual energy faster, she said softly. Bai Ruashi looked up at the kind and gentle girl, her heart warming at the genuine concern in her eyes. Thank you, Lingxian, she said, accepting the pill. Lingxian smiled faintly. It's nice that they're getting along. Mu Zhi'an thought, his heart filled with contentment. Brother Mu, can divination techniques really identify the person who harmed Sister Bai? Yi Qian asked softly. He glanced at the disciples being questioned, then said, It's unlikely. Anyone with half a brain would have anticipated this. Bai Ruashi looked at him. Then why? He seemed to know what she wanted to ask. He stared at the crowd, his gaze settling on a specific figure. Divination techniques might not reveal the culprit, but if we already know who it is, there are plenty of ways to expose them. Next, Yihao watched as the disciples approached one by one, his brow furrowed with frustration. Even he had realized the problem. The culprit might not be among these disciples. Or perhaps the person responsible was present, but had taken measures to counter divination techniques. If they let the culprit escape, it might happen again. Ren Kaitai also realized the issue, his expression growing serious. Suddenly, a voice reached Yihao's ears through a discreet transmission. He froze, glancing at Mu Zhi'an, who had sent the message. He pondered for a moment, then nodded subtly, averting his gaze. Next, another disciple stepped forward. Yiyu, did you have anything to do with junior sister Bai's tribulation today? Yihao asked, his eyes glowing gold as he activated the divination technique. Yiyu's aura came into focus. If he lied, his aura would darken. However, this technique was useless against Yiyu, who was innocent. He had nothing to do with this matter. Wait. Mu Zhi'an's voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Yiyu frowned. Young Master Mu, the The Peak Masters are currently investigating the sabotage of Lady Bai's tribulation. Why are you interrupting? Lady Bai is a dear friend. Someone deliberately caused her to face 8 bolts of lightning. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. And whoever did this likely anticipated the use of divination techniques. Rin Kaitai and Ning Shuwen nodded in agreement. Are you suggesting you have a way to find the culprit, young Master Mu? Yi Yu asked, his voice laced with mockery. What could a newly accepted disciple do that the Peak Masters couldn't? Indeed, I do, Mu Zhi'an replied calmly. His words caused a stir. Yi Yu frowned, unsure of what Mu Zhi'an was up to. Mu Zhi'an approached the Peak Masters and offered them a pill. Peak Masters, this is a restoration pill. Anyone who consumes it will temporarily lose the effects of all talismans and secret techniques for a period of time. He turned to Yi Yu, a smile playing on his lips. Young Master Yi, would you be willing to consume this pill and answer our questions again? Yi Yu frowned. I've never heard of a restoration pill. What is it? There are thousands of pills in this world. Are you claiming to be an alchemy master who knows them all? Young Master Yi. Mu Zhi'an countered with a smile. Yi was speechless. Countless pill recipes remained unknown to even the most experienced alchemists. How could he, a novice alchemist, claim to know them all? However, he couldn't lose face in front of his sisters. Now that you mention it, I believe I've heard of this pill before, he said coldly. After all, you are an alchemist, young Master Yi, Mu Zhi'an said with a smile. Yi was surprised by the unexpected compliment. He glanced at Yi Lingxian and Yi Qian, who were sitting with by Ruoshi. However, their gazes remained fixed on Mu Zhi'an. His brief moment of satisfaction vanished. He turned back to Mu Zhi'an, his voice cold. I know what the restoration pill does, but how can I be sure you haven't tampered with it? I wouldn't dare do such a thing in front of the Peak Masters. If you're unsure, they can examine it first, Mu Zhi'an replied calmly. Yihao summoned the pill with a wave of his hand and examined it. He glanced at Mu Zhi'an, his eyes flickering with surprise. The 2 Peak Masters from Metamorphic Jewel Peak also studied the pill, then exchanged glances before looking away. There's nothing wrong with this pill. It won't harm you, Yihao said. Reluctantly, Yi Yu accepted the pill and swallowed it. After a brief pause, Yihao ignited a talisman, enhancing his divination technique. He stared into Yi Yu's eyes. Did you have anything to do with by Ruoshi's tribulation today? No, Yi replied, his voice firm and unwavering. The divination technique revealed nothing. Are you satisfied now? He asked Mu Zhi'an, his voice laced with irritation. Indeed, Mu Zhi'an smiled, then turned his gaze towards the handsome young man in the 4-clawed python robe. Your Highness, it's your turn. He produced another restoration pill. Panic flashed in the 3rd prince's eyes, his hand clenching into a fist within his sleeve. He was caught. The foolish prince had believed his preparations were flawless, even taking measures to shield himself from divination techniques. However, he hadn't anticipated a pill that could counter his methods. Seeing his hesitation, Yihao frowned. Ninglong, what are you waiting for? Whispers rippled through the crowd, the 3rd prince's reluctance fueling their suspicions. The whispers snapped him out of his daze. He glared at Mu Zhi'an. Him again, it's always Mu Zhi'an. If not for Mu Zhi'an, even the Peak Masters wouldn't have been able to identify the culprit. After all, there were so many people present at the Pilgrimage Palace. It would have been impossible to investigate. But now, a single pill had turned the tables. Ning Shuwen frowned, his gaze fixed on the ashen-faced prince. Ninglong, what's wrong with you? Seeing his continued hesitation and his hateful glare at Mu Zhi'an, the 3 Peak Masters had their answer. Mu Zhi'an, the 3rd prince roared, his eyes blazing with fury. Yihao's expression turned icy. This is a serious offense. I will personally escort you to the enforcement hall. Sending a disciple to the enforcement hall was essentially a death sentence for their sect career. They would face severe punishment and interrogation. With a wave of his hand, Yihao whisked the 3rd prince away. Mu Zhi'an watched them leave, his expression unreadable. He hadn't said a word throughout the ordeal. There was no need. Yihao would handle it. After all, the Immortal Ascension ceremony was only a few months away. Mbai Ruashi was crucial to Boundless Sea Peak's chances of finally breaking free from their last place ranking. Knowing how furious Hao was about this sabotage, Mu Zhi'an turned to the crowd and bowed. My apologies for the disturbance, senior brothers and sisters. If you ever need anything, please don't hesitate to ask. I'll do my best to help. Though they knew it was just a polite gesture, his humble and courteous demeanor earned him their favor. They returned the bow. As the disciples dispersed, Mu Zhi'an returned to the stone bench and looked at Bai Ruashi. "Can you walk?" he asked, his voice filled with concern. Her color had returned slightly, a faint blush replacing her earlier pallor. "I'm fine, but it will take a day or two for my spiritual energy to fully recover," she replied, nodding weakly. "It won't take that long." He glanced at her, then quickly averted his gaze, remembering the presence of the Yi sisters. He had to maintain a certain level of decorum. "You're always helping me, my dear. I'm so sorry to burden you again," she said, her voice filled with guilt. He chuckled, shaking his head. "Don't say that. We're in this together. Just focus on your cultivation. Leave everything else to me." He turned to the Yi sisters, his voice softening. "The same goes for you too. If you encounter any trouble, Brother Mu will help you." Whether it was the Yi sisters or Bai Ruashi, they were all incredibly talented. The stronger they became, the more beneficial it would be for him. Once he had nurtured these baby orcas in his pond, his life would be much easier. His own cultivation progress might be slow, but he could accelerate theirs. "What's wrong with being a kept man? Those pills you gave them, weren't those just ordinary beans you feed Senior Linling?" Bai Ruashi asked softly. What would you have done if the third prince had actually consumed one? The restoration pill, it had been a bluff. He had given them ordinary beans, one of Ling Long's favorite snacks. The three peak masters had known, but they had chosen not to expose him. He shook his head. "If you know who the culprit is, there are plenty of ways to expose their crimes." He looked up and saw two figures approaching. The peak master of Dao Peak and the founding peak master of Boundless Sea Peak. They had likely heard about the incident and had come to investigate. He bowed to them, then prepared to leave with Bai Ruashi and the Yi sisters. Yiyu, watching their harmonious interactions, finally snapped. "Lady Bai's cultivation progress since arriving at the sect has been astounding. I'm quite envious. Do you have any special techniques?" he asked, his voice laced with a subtle challenge. That idiot, the third prince, had used such a risky method to sabotage Bai Ruashi. If he had been caught, his reputation would have been ruined. His approach was much simpler and far more effective. His words drew the attention of the departing disciples. Mu Zhi'an turned towards the black-robed figure, his gaze steady. Yi Lingxian frowned, her hand tightening around Yi Qian's. She had once held some familial affection for Yiyu, but his repeated attempts to sabotage Mu Zhi'an had turned that affection into disgust. Yu Zian and Ing Guhuan landed gracefully, their gazes settling on Yiyu. They had investigated Mu Zhi'an's past and were aware of the deep animosity between him and Yiyu. Mu Zhi'an's expression remained calm. "What do you mean by that, young Master Yi?" he asked. "Are you suggesting there's a shortcut to cultivation?" Yiyu chuckled. "There are no shortcuts in cultivation." His tone shifted. "However, I once possessed a heavenly Dao aura. It mysteriously vanished in the Dragon Head Forest after my encounter with young Master Mu. I initially suspected that young Master Mu had obtained it, but now I'm considering another possibility." He stared at Mu Zhi'an, hoping to see a flicker of panic. If the matter of the heavenly Dao aura was exposed, people would view Mu Zhi'an differently. Even if no one within the sect dared to harm him, there was no telling what might happen during missions outside the sect. Gu Huan narrowed her eyes, her gaze lingering on the pale and weakened by Ruashi. Lady Bai has only been at the sect for a short time, yet she's already reached the third stage of core formation. I can't help but wonder if the heavenly Dao aura I lost that day is now within you, Yiyu said, his voice laced with a subtle accusation. Bai Ruashi remained silent, biting her lip as her grip on Mu Zhi'an's hand tightened. However, her weakened state rendered her gesture feeble. Realization dawned on Yi Lingxian and Yi Qian. So that's why Brother Yi Yu's cultivation had accelerated so rapidly. The heavenly Tao aura had been with him, and after he had lost it, Bai Ruoxi had somehow obtained it. That explained her monstrous cultivation speed. Yi Yu smirked inwardly, observing Bai Ruoxi's silence and her weakened state. Even if he couldn't reclaim the heavenly Tao aura, he wouldn't let Mu Zhi'an benefit from it. I'm not demanding that lady by surrender the heavenly Tao aura. I'm simply curious. Please don't misunderstand, he said with a smile. However, once the demonic cultivator within the sect learned of the heavenly Tao aura's presence within Bai Ruoxi, they would stop at nothing to obtain it. And that would create a huge problem for Mu Zhi'an. After a long silence, Mu Zhi'an sighed. You're right, young Master Yi. The heavenly Tao aura is with us, he said, meeting the gazes of the two peak masters. Yi was stunned by his honesty. Even Nguhuan narrowed her eyes, her gaze fixed on Mu Zhi'an. However, it's not with Ruoxi. Yi frowned, confused by Mu Zhi'an's words. Nguhuan watched him silently, awaiting his explanation. Under their intense scrutiny, Mu Zhi'an sighed again. The heavenly Tao aura is within my vessel. He looked at Nguhuan and Yu Zian, bowing respectfully. Peak masters, your suspicions were correct. Silence descended upon the plaza. Then, the two peak masters, accustomed to handling major events, felt their hearts race, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Silence filled the air as Nguhuan stared at Mu Zhi'an, her usually calm gaze replaced by a burning intensity, as if she were looking at a rare treasure. Yu Zian, clad in her Taoist robes, stood tall and elegant, the wind pressing the fabric against her curves. The peak master of Dao Peak couldn't hide the anticipation in her eyes. During her earlier visit to Ling Long's Dongtian, she had suspected a change in Mu Zhi'an's vessel. After all, she was incredibly sensitive to qi, and she had indeed sensed the unique aura of an innate celestial vessel while meditating at Dao Peak. However, upon arriving at the Dongtian, she hadn't detected any unusual changes in Mu Zhi'an, so she had reluctantly accepted his explanation that the aura had come from Ling Long. But his simple statement had revealed a shocking truth. The heavenly Tao aura was with Mu Zhi'an, and it was within his vessel. Is that true, young Master Mu? Yu Zian asked, her voice gentle, her smile serene. Is the heavenly Tao aura truly within your vessel? Has your vessel undergone any changes? Her eyes, however, betrayed her eagerness. Bai Ruoxi and the Yi sisters frowned, their intuition screaming that this peak master's gaze was far from appropriate. Even Yi Yu was stunned. The peak master's reactions weren't what he had expected. Even if they didn't covet a disciple's treasure, they should at least inquire about the heavenly Tao aura. Why were they focused on the vessel instead of the aura itself? What's all the commotion about? Has someone offended my inner disciple again? A clear, melodious voice echoed from the sky. They looked up to see a beautiful woman, clad in a black robe, descending gracefully. She exuded an aura of intelligence and charm. Yen Ryu's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Mu Zhi'an. She glanced at Yi Yu, then asked, "What are you two arguing about at the pilgrimage palace?" Nguhuan frowned, and the smile on Yu Zian's face faded. This is troublesome. They hadn't expected Yen Ryu to appear. If the heavenly Tao aura was truly within Mu Zhi'an's vessel, and he reached the core formation realm, as an inner disciple of the Book Pavilion, how could he refuse Yen Ryu's requests? And her beauty, coupled with her intelligence and the air of mystery cultivated through years of reading, was incredibly alluring to young men. If the master of the Book Pavilion beckoned, Mu Zhi'an would surely follow, body and soul. Mu Zhi'an bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Master Yen." She nodded, smiling warmly. "There's no need for formalities between us." She glanced at the disciples, then at Yi Yu. What happened here? This commotion even attracted the peak master of Dao Peak and Senior Ing. Her gaze shifted to Nguhuan. She rarely leaves the back mountain of Boundless Sea Peak. Why has she been so active lately? Young Master Yi suspects me of stealing his heavenly Tao aura, Master Yin. Mu Zhi'an replied respectfully. Heavenly Tao aura? Yin Ryu raised an eyebrow. She was well aware of the value of such an ancient treasure. To think Yu once possessed such a treasure. She glanced at Yu, then back at Mu Zhi'an, her brow furrowing. The Heavenly Tao aura is an ancient treasure. Possessing it doesn't guarantee ownership. It chooses its master. Are you certain the Heavenly Tao aura is with Mu Zhi'an? She asked Yu. He just admitted it, he spat, glaring at Mu Zhi'an. She was taken aback, glancing at her disciple in surprise. This wasn't like him. Under their scrutiny, Mu Zhi'an replied calmly, the Heavenly Tao aura young master you mentioned is indeed with me. Yin Ryu, why did you just blurt that out? How am I supposed to help you now? As Yin Ryu stared at him in disbelief, Mu Zhi'an recounted the events in Tianxin City. I had a spar with young Master Yi outside Tianxin City. The Heavenly Tao aura left him, and shortly after, I sensed it entering my vessel. Master Yin, your suspicions were correct. I was the one emitting that unusual spiritual aura. I received an opportunity within Senior Ling Long's Dongtian, which caused the Heavenly Tao aura to merge with my vessel. My spiritual energy underwent a transformation. However, since I haven't reached the core formation realm yet, I can't maintain that state constantly. Yin Ruyu's eyes widened, her gaze fixed on him. The Heavenly Tao aura is within your vessel. The disciples might be confused, but the peak masters, aware of his innate celestial vessel constitution, understood the implications. Once he reached the core formation realm, the spiritual energy he transferred to others would be significantly amplified. Seeing him nod, her eyes gleamed with excitement. Since the Heavenly Tao aura has chosen you, make good use of it. Do something meaningful, she said, her voice filled with approval. I will, Master Yin, he replied sincerely. Wait. Yu stared at Mu Zhi'an, his voice laced with suspicion. You're just covering for Bai Ruashi. If the Heavenly Tao aura is within you, how do you explain her monstrous cultivation speed? He had almost fallen for Mu Zhi'an's trick again. His target was Bai Ruashi. Mu Zhi'an had jumped in to protect her, claiming the Heavenly Tao aura for himself. If the demonic cultivator within the sect examined Mu Zhi'an and couldn't find the aura, the matter would be dropped. The more readily Mu Zhi'an admitted to possessing the aura, the more likely it was that Bai Ruashi actually had it. Mu Zhi'an sighed. Young Master Yi, the Heavenly Tao aura you lost that day is indeed with me. As for Ruashi's cultivation speed, that involves some personal secrets I'd rather not share. Please don't make this difficult for me. He glanced at the peak masters, noting their subtle frowns. They didn't want anyone else to know about his innate celestial vessel. Yu narrowed his eyes, unconvinced. Cultivation is a personal journey. Are you claiming you can accelerate Lady Bai's progress? Don't you know what your own Heavenly Tao aura does? Mu Zhi'an countered. Bai Ruashi's Heavenly Tao aura accelerated her absorption and refinement of spiritual energy, and its effects extended to those around her. Yu knew this. The Heavenly Tao aura can indeed boost the cultivation speed of those nearby, but not to this extent, he insisted, staring at Mu Zhi'an. Bai Ruashi had only been at the sect for a short time, yet she had already advanced from the first stage to the third stage of core formation. It was impossible without the Heavenly Tao aura. Mu Zhi'an's expression turned troubled. Yu smirked inwardly, about to press his advantage. Enough. The peak master of Tao Peak's voice, cold and commanding, silenced them. Yi looked up at the beautiful peak master. I understand you two have a history, but fighting within the sect is forbidden. If you have a grudge, settle it at the Immortal Ascension ceremony in 6 months, she said, her voice firm. She paused, then continued. As for Bai Ruashi's cultivation speed, whether she possesses the Heavenly Tao aura or not is none of your concern. Yin Ryu nodded in agreement. Indeed, regardless of whether she has the Heavenly Tao aura, discussing such matters publicly is inappropriate. Don't mention it again. They couldn't risk more people discovering the secret of the innate celestial vessel. In Guhuan, though silent, also nodded in agreement. With the three peak masters united, Yu had no choice but to back down, however reluctantly. He had achieved his objective. Though he hadn't been able to prove that by Ruashi possessed the heavenly Tao aura, her rapid progress was undeniably suspicious. It couldn't be explained without the aura. If this news reached the demonic cultivator within the sect, Mu Zhi'an would be in deep trouble. Meanwhile, he would simply focus on his own cultivation and await the opportunity Master had mentioned. He bowed, then left the pilgrimage palace. Mu Zhi'an bid farewell to the peak masters and left with by Ruashi and the Yi sisters, the eyes of the disciples following them. Though most hadn't heard the conversation, Yi Yu's accusation had reached their ears, and that was precisely what he had intended. Gu Huan stood in the air above the pilgrimage palace, her loose robe billowing in the wind, revealing her alluring curves. She watched Mu Zhi'an depart, a seductive smile playing on her lips as she twirled a strand of hair between her fingers. It seemed Yi Yu's suspicions were correct. The demonic cultivator within the two polarities sect wasn't a fool. There was no contradiction between Mu Zhi'an possessing the heavenly Tao aura and by Ruashi possessing it as well. After all, her cultivation speed was undeniably suspicious. It couldn't be explained solely by Mu Zhi'an's innate celestial vessel. If Yi Yu's heavenly Tao aura was truly with by Ruashi, what should I do? She immediately had her answer. By Ruashi and Mu Zhi'an were too close. She couldn't act rashly. After all, Mu Zhi'an was far more valuable than the heavenly Tao aura within by Ruashi. Her eyes flickered with a calculating glint. After escorting by Ruashi back to her room, Mu Zhi'an was about to leave when she spoke. "My dear, have I caused you trouble again?" she asked softly, her voice filled with guilt. Her usual delicate features were accentuated by her post-tribulation weakness, making her appear even more fragile and pitiful. He sat down beside her bed. This was bound to happen eventually. "It's fine," he said with a smile. Seeing the worry in her eyes, he continued, "The faster your cultivation progresses, the more people will suspect you of possessing the heavenly Tao aura. But this is the two polarities sect. No one would dare harm you here. But there's a demonic cultivator within the sect. What if they—" She was still worried. Mu Zhi'an had admitted to possessing the heavenly Tao aura. What if the demonic cultivator targeted him? She wished she was stronger. If she had reached the nascent soul realm, she could handle most threats with ease. He gently stroked her hair, his fingers combing through her soft strands. She wore a white dress embroidered with snow lotuses, her ample bosom straining against the fabric. Her lips were pale, a lingering effect of the tribulation. She gazed at him, her eyes filled with concern. He smiled warmly. "Just focus on recovering and cultivating. Leave everything else to me." His own cultivation progress might be slow, but he could accelerate hers. Perhaps his heaven-defying talent lay in his ability to support others. His words calmed her anxieties. She blushed, lowering her eyes as she nodded softly. He was right. She needed to recover and focus on becoming stronger so that she could protect him from any threats, whether it was enemies or seductive temptresses. Her gaze softened, and she pulled him closer, burying his face in her embrace. She closed her eyes, savoring his presence, his warmth radiating against her skin. "Doesn't she know this is suffocating?" He glanced up at her, seeing the blissful expression on her face. He couldn't bring himself to disturb her. Though he was struggling to breathe, it was a small price to pay for her happiness. Yi Qian and Yi Lingxian walked hand-in-hand back to their residence within the Jade Glass Palace. Qianer, her slender waist and blossoming figure accentuated by her dress and ribbon, frowned. "Sister, why does Brother Yi always target Brother Mu?" Lingxian walked beside her, her voice soft. "I'm not sure." She didn't know the reason for their animosity, but when she had investigated Mu Zhi'an, she had learned that their conflict had stemmed from an incident where Yi Yu had caused trouble at the Mu Manor. And afterwards, Mu Zhi'an and Bai Ruashi had grown closer. Perhaps that was the root of their feud. As for now, If Yu's heavenly Tao aura was truly with Mu Zhi'an, it was understandable why he harbored such hatred. If Brother Yu and Brother Mu fight, whose side will you take, sister? Qin'er asked suddenly. Lingxian paused, then looked at her sister, who had stopped walking and was staring at her intently. She smiled after a moment. I'll take whoever side you choose, Qin'er. Whose side will you choose? She asked, her eyes twinkling playfully. Qin'er blushed, lowering her head. You're always teasing me, sister. If she hadn't met Mu Zhi'an, she would have sided with Yu out of loyalty to their family. But now, the answer was obvious. Lingxian smiled at her blushing sister, then sighed inwardly. What would Qin'er think if she discovered her relationship with Mu Zhi'an? Perhaps it was time to have a serious conversation with her. Mu Zhi'an, relishing the lingering scent of Bairuashi's embrace, left her room and stepped out into the courtyard. Mingru, could you give me a ride? Wei Mingru materialized before him, her expression cold and aloof. Where are you going? She hesitated, then continued. You admitted to possessing the heavenly Tao aura. Aren't you worried about attracting unwanted attention? He raised an eyebrow, chuckling. This is the sect. The disciples wouldn't dare do anything here. The real threat isn't the disciples, but the demonic cultivator. Her eyes widened. You mean the founding peak master of boundless sea peak? The demon realm's objective was the heavenly Tao aura, and both the aura within him and the one within Bairuashi were targets for Inguhuan. Being targeted by such a powerful being would be troublesome, even within the two polarities sect. He nodded. That's why I need you to take me to Boundless Sea Peak, Mingru. I need to have a talk with Peak Mastering. A talk? What are you planning? She asked, surprised. He was going to confront the demonic cultivator residing in the back mountain of Boundless Sea Peak. I'm going to utilize everything I can, he said, meeting her gaze, a smile playing on his lips. Including myself. Evening descended upon the back mountain of Boundless Sea Peak. Inguhuan sat languidly on her throne, her legs crossed elegantly, her gaze fixed on the entrance to the hall. There were 13 seats within the demon realm, and she ranked 7th. The rankings weren't based on strength, but on the order in which they had joined the demon realm. 1,000 years ago, when she was still at the Qi condensation realm, she had left her impoverished village in the northern realm and joined the demon realm. She had caught the eye of the demon realm empress while at the core formation realm, becoming the 7th seat and receiving a wealth of resources. Few earned the empress's favor, and she was one of them. She wasn't the only demonic cultivator within the two polarities sect. She had 5 trusted subordinates, each embedded within one of the main peaks. These subordinates rarely contacted her, only reporting when something significant occurred. The last report she had received was on a certain night not long ago. It contained only one piece of information. Yiyu's heavenly Tao aura had vanished. The two most likely suspects were Mu Zhi'an and Bairuashi. She had examined Mu Zhi'an and confirmed he didn't possess the aura. Therefore, Bairuashi was the most likely candidate. However, considering the aura wasn't a pressing matter, and she couldn't be certain of the truth, she had taken no action. But recently, Yu had accused Bairuashi of possessing the heavenly Tao aura, and Mu Zhi'an had claimed it for himself. It was a curious development. She hadn't sensed the aura when she had examined him. A young disciple entered the hall, his voice clear and melodious. Master, there's a disciple requesting an audience. Inguhuan, who was playing with a strand of her hair, looked up. It's Mu Zhi'an, an inner disciple of the book pavilion. He says he has something important to report, the disciple continued. Her secluded mountain retreat was rarely disturbed, even by Yi Hao, the peak master of Boundless Sea Peak. Mu Zhi'an was the first to be so bold. Mu Zhi'an, she tapped her finger on the armrest, her eyes narrowing. Bring him in, she said, her voice a seductive purr. Mu Zhi'an, escorted by the disciple, entered the hall and found Inguhuan in the side chamber. She wore a sheer red dress that revealed glimpses of her smooth, white skin. She sat with her legs crossed, sipping tea leisurely. She was alluring and seductive, the red dress enhancing her captivating charm. Young Master Mu, Shouldn't you be tending to your Tao companion? Why have you come to Boundless Sea Peak? She asked, her voice soft and inviting. Do you have something important to discuss with me? Her eyes held a glimmer of anticipation. He bowed respectfully. Indeed, Senior. I have something to discuss with you. What is it? He glanced around, then said, Could you please dismiss the others? She raised an eyebrow, then gestured to the two disciples attending her. Once they had left, she invited Mu Zhi'an to take a seat. You're only at the 8th stage of foundation establishment. You're still far from the core formation realm. Focus on your cultivation, young man. Don't worry about other matters, she said gently. Her words were filled with warmth and concern, but her eyes held a predatory glint. He chuckled wryly. I would love to focus on my cultivation, Senior, but trouble seems to find me. You witnessed what happened today. I didn't seek out conflict. Someone is trying to get revenge on me. She scoffed. By Ruoshi, Yi Lingxian, Yi Qian, they're all highly sought-after beauties, even within the sect. And even your maid is a stunning woman. Having a close relationship with one girl is one thing, but you're involved with so many at once. It's no wonder people resent you and seek revenge. My conflict with you started back in Tianxian City. It's not something I can control, he sighed. As for the third prince, he tried to harass my sisters during the sect entrance examination. That's how our conflict began. I never expected him to resort to such methods to harm those close to me. It's difficult to focus on cultivation with all these distractions, he said, his voice laced with frustration. She raised an eyebrow, taking a sip of her tea. She shifted her position, revealing a glimpse of her long, slender legs beneath her sheer red dress. I'll speak to the enforcement hall about the third prince. He'll be confined to his quarters even after he returns to the great Qian dynasty. You won't have to see him again. What about Yiyu? He asked. She fell silent. If by Ruoshi truly possessed the heavenly Tao aura, she wouldn't stand idly by. It seems I came at the right time. He understood her silence. Senior, are you the 7th seed? He asked directly. She stared at him, surprise flickering in her eyes. How did you find out? She asked, her voice low. Your subordinate revealed it before he died, he replied. She lifted his chin with her delicate finger, her touch sending shivers down his spine. You know too much. Aren't you afraid you won't leave this hall alive? She asked, her voice a seductive whisper. He took her hand in his gaze meeting hers. My loyalty to you is unwavering, Senior. Heaven and earth can bear witness. She chuckled. No one would believe you even if you reported me. Tell me, what is your true purpose here? She discreetly withdrew her hand, her eyes softening. You must have heard Yi Yu's accusations about the heavenly Tao aura, he said. She nodded. Yes, I know it's within your vessel, she said, her eyes twinkling with amusement. Is there another heavenly Tao aura within by Ruoshi? She asked casually. Her voice, soft and alluring, sent shivers down his spine. He almost blurted out the truth. However, the heavenly Tao aura within him shielded his mind, snapping him out of his daze. He looked at her, a hint of fear in his eyes. Was this demonic cultivator a fox in disguise? Her charm was far more potent than any woman he had encountered before, except for the demon realm empress. There's only one heavenly Tao aura, and it's with me, he said earnestly. She narrowed her eyes, studying his handsome features. Do you take me for a fool? She asked, her voice laced with amusement as she traced the rim of her teacup with her finger. I wouldn't dare deceive you, Senior. You're far too intelligent. He set down his teacup and changed the subject. At your level of cultivation, Senior, the heavenly Tao aura is probably useless, right? It chooses its master. If it recognized you, it would find its way to you eventually. He was referring to the fact that the heavenly Tao aura didn't simply fly towards its chosen master. It subtly guided events to ensure its arrival. Ruoshi's heavenly Tao aura was a prime example. Forcing the heavenly Tao aura to submit, it seems pointless unless you intend to return it to the demon realm, he said. You're right. Even if I obtained it, I would simply return it to the demon realm, she said with a chuckle. But doing so would earn me a reward. Why would I refuse such an opportunity? She paused, her gaze meeting his. Unless you can offer me something more enticing? Her voice was laced with a seductive drawl. Her red dress, seemingly too small for her curves, clung to her body, highlighting her voluptuous figure. Her fragrance filled his senses, and her long hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall. Even Mu Zhi'an, a seasoned veteran of countless romantic encounters, felt his mouth go dry. However, he didn't avert his gaze. He met her eyes, his heart pounding as he savored her alluring presence. He boldly took her hand in his, her skin soft and cool against his. I can't offer you anything material, Senior. All I can offer is my sincerity. There might be many heavenly Tao auras in this world, but only I can truly benefit you. She narrowed her eyes, her gaze unwavering. Even a simple gesture, coming from her, was filled with a seductive charm. You're quite bold and clever. So, what do you say, Senior Ing? He asked tentatively. Focus on your cultivation. Don't worry about anything else. If you encounter any trouble, come to the back mountain and discuss it with me, she said with a smile. Relief washed over him. I'll cultivate diligently, Senior Ing. I won't disappoint you, he said, bowing respectfully. Mu Zhi'an left the back mountain of Boundless Sea Peak and found his maid waiting for him. We can go now, Mingru, he said, approaching her. She glanced at him, her expression softening as she saw his smile. She knew he had succeeded. She summoned her flying sword, then asked she agreed. He nodded. Whether Ruashi has the heavenly Tao aura or not, she won't pursue the matter further. Yiyu had assumed that alerting the demonic cultivator within the sect would create a huge problem for Mu Zhi'an. However, he hadn't anticipated that Mu Zhi'an was a double agent for the demon realm. Or rather, he was a triple agent, a blade dancing between the demon realm and the Two Polarities sect. And he had already met his superiors. She doesn't care about the heavenly Tao aura? Wei Mingru asked, her brow furrowed with disbelief. He chuckled, wrapping his arm around her slender waist, enjoying the scent of her hair. The heavenly Tao aura is valuable. But my heavenly Tao aura is even more valuable. Even without the aura, he would still be valuable to Nguhuan. On one hand, she had the heavenly Tao aura, which she would have to surrender immediately upon obtaining it. On the other hand, she had his innate celestial vessel, amplified by the heavenly Tao aura and his connection to Ling Long. The choice was obvious. As expected of his most trusted maid, Wei Mingru immediately understood. You made her choose between you and the heavenly Tao aura, she asked, her eyes widening. If that was the case, Nguhuan's decision was understandable. Even if she handed over the heavenly Tao aura to the demon realm, all she would receive were pills and cultivation techniques. While such rewards were tempting, they were ultimately external possessions. True strength came from within. Seeing his silence, she knew her guess was correct. She glanced at him, a hint of amusement in her eyes. So that's why he's been receiving so many pills. The peak masters are all coveting his vessel, eager for him to reach the core formation realm. She steered the flying sword away from Boundless Sea Peak. Don't go back yet, Mingru. Take me to the book pavilion, he said suddenly. She glanced at him. You going to see Master Yin? Not Master Yin, he said with a smile. I'm going to see the princess. Princess Yoning had paid 1,000,000 spirit stones on the third prince's behalf. She definitely had an ulterior motive. Even royalty wouldn't part with such a sum without expecting something in return. Judging by her tone when she had mentioned the third prince, she held no affection for him, which meant she needed him to do something for her. What could a useless prince like him possibly do for her? What are you planning? Wei Mingru asked, her gaze fixed on him. The princess is aware of everything that happens within the sect, but there are only 1 or 2 disciples with royal connections, he said, his voice laced with a hint of mischief. Where do you think she gets her information, Mingru? She hesitated. You're saying she had the third prince report to her? He was likely one of her sources, he replied. So what does that have to do with you visiting her? I'm going to be her new informant. He smiled. The third prince's mission ends once he leaves the sect. As they left boundless Sea Peak, news of the events at the Pilgrimage Palace reached the ears of the Peak Masters. Within the main hall of the Peak of Celestial Secrets, Yu Xuanji, clad in a black robe, sat in meditation atop a lotus flower floating in a pool of water. She read the report, a seductive smile gracing her lips. It was almost certain now. Mu Zhi'an was an innate celestial vessel. Realization dawned on her. So that's why the Peak Masters had been showering him with pills. She had initially assumed it was because of his connection to Linglong, but they were simply trying to accelerate his progress to the core formation realm. The reason was obvious. The effectiveness of an innate celestial vessel increased with the user's cultivation level. Once Mu Zhi'an reached the core formation realm, his vessel would be incredibly beneficial to nascent soul cultivators, even allowing them to break through their bottlenecks. Each stage within the nascent soul realm was like an insurmountable chasm, and an innate celestial vessel could bridge that gap. Those two sisters from Dao Peak and the founding Peak Master of Boundless Sea Peak, they're truly ruthless in their pursuit of power. She scoffed, tossing the report aside. She glanced at the disciple beside her. Send some qi gathering pills to the Garden of Heavenly Harmony tomorrow. Despite her disdain, she knew ruthlessness was key in cultivation. Jade Glass Palace. Back in his residence, Yiyu sat in meditation on his bed. Master, he asked mentally, now that the matter of the heavenly Tao aura has been exposed, how long until the demonic cultivator targets Mu Zhi'an? He might not be able to reclaim the heavenly Tao aura, but neither would Bai Ruoxi. News of the aura had spread throughout the sect. Even though Mu Zhi'an had claimed it for himself, the demonic cultivator wouldn't rule out Bai Ruoxi as a suspect. And then, with their influence within the two polarities sect, dealing with a mere disciple would be child's play. According to Master, the demonic cultivator was likely a peak master or an elder from one of the three minor peaks. Regardless of their position, they held significant power within the sect. If they wanted to act, they could simply exploit the demonic energy within Bai Ruoxi. While the sect might overlook this minor flaw, considering her talent, it would be a different story if she possessed the heavenly Tao aura. The allure of the heavenly Tao aura far outweighed her value as a disciple. The old man's voice echoed in his mind. If I'm not mistaken, they should make a move within the next few days. After all, to obtain the heavenly Tao aura, they need to confirm whether Mu Zhi'an or Bai Ruoxi possesses it. But sending disciples to investigate won't be enough. Yiyu's eyes gleamed with anticipation. So the peak master who interacts with Mu Zhi'an most frequently in the next few days is likely the demonic cultivator? It made perfect sense. Sending disciples to secretly examine Mu Zhi'an or Bai Ruoxi wouldn't be enough to confirm the presence of the heavenly Tao aura. The demonic cultivator would have to act personally, and that was their chance to identify them. He frowned suddenly. But Linglong resides in the Garden of Heavenly Harmony. Even without the heavenly Tao aura, the Peak Masters would still visit Mu Zhi'an. No, they wouldn't, the old man's voice said. Linglong values her peace and quiet. The Peak Masters have been at the sect for years. They wouldn't dare disturb her. Even if they wanted to curry favor with her, they wouldn't visit her personally. Yi nodded thoughtfully. He clenched his fist, suppressing his excitement. So they didn't have to do anything. They could simply sit back and watch as Mu Zhi'an dealt with this mess. He closed his eyes, imagining the inevitable conflict between Mu Zhi'an and Bai Ruoxi. With his hypocritical nature, Mu Zhi'an would surely blame Ruoxi for this predicament. And then perhaps he could even reclaim the heavenly Tao aura. Mu Zhi'an had used this tactic to drive a wedge between him and Bai Ruoxi, and now he could use the same tactic against them. He calmed himself and focused on his cultivation, but he couldn't wait to see what would unfold in the coming days. Meanwhile, Mu Zhi'an was at the Shaolu residence, chatting with the master of the book pavilion. Don't worry about Yiyu. Even if you possess the heavenly Tao aura, I'll protect you, Yin Ryu said, her voice gentle as she poured him a cup of tea. Just focus on your cultivation. Thank you, Master Yin. I'll cultivate diligently and live up to your expectations, he replied gratefully. She nodded, pleased, imagining the delicious cabbage he would become once he matured. By the way, Master Yin, I saw Princess Yongning visiting you a while back. Where is she now? He asked. Yongning? She returned to the palace a few days ago, she replied with a smile. She paused, then asked, Are you looking for her? He nodded. I have something I'd like to discuss with her. She pondered for a moment. The immortal ascension ceremony is in 6 months. Representatives from various powers across the Eastern realm will attend, including Princess Yongning. Of course, if it's urgent, I can send a letter to the palace and ask her to visit. He chuckled, shaking his head. It's not urgent. I've completely offended the third prince. I'm worried he might seek revenge once he returns to the palace. I wanted to discuss this matter with Princess Yongning. Her eyes turned cold. The third prince? He'll be confined to his quarters for 3 years. Even after he returns home, he'll have no power. The two polarities sect had that much influence in the Eastern realm. The third prince had attempted to harm a sect disciple, an inner disciple of Boundless Sea Peak, no less. With Mu Zhi'an's connections, a few letters from the Peak Masters would be enough to ensure the Emperor took appropriate action. Mu Zhi'an's value to the Peak Masters far outweighed that of a mere prince. He sighed with relief. Thank you, Master Yin. I'll discuss this matter with Princess Yongning during the Immortal Ascension ceremony. He wasn't in a hurry to meet with the princess. After all, the fish in his pond were still unsettled, and there were great white sharks circling him. He needed to be cautious. Steady and slow wins the race. His parents had named him Zhi'an, hoping he would lead a content and peaceful life. It's getting late, Master Yin. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave and return to my cultivation, he said, testing the waters. She nodded, offering him a few words of encouragement and promising additional resources if he needed them. These resources weren't part of his official allowance as an inner disciple. She would personally provide him with extra pills. It wasn't solely because of his innate celestial vessel. His personality and his respectful demeanor were also factors. He bid farewell to Yin Ruyu and returned to the Garden of Heavenly Harmony with Wei Mengru. News of his confession regarding the heavenly Tao aura spread throughout the sect. Cultivation was a monotonous and tedious affair, so even the smallest bit of gossip provided a welcome distraction. And the heavenly Tao aura was far from a trivial matter. Some believed his claim, while others remained skeptical. After all, why would he so readily admit to possessing such a treasure when questioned by Yiyu? However, this was the two polarities sect. No one dared to harass him at the Garden of Heavenly Harmony, regardless of whether he truly possessed the aura. Even if some harbored ill intentions, they kept them hidden. That night, Lan Mulian, at Two Polarities Peak, also learned of the news. She frowned, pondering for a moment before heading to her desk to write a letter. Young Master Mu, it's been a while. Has your cultivation progressed? Or are you still indulging in your usual frivolous pursuits? She paused, staring at the words, her brow furrowing. It sounded jealous. She shook her head, crumbling the letter into dust. She retrieved a fresh sheet of paper. Junior Brother Mu, your public confession regarding the heavenly Tao aura was rather reckless. Are you free tomorrow? I would like to invite you to Two Polarities Peak. Reckless, that might sound offensive, and it sounded a bit desperate. She crumpled the letter again. She gazed at the night sky, sighing softly. Forget it. I'll just visit the Garden of Heavenly Harmony myself tomorrow. The next morning, as Mu Zhi'an diligently tended to Bairuashi's needs, an unexpected guest arrived at the Garden of Heavenly Harmony. Yu Xuanji. He was in bed with Bairuashi when he received the news. Reluctantly, he got up and changed his clothes. After all, she was a high-ranking member of the sect. He couldn't be rude. It seems the allure of my innate celestial vessel is truly irresistible, he thought, combing his hair in front of the bronze mirror. He would inevitably be seen by other disciples as he crossed the plaza, so news of her visit spread quickly. It also reached Yiyu's ears. Young Master Yi, have you heard? The Peak Master of the Peak of Celestial Secrets went to the Garden of Heavenly Harmony early this morning, a female disciple said, her voice laced with admiration. For outer disciples like them, getting an audience with a peak master was a rare opportunity. Even inner disciples rarely saw their peak masters. Only a select few, like by Ruashi and Mu Zhi'an, enjoyed frequent interactions with the peak masters. Bai Ruashi's talent was the reason for her special treatment, while Mu Zhi'an's situation was more complicated. He didn't seek out these great white sharks. They were the ones who wanted to devour him, the fish farmer tending to his pond. Yi Yu smiled, maintaining his gentle and refined persona in front of the female disciple. I know. It's so nice that Lady Bai and young Master Mu reside in the Garden of Heavenly Harmony. That's why the peak masters visit them so often, she said, her voice filled with envy. Perhaps, but it might not be a good thing, he replied, forcing a smile, his heart burning with jealousy. Perhaps the peak master of the Peak of Celestial Secrets has another motive. Could she be the demonic cultivator master mentioned? It seems young Master Yi knows something we don't, the female disciple said with a smile. He simply smiled, offering no explanation. Silence is golden. Look, young Master Yi. Someone else is arriving at the Jade Glass Palace, she exclaimed, pointing towards the sky. He looked up and saw a woman in a loose Taoist robe descending gracefully. She was elegant and alluring, a gentle smile gracing her lips. The Peak Master of Dao Peak. Why are there so many Peak Masters here? Are there two demonic cultivators? As the thought crossed his mind, another figure descended from the sky, clad in a moon-white dress, a golden crescent moon pendant swaying gently against her chest. Her beauty was breathtaking. Senior Sister Lan. Senior Sister Lan is here. Excited cries erupted from the disciples. Lan Mulian rarely left two polarities peak, but her popularity within the sect remained unwavering. It was partly due to her status as the sect master's only disciple, and partly due to her beauty and her kind treatment of others. She smiled at the disciples, then flew towards the Garden of Heavenly Harmony. Yi Yu was stunned. If Master was right about Ling Long's preference for solitude, there shouldn't be so many peak masters visiting the Garden of Heavenly Harmony. Even Senior Sister Lan was here. But if they weren't visiting Ling Long, what were they doing here? As he pondered this question, Lan Mulian arrived at the Garden of Heavenly Harmony. She frowned, seeing the two alluring women in the courtyard. What are the peak masters of Dao Peak and the Peak of Celestial Secrets doing here? And are those pills on the table for Mu Zhi'an? He wasn't their disciple, as far as she knew. Is it because of Ling Long? But why would they give him pills meant for accelerating progress at the Foundation Establishment realm instead of something Ling Long would appreciate? As she pondered this mystery, Mu Zhi'an stretched languidly and stepped out into the courtyard, ready to greet the two peak masters. He sensed a cold gaze and assumed it was Wei Mengru. He was about to tease her when he saw the moon-white figure standing by the pond. His heart skipped a beat. Holy crap, Senior Sister is here too. There are many types of constitutions in the cultivation world, and the innate celestial vessel was one of the rarest. In fact, Mu Zhi'an might be the only one in the entire 9 realms. It was no wonder the peak masters were so interested in him once they discovered his secret. The peak master of Dao Peak, usually aloof and distant, rarely granted audiences even to her inner disciples. Yet, recently, she had been interacting with Mu Zhi'an frequently. She justified her actions as a peak master's concern for a disciple's well-being, hoping to nurture the little cabbage and help him reach the core formation realm. At least, that's what she told herself. Yu Zhi'an sat at the pavilion, her voluptuous figure concealed by her loose black robe, sipping tea as she watched the scene unfold by the pond. Mu Zhi'an was chatting with Lan Mulian, who had just arrived. Yu Xuanji, the peak master of the Peak of Celestial Secrets, sat across from her, her long, slender legs crossed elegantly. She twirled her teacup between her fingers, a playful smile gracing her lips. This young master from the Mu family is quite charming. I've never seen anyone so close to Junior Sister Lan, she remarked. Though he's only at the Foundation Establishment realm, his manners and social skills are far superior to most disciples. It's no wonder he's caught Junior Sister Lan's attention. Yu Zhi'an replied with a smile. Most of the newly accepted disciples, apart from a few rogue cultivators, came from wealthy and influential families. They were accustomed to being pampered and having their every whim catered to. However, within the two polarities sect, everyone was equal. There were no servants to cater to their every need. So many struggled to adapt. Mu Zhi'an, on the other hand, seemed perfectly at ease. He had likely honed his social skills through frequent interactions with others back in Tianxian City. It was no wonder he had caught Lan Mulian's eye. Perhaps she's also aware of the secret within his vessel, Yu Xuanji said, her gaze lingering on Mu Zhi'an. She glanced at her senior sister, who usually maintained an unapproachable goddess persona in front of her disciples. You two are quite cunning. You've known about his secret all along, haven't you? You're simply keeping it to yourselves so you can enjoy his innate celestial vessel all to yourselves. Yu Zhi'an shook her head. I only learned of it recently. Initially, I simply wanted to help him progress faster, considering he's my junior sister's disciple. With his talent, he shouldn't be stuck at the 8th stage of foundation establishment. Yu Xuanji chuckled, her gaze fixed on her serious face senior sister. Sure, you just want him to reach the core formation realm, so you can use him for your own cultivation. Of course, she wouldn't voice her thoughts. It would only invite a retort. Yu Zhi'an had come to the Garden of Heavenly Harmony to deliver pills, hoping to encourage Mu Zhi'an to focus on his cultivation and reach the core formation realm quickly. And she wasn't the only one. Yu Xuanji turned her attention to Lan Mulian, who was chatting with Mu Zhi'an by the pond. Junior sister Lan could also take on a disciple once she reaches the nascent soul realm, she said, her voice laced with a hint of mischief. Considering their close relationship, perhaps she'll take Mu Zhi'an as her disciple. Junior sister Lan only cares about cultivation. She wouldn't bother taking on a disciple, Yu Zhi'an replied, shaking her head. Besides, my junior sister wouldn't let Mu Zhi'an leave the book pavilion. He doesn't seem like the type to betray his master. A pang of regret stabbed at her heart. During the inner disciple selection, they had all focused on recruiting the most talented prodigies. However, Yen Ryu had gone against the grain, choosing Mu Zhi'an without hesitation. She had been puzzled by her junior sister's decision, even wondering if she had lost her mind. Now, it seemed she had been too slow to react. If Mu Zhi'an was a disciple of Dao Peak, she could at least experiment a little. We should have fought harder for him that day. Yu Xuanji sighed, echoing Yu Zhi'an's thoughts. Yen Ryu had never taken on a personal disciple before, yet she had been the first among the peak masters to do so that day. It had been strange. They had assumed she was simply interested in his connection to Ling Long, so they hadn't questioned her decision. Now, it seemed they had missed a golden opportunity. No matter how much kindness they showered upon him now, it wouldn't compare to the favor Yen Ryu had earned by choosing him without hesitation. Her actions that day must have left a deep impression on him. Both Yu Xuanji and Yu Zhi'an sighed inwardly. If Mu Zhi'an reached the core formation realm, Yen Ryu would be his mentor and his benefactor. Judging by the admiration in his eyes when he had mentioned her earlier, he clearly adored her. Once the cabbage ripened, Yen Ryu could simply summon him to her residence, sit back, cross her legs, and beckon him with her finger. He would be putty in her hands. And as a disciple of the book pavilion, the other peak masters couldn't easily summon him to their donshans. They would have to wait until Yen Ryu was finished with him before they could have a taste. As they pondered this frustrating situation, Mu Zhi'an and Lan Mulian approached the pavilion. My apologies for keeping you waiting, peak masters, Mu Zhi'an said, bowing respectfully. There's no need for formalities. Please sit, Yu Zhi'an said, her smile warm and welcoming. She poured them each a cup of tea, then glanced at Lan Mulian. It's rare to see you leave two polarities peak, junior sister Lan. What brings you here today? She asked with a smile. Though Lan Mulian was only at the peak of the core formation realm, as the sect master's disciple, her status was comparable to that of a peak master. All the disciples, regardless of their peak or affiliation, knew of her status and her reclusive nature. As Mu Zhi'an had accurately assessed, she was a homebody, so her presence at the Garden of Heavenly Harmony was intriguing. Was it because of Ling Long? Or because of Mu Zhi'an? Lan Mulian removed her veil, revealing her breathtaking beauty. I've reached the peak of the core formation realm. Further cultivation won't yield any results. I thought I'd take a break from my secluded training and perhaps gain some new insights, she explained with a smile. The nascent soul realm was known as the realm of earthly immortals because cultivators at that level were incredibly rare. While the Two Polarities sect had numerous nascent soul cultivators, it didn't mean they were common throughout the 9 realms. A nascent soul cultivator could dominate any region in the 9 realms, their power unmatched. They were treated as honored guests by powerful families, showered with gifts and favors. Some families even offered pills and beautiful women to entice wandering nascent soul cultivators to stay within their territory, even for a short period. A nascent soul cultivator's presence brought immense benefits. You're right. A change of scenery might spark new insights. Perhaps you'll even reach the nascent soul realm soon, Mu Zhi'an said, nodding in agreement. Lan Mulian took a sip of her tea and looked at the 2 peak masters. What brings you 2 here? She asked with a smile. Mu Zhi'an's 2 disciples were the Yi sisters, while Yuxuanji had accepted Lan Feiying and Luo Yuan as her inner disciples. They had no reason to visit the Garden of Heavenly Harmony. Yet, here they were bearing gifts of pills meant for Foundation establishment cultivators. It was obvious the pills were intended for Mu Zhi'an. Yi Ling Xianqiu's Dao peak thanks to young Master Mu's influence. This is a small token of our appreciation, Mu Zhi'an explained, offering a plausible excuse. My disciple, Luo Yuan, had a minor conflict with young Master Mu recently. I came to see what transpired and to pay my respects to Senior Ling Long. Yuxuanji added, offering her own excuse. They didn't want anyone else to know about his innate celestial vessel. They already had their hands full. Adding 2 or 3 more competitors would only complicate matters. Of course, they were unaware that Lan Mulian had known about his constitution since their time in Tianxin City. She studied them, her eyes flickering with suspicion. She didn't believe their excuses. However, she didn't press the issue. She simply took another sip of her tea. If they didn't want to tell her, there was no point in asking. The 2 peak masters hadn't intended to stay long, and with Lan Mulian's arrival, they chatted with Mu Zhi'an for a while longer before departing. Lan Mulian watched them leave, her gaze thoughtful. Their excuses were too flimsy. 2 high-ranking peak masters wouldn't lower themselves to visit a disciple's residence simply to deliver pills. She turned her attention to Mu Zhi'an, her usually cold demeanor softening slightly. Did you consume the stage advancement pill? She asked. Thanks to you, senior sister, I advanced a stage immediately. I'm 1 step closer to the core formation realm, he replied sincerely. She nodded. You should start thinking about your core formation down now, so you don't get stuck at the peak of Foundation establishment for too long. He nodded, taking her advice to heart. You've been at the peak of the core formation realm for a while now, senior sister. Are you facing any difficulties? He asked. She had already been at the peak of the core formation realm when they had met in Tianxin City. Not really. I'm simply strengthening my foundation, she replied. I should reach the nascent soul realm within 6 months. Then you'll be able to take on a disciple, right? He asked tentatively. She glanced at him, her voice flat. I could, but I wouldn't take on a philandering disciple. I wasn't planning on becoming your disciple. He stared at her, her cold gaze making him feel strangely guilty. You misunderstand me, senior sister. I'm a very devoted person, and I always keep my promises. She raised an eyebrow, a faint smile gracing her lips. If I recall correctly, you promised to bring me different flavors of osmanthus cake. What happened to that promise? Did I? I don't remember. If you'd like some, senior sister, I can buy them for you tomorrow. It would take 3 to 4 hours to fly from the Two Polarities sect to Tianxin City. He could even shorten the journey if he pushed himself. It would be tiring, but it was a small price to pay to pursue a goddess like her. No need. Focus on your cultivation, she said. Once you reach the core formation realm, traveling to Tianxin City will be much easier. She stood up. The matter of the heavenly Tao aura is out in the open now. No one within the sect will harm you. However, be careful when you leave the sect. Such a treasure will undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Thank you for the warning, senior sister, he said, bowing respectfully. He glanced at her beautiful face, then added, I'll walk you out, senior sister. They left the Garden of Heavenly Harmony together. A commotion had erupted in the plaza, the cause being the arrival of two peak masters, followed by the elegant and aloof Lan Mulian. The peak masters had already departed, but Lan Mulian remained within the Garden of Heavenly Harmony. The disciples, especially the male disciples, harbored secret admiration for her. However, her unattainable status and her cold demeanor kept them from acting on their desires. They were content with simply admiring her from afar. However, her visit to the Garden of Heavenly Harmony shattered their hopes. The only male resident was Mu Zhi'an. If she was visiting a female disciple, it would be one thing. But if she was visiting him, it was infuriating. He already had the beautiful Bai Ruashi, a seductive maid, and two adorable sisters, and he still wasn't satisfied? He was even targeting their senior sister. Even his friendly demeanor couldn't mask their envy. They're coming out. The disciples, who had been lingering by the lakeshore, waiting for Lan Mulian to leave, perked up. They pretended to be chatting idly, but they were all curious about what had transpired within the Garden of Heavenly Harmony. Their eyes widened as they saw Mu Zhi'an walking side by side with the beautiful woman in the white dress, their hearts burning with jealousy. Yi stared at them, his disbelief turning to anger. He had suspected a connection between Mu Zhi'an and Lan Mulian, but seeing them together confirmed his suspicions. He had assumed that a woman as intelligent as Lan Mulian would distance herself from Mu Zhi'an once she learned of his philandering ways. And she had, at least, he hadn't seen them interact since arriving at the sect. But today they were walking together, and three peak masters had visited two of them personally. He had initially believed that the peak master who visited Mu Zhi'an today was the demonic cultivator. But now, who was it? He still couldn't figure it out. He glared at Lan Mulian's retreating figure, his jealousy intensifying as he saw Mu Zhi'an's hand accidentally brush against hers. He didn't even notice the female disciple beside him glaring at him. She might not be as beautiful as senior sister Lan, but Yu hadn't even looked at her since Lan Mulian had appeared. It was a major turnoff. As they left the Jade Glass Palace, Mu Zhi'an turned to Lan Mulian. Remember to write back, senior sister, he said. She nodded curtly, her expression unchanged. She summoned a cloud beneath her feet and soared away. He watched her disappear into the distance, then turned and re-entered the Jade Glass Palace. He ignored the curious gazes of the disciples, bowing politely before returning to his residence. Back in Tianxian City, he had realized that Yi was nothing more than a lucky nouveau riche with the blessings of destiny. He wasn't a true protagonist. Therefore, he no longer bothered with him, focusing instead on nurturing the fish in his pond. After all, they were the true protagonists. He wondered why the pink heart-shaped frame on his interface still hadn't displayed any text, but he assumed it would appear once the fish had matured. There was no rush. He returned to his room, retrieved his second-rank formation book, and immersed himself in its complexities. Though it was a tedious task, neglecting such a valuable formation would be a waste. Time passed uneventfully. For months flew by. Mu Zhi'an had meticulously planned his schedule. His nights were dedicated to the arduous task of dual cultivation with Bai Ruashi. He spent his afternoons cultivating his relationships with Yi Lingxian and Yi Qian, and his evenings were filled with exchanging letters with the sect master and Lan Mulian. His time management was impeccable. He wouldn't neglect a single fish. After 4 months, he had reached the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. He was only a step away from the core formation realm. One afternoon, as he was teasing Yi Lingxian, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, he felt a faint tremor beneath his feet. She looked up at him, her eyes hazy with desire. What was that? Another tremor shook the ground. Let's go see, he said. He left the room and was greeted by the sight of a slender figure hurrying away, her skirt billowing in the wind, revealing a glimpse of her delicate white legs. Why was Qin'er at Ling Xuan's door? Wasn't she meditating just now? He frowned. Then his gaze shifted towards the pilgrimage palace. A feeling of unease washed over him as he opened his personal interface. He glanced at his various titles. The words "Friend of the Antagonists" glowed with an ominous black light. The title's effect had activated. Friend of the Antagonists activating at a time like this. This isn't good, Mu Zhi'an muttered, staring at the ominous black glow emanating from the title on his interface. He had clearly heard a voice from the pilgrimage palace during the sect's opening ceremony. And now, after a tremor near the pilgrimage palace, the Friend of the Antagonist title had activated. Could this mean that the being sealed within the pilgrimage palace was an antagonist? A powerful antagonist at that. The titles on his interface weren't just for show. They had tangible effects. The black-robed man's initial approach, and even the demon realm empress's interest in him, might have been influenced by this title. He had only witnessed this eerie glow once before, during his encounter with the swallowing python, the beautiful snake woman. Could the being sealed within the pilgrimage palace's altar be on par with the demon realm empress? His heart sank as he considered this possibility. No wonder the sect master had warned him against asking too many questions. It wouldn't have made a difference anyway. This matter should be left to the sect master. It's beyond my capabilities, he decided. He sensed someone approaching. He turned to see Yi Qian, who had just hurried away, walking towards him casually. She looked up at him, her almond-shaped eyes filled with curiosity. "Brother Mu, when did you arrive?" Her expression was a perfect mask of innocence. He frowned, suspicion flickering in his eyes. "I wasn't mistaken. That was definitely Qianer leaving Lingshuan's room. Why is she pretending she didn't see me? Could she have been passing by?" He studied her, noting the flicker of panic in her eyes as she met his gaze. She quickly lowered her head. However, her gaze fell not on her toes, but on her ample bosom. "Something's fishy." He eyed her, his gaze lingering on her alluring figure, a blend of innocence and seduction. "Don't tease her so much," Yi Lingxian whispered, tugging at his sleeve. He glanced at the beautiful girl beside him, her purple dress accentuating her elegant features. He boldly wrapped his arm around her waist, giving her a playful poke before taking her hand in his. "If I can't tease Qianer, can I tease you instead?" he whispered back. Her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly withdrew her hand, glancing at her sister. Seeing Qianer still lost in thought, she relaxed. She shot him a playful glare, her voice a soft murmur. "Stop it. It would be disastrous if Qianer found out." She had come to accept his bold gestures, but she still drew the line at intimacy in front of her sister. The reason was obvious. Qianer had fallen for him first, and she, as the elder sister, had tried to prevent it. Now, she was the one in a relationship with him. If Qianer found out, she might not confront them or scold them, but she would be heartbroken. That was why Ling Xian was so determined to keep their relationship a secret. She had intended to confess to her sister, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. Unbeknownst to her, Yi Qian had been secretly observing them from the doorway ever since they had started fooling around in the room. Ling Xian believed she knew her sister well, having grown up with her, and she did. She was familiar with Qianer's habits and her personality. However, she hadn't anticipated her sister's unique hobbies. Yi Qian glanced at Mu Zhi'an's hand holding her sister's, then quickly looked away. It might have seemed like an insignificant gesture to Mu Zhi'an, but after receiving a certain inheritance at Dao Peak, she had developed a heightened sensitivity to subtle movements, though not to the same extent as her sister. For example, she had noticed Brother Mu secretly holding sister's hand and teasing her, and she had also seen them kissing in the room earlier. Just thinking about it sent a thrill through her. She remained silent, her head bowed, feigning shyness. However, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She knew her hobby was strange, but she couldn't help it. The thought of her beloved Brother Mu and her beloved sister together filled her with jealousy, but also a strange sense of arousal. "Qianer," a gentle voice snapped her out of her thoughts. She looked up to see Mu Zhi'an, clad in his black robe with gold trim, gazing at her warmly. "What is it?" she stammered, her eyes wide and innocent. Your sister and I are going to have some tea and snacks at a pavilion. Want to join us? He asked with a smile. He had decided against venturing to the pilgrimage palace. The friend of the antagonist's title had warned him. The being sealed within the palace was clearly dangerous. Only a fool would go there. It was better to enjoy a relaxing afternoon with the Yi sisters, sipping tea and chatting idly at a pavilion. She nodded, her cheeks flushing. Okay. The tremors had ceased. They left the residence together. As they stepped outside, a cacophony of voices reached their ears. What do you think happened at the pilgrimage palace? Why was the tremor so strong? I heard from senior brother that the pilgrimage palace always trembles after the sex opening ceremony. Apparently, Ling Long, the spirit dragon, resides in a dantian beneath the palace. So, Senior Ling Long caused the tremor? A disciple asked, his voice laced with doubt. Ling Long is innocent, Mu Zhi'an thought, listening to their conversation. He glanced at the two sisters beside him. Let's find a place to sit, he said with a smile. Let's go to that pavilion over there. It's empty, Mu Zhi'an said, glancing around the lakeshore. He spotted a suitable location and turned to the Yi sisters. They arrived at the pavilion, and he retrieved a pot of tea from his storage ring. The commotion at the pilgrimage palace had drawn many disciples, leaving the usually bustling plaza relatively deserted. Friend of the antagonist is still glowing. This is unsettling, he muttered, staring at the ominous title on his interface. He felt a tug on his sleeve. He turned to see Ling Xian looking at him hesitantly. What's wrong, Ling Xian? He asked, closing his interface and transmitting his voice. I want to tell Qianer, she replied. Tell her what? He was confused. Then, seeing the determination in her eyes, he understood. You want to tell her about us? She hesitated, then nodded slowly. She couldn't keep this secret any longer. It had been weighing on her conscience, robbing her of sleep and filling her with guilt every time she saw Qianer. If she continued to hide it, the rift between them would only grow wider. He understood her feelings and nodded silently. All right, we'll talk to her when we get back, he replied. He was also concerned, especially after witnessing Qianer hurrying away from Ling Xuan's room earlier. Something wasn't right. A suspicion had formed in his mind. What if Qianer already knew about them, but was enduring the pain silently out of love for her sister and him? After all, her behavior had been strange. They finished their conversation, and he took a sip of his tea, watching the disciples returning from the pilgrimage palace. Brother Mu, what are you thinking about? Yi Qian asked, looking up at him. He snapped out of his thoughts and smiled at her. I was thinking about you, Qianer. She blushed. Don't be silly, she mumbled, glancing at her sister. He followed her gaze, noting Ling Xuan's lack of disapproval. His eyes softened. It seems Ling Xian has accepted my relationship with Qianer. His efforts had paid off. He had gone to great lengths to ensure there wouldn't be any conflict between the sisters. The results were gratifying. At least now, Ling Xian no longer objected to him teasing Qianer. He reached under the table and took Ling Xuan's hand in his, then discreetly reached for Qianer's soft hand as well. Ling Xuan's eyes widened in panic, and she tried to pull away. Qianer, however, didn't resist. She simply blushed, glancing at him shyly before lowering her eyes. Ling Xian is right. Perhaps it's time to come clean with Qianer. As he pondered this, he sensed a gaze fixed on him from the plaza. His heightened senses, enhanced by his cultivation progress, and Yi Ling Xuan's innate spiritual body, easily detected the scrutiny. He looked up and saw a handsome young man in black robes staring at him intently. It was clear that Yi Yu, while leaving the Jade Glass Palace, had witnessed his scumbag behavior. Yi Ling Xian, clad in her purple dress, was a vision of elegance and beauty. Her delicate features, framed by a stray strand of hair, held both the grace of a classical beauty and the innocence of youth. Yi Qian, in her light jacket and dark blue skirt, possessed a slender figure and a blossoming bosom that accentuated her curves. Her face was youthful and charming, a faint blush adding a touch of allure. They were a pair of stunning beauties, each desirable in their own way. And Mu Zhi'an was pursuing both of them. Yi Yu's hand clenched into a fist as he recalled the sight of Mu Zhi'an teasing his sisters, whispering in Qian'er's ear and making her blush, then turning to Ling Xian and blowing on her earlobe, earning him a playful glare. He abandoned his plan to visit the pilgrimage palace and march towards them. He had to make his sisters see Mu Zhi'an's true colors. However, as he approached, Mu Zhi'an seemed to sense his presence. He quickly released their hands and cleared his throat, his expression turning innocent. "Is something the matter, young Master Yi?" he asked calmly. He was a master of disguise, switching from scumbag to gentleman in an instant. Yi Yu's anger flared. "What were you doing?" he spat, glaring at Mu Zhi'an. Yi Ling Xian also noticed him, her cheeks still flushed. "Brother Yi Yu, is something the matter?" she asked, her voice cool and distant. "Young Master Mu, aren't you going too far?" Yi Yu pressed, his gaze fixed on Mu Zhi'an. "What do you mean?" Mu Zhi'an feigned confusion. "Ling Xian and Qian'er are my sisters. They're free to choose their own partners. However, if I'm not mistaken, you already have a Dao companion," Yi Yu said coldly. Mu Zhi'an's eyes widened innocently. "Don't be ridiculous. Lady Bai is a dear friend. What about Qian'er and Ling Xian?" Yi Yu pressed, trying to trap him. Both sisters looked at Mu Zhi'an. He turned to them, his voice softening. "They're my precious sisters." "Sisters?" Ling Xian frowned, displeased, but she kept her emotions in check. Qian'er, however, seemed delighted, her expression brightening. Yi Yu noticed their reactions. He glared at Mu Zhi'an and scoffed. "You just friends with Bairuashi? Then why did you cultivate with her?" Mu Zhi'an frowned. "Young Master Yi, I'm a devoted person." Yi Yu's gaze turned icy. "I just saw you being intimate with both my sisters. Is that what you call devotion, young Master Mu? You're deceiving Qian'er and Ling Xian, two-timing them behind their backs. That's devotion. Only a scoundrel like you would engage in such despicable behavior." His words, filled with righteous indignation, struck a chord with Yi Ling Xian. Her usual gentle smile vanished, replaced by a troubled frown. Yi might have intended his words as an attack on Mu Zhi'an, but they inadvertently struck Ling Xian as well. After all, she was the one deceiving her sister and being intimate with the man Qian'er loved. She was the one hurting Qian'er. Yi retrieved a pill from his storage ring. This pill can detect lies within half an hour. If you dare to deny your actions, young Master Mu, consume this pill. Whether Mu Zhi'an accepted the pill or not, he had already lost. If he refused, it would confirm his guilt, and Qian'er and Ling Xian would be disappointed in him. But if he consumed the pill, Yi Yu could then expose his true nature through clever questioning. He was in a win-win situation. Mu Zhi'an pondered for a moment, then chuckled. "How about you consume one as well, young Master Yi? Then I'll ask you if you have any feelings for Qian'er or Ling Xian. How about that?" He chose mutually assured destruction. "We're all lustful creatures. Why are you pretending to be a saint? Just because someone claims to be devoted to one person doesn't mean they have no feelings for others. They simply keep those feelings hidden." Mu Zhi'an, however, embraced his desires openly. Sister, I want them all." Yi Yu's face darkened. Even he couldn't deny having feelings for Ling Xian and Qian'er. As Mu Zhi'an had guessed, they were all the same. If he consumed the pill and Mu Zhi'an tricked him with his questions, his image in Ling Xuan's eyes would be tarnished even further. "Brother Yi Yu, please leave," Yi Ling Xian said, her voice firm. "I'm aware of the situation." He turned to her. "Ling Xian, Mu Zhi'an was being intimate with both you and Qian'er." "I know," she interrupted, her voice soft but resolute. Her words silenced him. "We don't have time. We need to go to the pilgrimage palace," the old man's voice urged. Reluctantly, Yi realized he had to prioritize the bigger picture. He clenched his fist, then turned to leave. As he did, he transmitted his voice to Mu Zhi'an. "Many will come for you now that the heavenly Dao aura has been exposed. I hope you enjoy my gift." Mu Zhi'an pondered for a moment, then replied, "Your sisters are the real gift. I'll take good care of them for you, brother-in-law. Don't worry." Yi Yu froze, then stormed off, his anger barely contained. The opportunity at the pilgrimage palace was his priority. He would deal with Mu Zhi'an later. Yes, once he obtained the opportunity at the pilgrimage palace, He would make Mu Zhi'an pay at the immortal ascension ceremony in a month. Mu Zhi'an wouldn't be able to refuse participating. As an inner disciple, he was obligated to represent the book pavilion, and then they would settle their score. He didn't notice Mu Zhi'an watching him depart, a thoughtful expression on his face. He knew that Yi Yu harbored a powerful old man within him. Surely, that old man was aware of the danger at the pilgrimage palace. So why was Yi Yu going there? Did the old man fail to stop him? Or was he the one who sent him? If it was the latter, did that mean there was truly an opportunity within the pilgrimage palace? As Mu Zhi'an pondered this, Yi Lingxian seemed to have made up her mind. She turned to her sister, her gaze filled with a mixture of love and apprehension. "I'm sorry, Qian'er." Qian'er looked up at her, confused. Lingxian hesitated, her heart pounding. She knew the consequences of revealing the truth, but it was time to end this charade. The usually calm and composed girl felt a surge of nervousness, her hand clenching tightly beneath the table. Whatever her sister's reaction, she would accept it. She met Qian'er's gaze, her voice soft. I love Brother Mu." Silence descended upon them. Mu Zhi'an watched Qian'er, ready to grab her if she tried to flee. She stared at Lingxian, her eyes wide with shock. Lingxian hesitated, about to explain further. "I know," Qian'er said softly, silencing her. She glanced at Mu Zhi'an, then transmitted her voice to her sister. "I like watching you and Brother Mu together." Lingxian froze, her head snapping up. For a moment, Yi Lingxian wondered if she had misheard. For months, she had been agonizing over the consequences of her relationship with Mu Zhi'an, fearing her sister's discovery. Finally, after Yi Yu's arrival and his expose of Mu Zhi'an's two-timing, she had decided to confess. She had anticipated various reactions, but this was completely unexpected. As she struggled to process this absurd situation, Qian'er's voice, laced with a hint of embarrassment, reached her ears. "It's not that I like seeing you and Brother Mu together. I just don't mind it." Her hobby was too strange. After much hesitation, she couldn't bring herself to reveal it to her sister. "But you just said you liked." Lingxian stared at her, utterly bewildered. "Because you and Brother Mu are both people I love, so seeing you together doesn't bother me," Qian'er explained softly. Despite using a discreet voice transmission, her voice was barely a whisper. "Besides, I've known for a while that you and Brother Mu sometimes do things in your room." Lingxuan's smile froze. She tilted her head, staring at her sister. She felt like she had been living a lie. She couldn't understand Qian'er anymore. An awkward silence descended upon the pavilion. Mu Zhi'an glanced at the two sisters, who were staring at each other intently. They're using voice transmissions. He could tell by their expressions. What are they talking about? Why am I excluded? Can't we create a group chat? He couldn't very well interrupt them, so he simply sipped his tea, his gaze shifting between the two sisters, patiently awaiting the outcome. After a while, Qian'er blushed, nodding shyly. Lingxuan's smile returned, her expression regaining its usual serenity. "Lingxian, what did you tell Qian'er?" he asked, transmitting his voice. She glanced at him, a playful smile gracing her lips. "I'm not telling." It seems Lingxian told her something, and Qian'er accepted it. He understood. That's why they seemed so harmonious now. He didn't press the issue, seeing her mischievous smile. He wasn't unconcerned, but it wasn't the right time or place to pry. He could always extract the information from her later. As for Howie, "Qian'er, shall I walk you back?" he asked, turning to her. "Are you leaving after you walk us back, Brother Mu?" she asked, sensing his intentions. He patted her head gently. "There seems to be something going on at the pilgrimage palace. I want to go and check it out. I'll come back later." "Come back later?" Lingxian scoffed. "You'll probably be too busy fawning over Sister Ruashi to remember us. Girl, you're too smart for your own good." He chuckled. "You seem to have the wrong idea about me, Lingxian. But that's how you are, Brother Mu." Qian'er chimed in, siding with her sister. "What do they talk about? Why are they ganging up on me?" He stared at Qian'er, who was clinging to her sister, seemingly more attached to her than usual. He couldn't understand. Shouldn't she be heartbroken knowing her sister was with the man she loved? Her behavior was completely unexpected. He shook his head, pushing the thought aside. Let's go back, he said. The pilgrimage palace was his priority. He could deal with Ling Xian and Qian'er later. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed from the pilgrimage palace. Lightning illuminated the dark sky, casting an eerie glow over the plaza. The disciples who had been lingering had all gone to the pilgrimage palace, leaving the plaza deserted. Yi Qian walked beside him, her hand in his. She paused, turning towards the pilgrimage palace, her gaze drawn to the source of the thunder. "What's wrong?" he asked, concerned. She snapped out her daze. "I hear a voice calling me from the pilgrimage palace." "It sounds familiar," she said softly. "Hmm?" He stared at her, his mind reeling. "You too?" First, it was by Ruoshi's golden finger, then Yiling Xuan's, then Wei Mingru, who was practically a walking cheat code. And now Qian'er? "Are you sure, Qian'er?" The friend of the antagonist's title on his interface was glowing brighter than ever. It meant that being sealed within the pilgrimage palace was likely a powerful antagonist. And Qian'er was claiming to hear a familiar voice calling her. He had already suspected that by Ruoshi, Yi Lingxian, and the others were the true protagonists. However, hearing Qian'er's claim still surprised him. But it was a good thing. The more powerful allies he had, the better. He made up his mind. "All right, Qian'er, let's go to the pilgrimage palace. If there's truly an opportunity there, it might benefit your cultivation," he added. She hesitated. "Will I be a burden, Brother Mu?" He chuckled, shaking his head. "Don't say that, Qian'er. You're not a burden." She blushed, lowering her head silently. Yi Lingxian watched them, a pang of jealousy stabbing at her heart. She had accepted his relationship with her sister, but seeing them together still bothered her. She felt a hand gently grasp hers. She looked up to see Mu Zhi'an gazing at her warmly. Though he didn't speak, his eyes conveyed his feelings. A wave of warmth spread through her, her heart filled with a sweet ache. She turned away, unable to meet his gaze. She might appear cool and aloof, an unapproachable goddess in the eyes of others, but she was still a young girl, her heart fluttering under her beloved's gentle touch. "It's a shame I haven't reached the core formation realm yet. This trip to the pilgrimage palace would be much easier," he sighed. He had been stuck at the peak of foundation establishment for over a month. Few cultivators, like by Ruoshi, could comprehend their Tao and advance to the core formation realm so quickly. The peak masters and Yin Ruyu, the master of the book pavilion, had visited the Garden of Heavenly Harmony several times, but they couldn't offer much help with his cultivation. After all, the Tao each cultivator pursued at the core formation realm was unique. Bai Ruoshi's Tao had granted her the heart-binding lock, while Wei Mingru's had granted her the ability to conceal her presence. As for his own Tao, he still hadn't figured it out. Father once told me that the core formation tribulation is a reflection of a cultivator's life experiences. You've had such a colorful past, Brother Mu. If you reflect on it carefully, I'm sure you'll reach the core formation realm soon, Yi Lingxian said with a smile. He glanced at her, chuckling. "I know you're trying to comfort me, Lingxian, but that sounded like a subtle insult." She blinked innocently, tilting her head. "Didn't you have a colorful past, Brother Mu? Brothels, pleasure houses, countless dates. Most people couldn't even imagine such experiences." "I've turned over a new leaf," he insisted. He quickly changed the subject. "Let's go to the pilgrimage palace." This topic was too dangerous. He had to avoid it before the Yi sisters ganged up on him. But she's right. The core formation Tao is connected to one's life experiences. Setting aside Ruoshi's heart-binding lock, Mengru's ability to conceal her presence stemmed from her lonely childhood. "So what is my Tao?" He pondered this as he walked towards the pilgrimage palace with the Yi sisters, crossing the golden bridge adorned with talismans. The recent tremors had drawn a crowd of disciples, who were pointing at the bronze gate near the altar, their voices filled with speculation. "The voice is coming from behind that door," Yi Qian exclaimed, her gaze fixed on the gate. "Coming from behind the door." He frowned, staring at the ancient bronze gate. "Child, come here," a faint, eerie voice echoed in his mind. He froze. The same voice he had heard when he had first arrived at the sect. "Come here." Goosebumps erupted on his skin, as he turned to Yi Qian. She stared at the gate, her lips pursed, seemingly unafraid. "Chinner, what did the voice say to you?" he asked. "It was a beautiful voice. It told me to enter the gate and find her," she replied hesitantly. "A beautiful voice?" "Yes, it sounded like a woman." "It was very beautiful," she confirmed, nodding. "So we're hearing different things?" To her, the voice represented a paradise beyond the gate. But to him, it evoked images of a desolate battlefield, and no one else seemed to hear it. He asked Yi Xian, and she shook her head, confirming she hadn't heard anything. "Is it filtering the cultivators who can enter the gate? This is strange. Why are we hearing different things? I want to hear a beautiful woman's voice too." He thought, frustrated. "Little one, bring those with you to see me." A clear, melodious voice echoed in his mind, interrupting his thoughts. He looked up at the gate. That was the voice Chinner had heard. It was indeed beautiful, but not as good as Ling Long's AAA. Before he could ponder the voice's origin, a wave of understanding washed over him. He couldn't explain it, but for the past month, he had felt stuck at the peak of Foundation establishment, his path forward blocked. But that voice, it was like a drop of water on parched earth, revitalizing his entire being. The roadblock had vanished. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed through the sky as rain began to pour. He looked up, his eyes widening in realization. Storm clouds gathered above the pilgrimage palace. The peak masters, meditating in their secluded chambers, opened their eyes simultaneously, their gazes filled with anticipation. Mu Zhi'an's core formation tribulation had finally arrived. Forked lightning illuminated the night sky, crackling through the churning black clouds as a surge of blue electricity converged above the pilgrimage palace. The leaden clouds churned violently, swirling like a whirlpool in a stormy sea. The disciples, knowing they would be in grave danger if caught in the tribulation, quickly evacuated the area. Boom! Another deafening roar shook the ground. Yi Qian and Yi Lingxian looked up, worry etched on their faces. Lingxian retrieved a pill from her storage ring and handed it to Mu Zhi'an. "Be careful, Brother Mu. If you can't withstand it, consume this pill. It will feign death and allow you to escape the tribulation," she said, her voice filled with concern. "This little rich girl isn't an alchemist, but she carries a lot of rare pills." He accepted the pill, grateful for her thoughtfulness. He watched as Lingxian and Chinner left the plaza, then looked up at the 6 layers of tribulation clouds gathering above him. 6 bolts of lightning. He had witnessed several core formation tribulations before, but he hadn't expected his own to be on par with by Ruashi's. "My cultivation speed is slower than Ruashi's, yet I'm facing the same tribulation. I'm such an unlucky bastard. And how did that female voice do it?" A single sentence, and I suddenly understood. He glanced at the silent bronze gate, waiting for the tribulation clouds to fully form. He wanted to call out to the Yi sisters, boasting about his 6 bolts of lightning, but there were too many disciples watching. He didn't want to become the target of their collective wrath. After all, he was already pushing his luck. He had the beautiful by Ruashi, a stunning maid, and now he was pursuing 2 exquisite sisters. Even with his impeccable manners and the backing of the peak masters, he was bound to attract envy. Besides, the oppressive aura of the approaching tribulation left him in no mood for jokes. Raindrops began to fall, and he looked up at the pouring rain and the 6 layers of tribulation clouds. He sat down and began setting up a formation. A chorus of melodic chirps echoed through the storm as dozens of golden birds, formed from pure spiritual energy, materialized around him, arranging themselves in a circular formation. The 100 birds chain formation, a second-rank formation. He hadn't spent the past few months simply engaging in the arduous task of dual cultivation with Bairuashi. He had also diligently studied the second-rank formation book Yin Ryu had given him, and now his efforts were bearing fruit. A deafening roar ripped through the clouds as a thick bolt of blue lightning, resembling a serpentine dragon, struck down. The 100 birds chain formation activated, golden threads of energy weaving together to form a protective barrier. The first bolt of lightning was easily deflected, This tribulation seems easier than I expected, but I can't be careless. The later bolts will be much stronger. Ruashi has a sword immortal physique and the protection of a bronze sword. I have neither. He remained focused, reinforcing the formation. The golden birds chirped, their wings beating furiously as they collided with the descending lightning. The 100 birds' chain formation dissipated. 4 more bolts to go. He took a deep breath, gazing at the gathering storm clouds as the 3rd bolt began to form. He circulated his spiritual energy, summoning a black single-handed sword. A faint starlight shimmered on the blade. Lone Star Sword. Yi Yu, watching from the crowd, couldn't help but blurt out the name, his gaze fixed on Mu Zhi'an. The Lone Star Sword was his second-rank technique, and it should have been his. Master had said it was capable of evolving. But Mu Zhi'an had tricked him, and the technique had ended up in his hands. Fortunately, Mu Zhi'an didn't seem to know how to evolve it. He consoled himself. And is he insane? Even at the peak of Foundation establishment, the Lone Star Sword consumes most of a cultivator's spiritual energy with a single strike. How does he plan to withstand the remaining 3 bolts? I recall junior brother Mu defeating the 3rd prince with a single strike from the Lone Star Sword. But the technique's drawback is significant. Isn't he worried about running out of spiritual energy? Shui Ping, the 3rd senior brother of Boundless Sea Peak, remarked, his handsome face creased with concern. Junior sister Bai spoke highly of Mu Zhi'an. He's not impulsive. I'm sure he has a plan. And Ling Yue, the eldest senior sister of Boundless Sea Peak, countered. She was close to Bai Ruashi and had a favorable impression of the junior brother her talented friend often mentioned. He's quite lucky to have found a second-rank technique in the book pavilion. He's handsome too. It's no wonder so many female disciples are smitten with him. I heard from the other disciples who participated in the Tianxian City examination that he was only at the 4th stage of Foundation establishment before joining the sect. To think he's already reached the core formation realm. Yi Lingxian also watched him, her brow furrowing slightly. For some reason, she sensed that he wasn't drawing spiritual energy from his own vessel, but from the surrounding environment. That shouldn't be possible. Only those with an innate spiritual body could absorb external spiritual energy so quickly. Another deafening roar shook the sky as a bolt of lightning struck down. Mu Zhi'an swung his sword. A wave of sword chi, infused with starlight, sliced through the rain, colliding with the lightning. Yi Qian clutched her sister's hand, her gaze fixed on Mu Zhi'an's back. Brother Mu had said that the Lone Star Sword consumed most of a cultivator's spiritual energy with a single strike. He had already used it once. How would he handle the remaining bolts? But he's not usually so reckless. The 3rd bolt of lightning was shattered, and the oppressive aura of the tribulation intensified. Normally, overcoming a tribulation wasn't difficult. But this wasn't a normal tribulation. Mu Zhi'an was facing 6 bolts of lightning. From the 3rd bolt onwards, each bolt would be significantly more powerful. And he had just used the Lone Star Sword, depleting a significant portion of his spiritual energy. It was no wonder Yi Qian was worried. Don't worry, he hasn't lost much spiritual energy, Yi Lingxian said softly. His spiritual energy reserves seem intact. Something's not right, Xiao Zhe, the 3rd senior brother of Dao Peak, murmured, his gaze fixed on Mu Zhi'an. Indeed, and he hasn't consumed any pills, and Lingwei added. I recall junior sister Lingxian possesses an innate spiritual body. She's naturally sensitive to spiritual energy. Xiaozhe turned to her. Junior sister, do you know what's going on? She shook her head. I'm not sure. She couldn't very well tell them that Mu Zhi'an might also possess an innate spiritual body. They probably wouldn't believe her anyway. And since he had kept it a secret, she wouldn't betray his trust. The Lone Star Sword again, a disciple exclaimed. They looked up as the 4th bolt of lightning descended. Mu Zhi'an stood his ground, his black sword raised as he activated the Lone Star Sword once more. This time, the technique's power was significantly greater, and Ling Yue's eyes widened. He can control the Lone Star Sword's power, she murmured. During his fight with the 3rd prince, Mu Zhi'an had clearly been unable to control the technique, depleting most of his spiritual energy with a single strike. But now, he seemed to be regulating its power, preventing it from draining his reserves. It seems Mu Zhi'an has made significant progress, Shui Ping remarked, staring at him. He glanced at Yi Lingxian. She was watching Mu Zhi'an intently, her expression carefully neutral. However, a closer look revealed the worry in her eyes and her tight grip on her sister's hand. As the third senior brother of Boundless Sea Peak, Shui Ping had encountered by Ruoxi numerous times. Many disciples had pursued her, but she had remained aloof and distant. Only in Mu Zhi'an's presence did she reveal her gentle and affectionate side. And now, it seemed the Yi sisters were smitten with him as well. How could a newly accepted disciple capture the hearts of so many beauties? He might be new to the sect, but his talent is undeniable. And Lingyue said, her voice filled with admiration as she watched Mu Zhi'an consume a pill after enduring the fifth bolt of lightning. She was a vision of beauty, her sheer dress billowing in the wind, her skin as smooth as jade. Junior Brother Mu is talented, but the inner disciple Boundless Sea Peak recruited this time is also a prodigy, Xiao Zhe said with a chuckle. The Yi sisters from Dao Peak are also incredibly talented. And let's not forget the inner disciple of Metamorphic Jewel Peak, Wei Min grew. She's already at the 7th stage of core formation and is on the verge of reaching the 8th stage. She's far ahead of her peers. If she participates in the Immortal Ascension ceremony, the other disciples won't stand a chance. The second senior brother of the Peak of Celestial Secrets chimed in. The other senior disciples nodded in agreement. While the Two Polarities sect was united, there was still an element of competition between the peaks. Every peak wanted to shine at the Immortal Ascension ceremony. In the past, a prodigy like Ruoxi would have been a shoe-in for first place. However, this year was different. It was a golden age of talent. The outcome of the Immortal Ascension ceremony was anyone's guess. And Lingyue sensed a presence behind her and turned to see a beautiful woman in a red dress standing in the shadows. Her eyes widened, and she bowed respectfully. Greetings, Grand Master. The other disciples turned to look. The woman's red dress clung to her voluptuous figure, her body emanating a captivating fragrance. She was both elegant and imposing, her presence demanding respect. Why is the founding Peak Master of Boundless Sea Peak at the Pilgrimage Palace? The disciples were puzzled. The Peak Masters rarely left their peaks. Could she have been drawn here by the tremors? I'm simply taking a stroll. Don't mind me. Continue with your activities, Ngu Huan said with a smile, her gaze settling on Mu Zhi'an. So, it is Mu Zhi'an's core formation tribulation. She murmured, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. The other Peak Masters haven't arrived yet. Perhaps I can invite him to the back mountain for a cultivation discussion after his tribulation. As the thought crossed her mind, she sensed a presence behind her and glanced back discreetly. Seeing several graceful figures approaching, she narrowed her eyes, sighing inwardly. They're quick. The disciples felt a wave of pressure and turned to see several Peak Masters approaching. Their hearts sank. Why are so many Peak Masters observing this core formation tribulation? And Lingyue's gaze remained fixed on Ngu Huan, her eyes filled with admiration. As Yihao's disciple, she had heard many stories about the founding Peak Master. However, this was the first time she had seen her in person. Why is Grand Master at the Pilgrimage Palace? The disciples looked at their respective masters, their eyes filled with awe and admiration. Mu Zhi'an also noticed the commotion, his gaze lingering on the approaching figures. He had been bold enough to lead these great white sharks to his pond, accepting their gifts and using them to help the women around him cultivate. The Peak Masters knew, but they hadn't exposed him. And judging by their current expressions, it seemed the sharks now considered him the fish in the pond. I thought the Peak Masters were the great white sharks in my pond, but now it seems they consider me the fish, Mu Zhi'an thought, noticing their intense gazes. A thunderous roar snapped him out of his musings. He pushed those thoughts aside. His priority was to overcome this tribulation. Besides, Even if the peak masters wanted to harvest him, they would still prefer him to reach a higher cultivation level, preferably the nascent soul realm. After all, the higher his cultivation, the greater the benefits he could offer. He focused on the task at hand. Two polarities peak. Lan Muyin gazed towards the pilgrimage palace, her beautiful eyes reflecting the image of the vast tribulation clouds. Her expression was calm, but her gaze was thoughtful. Though she found her junior brother somewhat frivolous, he clearly hadn't neglected his cultivation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reached the core formation realm so quickly. However, he's facing his tribulation at the pilgrimage palace. She turned to her master, who was playing Go against herself. Master, what exactly is sealed within the pilgrimage palace? Shang Yinfei studied the board for a moment, then replied, It's nothing good. Lan Muyin frowned. Then is it really all right to let the other disciples enter? Shang Yinfei raised her eyes, a faint smile playing on her lips. Are you worried about the disciples in general, or a specific disciple? Her gaze seemed to see through Lan Muyin's facade. The usually aloof Lan Muyin felt strangely exposed under her master's scrutiny. The disciples in general, of course, she replied after a moment of hesitation. She quickly changed the subject. Did you personally seal that thing, master? Shang Yinfei shook her head. No. Lan Muyin sighed with relief. If her master had personally sealed it, it would be a serious problem. Others might not know the true extent of her master's power, but Lan Muyin did. If even she could only seal it, not eliminate it. However, I did set up the formation there, Shang Yinfei added. Lan Muyin's eyes widened. You set up the formation at the pilgrimage palace. Shang Yinfei nodded, placing a white ghost stone on the board. She then picked up a black stone, pondered for a moment, and placed it as well. Is it a demonic being that's sealed within the pilgrimage palace? Lan Muyin asked. Yes, but I didn't create the seal. I simply reinforced it, Shang Yinfei replied with a smile. Will the disciples be safe if they enter the Dongtian beneath the pilgrimage palace? Shang Yinfei shook her head, her gaze fixed on the pilgrimage palace. She'll protect them, she said softly. She? Lan Muyin was about to ask, but seeing her master's focus on the Go board, she held back. She looked towards the tribulation clouds gathering above the pilgrimage palace. After what felt like an eternity, the clouds began to dissipate. It seems he's reached the core formation realm. As the tribulation clouds receded, Mu Zhi'an looked up at the clear sky, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. Reaching the core formation realm had significantly boosted his strength and enhanced his innate celestial vessel. The only problem was he would now have to deal with the peak master's advances. Inguhuan, the seventh seat of the demon realm, had been upfront about her intentions, openly stating her desire to use him for her cultivation. However, the other peak masters maintained a facade of propriety. They had been showering him with gifts, expressing their concern for his well-being, and even offering guidance and advice. However, neither Yu Zian, Yu Xuanji, nor Master Yin had made any explicit propositions. But their silence didn't mean they weren't interested. They had simply refrained from making a move because he was only at the Foundation Establishment realm. Now that he had reached the core formation realm, their restraint might crumble. They would be worried that someone else would make the first move, so they would inevitably test the waters, hoping to persuade him to contribute to the sect's prosperity. And then, the real battle would begin. However, those were worries for another time. For now, he had reached the core formation realm and discovered his Tao. And it was all thanks to that voice. He looked at the ancient bronze gate near the altar. The voice Yi Qian had heard and the voice he had heard were clearly from two different beings. So why were there two voices within a single Dongtian? The secret lay behind that bronze gate. Brother Mu, are you all right? Yi Qian had approached him, her eyes filled with concern. He shook his head, forcing a smile. I'm fine. I just used up a lot of spiritual energy. I'm not injured. And thanks to the spirit replenishing pills Ling Xian gave me, I had enough energy to use the Lone Star Sword 3 times. He turned to Ling Xian, his gaze softening. She blushed at his direct praise, but she maintained her composure in front of her sister. I merely offered a helping hand, Brother Mu. Your success is due to your own abilities, she said with a smile. Your pills might have been a small contribution, but your concern wasn't. He transmitted his voice, his gaze intense. She met his eyes, trying to maintain her usual calm demeanor. However, she couldn't withstand his gaze and looked away. Seeing a usually aloof and elegant girl blush is truly a sight to behold, he thought, admiring her flushed cheeks. He suddenly felt several cold gazes on him. He looked up and saw the disciples entering the bronze gate staring at him, their expressions disapproving, both male and female. Sister is very popular within the sect, Brother Mu. Be careful. The disciples might beat you up for teasing her so openly, Yi Qian whispered, sensing his confusion. Back in the Yi family, Ling Xian had been a recluse, so few knew her. However, within the Two Polarities sect, her status as an inner disciple, her blossoming figure, and her breathtaking beauty had attracted countless admirers. He chuckled, his gaze lingering on Ling Xian. Ling Xian is quite popular, isn't she? Of course. She's my sister, Qianna replied, her voice filled with pride. Stop teasing me. The peak masters are watching, Ling Xian protested, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. They're probably watching me, not you, he thought, glancing at the peak masters hovering in the sky. Their gazes were indeed fixed on him. He bowed to them, then transmitted his voice. Thank you for your assistance, peak masters. I'll visit you to express my gratitude after this trip to the pilgrimage palace. As he had predicted, with so many disciples present, and with the other peak masters observing, neither in Guan nor Yen Ryu made a move. They simply smiled and nodded. Besides, he had subtly hinted that he would visit them later, and then they could have a proper discussion. He turned back to Yi Ling Xian. Ling Xian, wait for us outside. I'm taking Qianner to explore the Dongtian, he said softly. She frowned. Aren't you taking me, Brother Mu? Qianner heard a voice from within the pilgrimage palace. The opportunity here is likely meant for her. Wait for us outside. We'll be back in half an hour, he reassured her. He sensed a cold gaze and, with his innate spiritual body, immediately identified the source. Who's staring at me so rudely? He looked up and saw Bai Ruoshi standing near the gate, accompanied by Wei Mengru. Oh, it's just Ruoshi. Never mind. As the thought crossed his mind, Bai Ruoshi began walking towards them. Ling Xian felt a surge of pressure. It wasn't because of Bai Ruoshi's strength, but because of her tea brewing skills. Honestly, of all the people Ling Xian knew, Bai Ruoshi was the most formidable. Qianner also noticed the approaching beauty in the white dress. Sister Ruoshi, she said timidly. Bai Ruoshi smiled and nodded, then turned to Mu Zhi'an, her voice gentle. Are you all right? I'm fine, just a bit drained, he replied with a smile, shaking his head. What are you doing here? He asked. There was such a commotion. Mengru sensed it was your tribulation and informed me, she explained. She glanced at the two sisters, then turned back to him, her voice soft. Next time you face a tribulation, let me know so I don't worry. All right, my dear. Though her voice was soft, the emphasis on the last two words sent shivers down the spines of the two sisters. It was louder than the thunder from his tribulation. They knew about his relationship with Bai Ruoshi, and they had heard her address him this way before, but hearing it now, it still hurt. Qianner lowered her head, refusing to speak. Ling Xuan's smile faltered, her mood darkening. Why did Mengru bring the fully grown orca here? Does she want me dead? One day, I'll make her lift her skirt for me, her face filled with shame and humiliation. He glared at Wei Mengru, a rare smile gracing his lips. Sensing his gaze, she transmitted her voice, her tone flat. I simply informed Bai Ruoshi. I had no idea you were on a date with two girls. Her message was clear. You deserve it, scumbag. To the Yi sisters, the peak masters weren't the real threat. Bai Ruoshi was the true great white shark. She gazed at him, her eyes filled with affection. My dear, why are you silent? Are you tired? She retrieved a handkerchief and gently wiped the sweat from his brow. The murderous glares from the surrounding disciples snapped him out of his daze. He took her hand in his, forcing a smile. Ruashi, Mingru, could you please look after Lingxian? Chinner seems to have sensed something within the pilgrimage palace. I want to take her inside to investigate. Whether by Ruashi had evolved into a great white shark or not, it wasn't the time to worry about that. His priority was to nurture the baby orca. Bai Ruashi raised an eyebrow, studying him for a moment before turning to Yi Lingxian with a smile. Lingxian, why don't we find a place to sit and rest? Lingxian glanced at her, then nodded hesitantly. All right, she said, forcing a smile. I'll wait here with Sister Bai until Brother Mu and China return. I hope Mingru can handle this. He watched their harmonious interaction, then turned to Yi Qian. Let's go, Chinner. But won't I cause trouble for you, Brother Mu? She asked, her voice filled with concern. Anything for you, Chinner, he replied, his voice a sincere whisper. It wasn't just for her. He was also curious about the voice within the Dantian. The fact that the Peak Masters hadn't forbidden the disciples from entering meant they had tacitly approved. That reassured him somewhat. Besides, even if there was a risk, it was worth it. Not far from the pilgrimage palace stood an elegant pavilion suspended in the air. Yin Ruyu sat within, observing the disciples who had been swiftly escorted out of the Dantian. They stood in the plaza, their faces etched with bewilderment, clearly not expecting to be eliminated so quickly. Beside her sat Gu Huan, the rarely seen Peak Master of Boundless Sea Peak. Yu Zhi'an, the Peak Master of Dao Peak, and Yu Xuanji, the Peak Master of the Peak of Celestial Secrets, were also present. Outsiders might assume they had gathered due to the tremors at the pilgrimage palace, but they were actually here to observe Mu Zhi'an's core formation tribulation. As for the Dantian that had appeared, the enforcement hall had informed them that the matter was under control and that the sect master had a plan. Since the sect master had spoken, they saw no need to prevent the disciples from entering the mysterious Dantian. Mu Zhi'an is quite strange. The other disciples have all been expelled, but he and Yi Qian have been inside for a while now. Why haven't they come out? Yu Xuanji mused, sipping her tea as she watched the pilgrimage palace. According to junior sister Lan, Mu Zhi'an might not possess great destiny, but his destiny is unique, Yu Zhi'an said with a smile. His destiny is pink. I've heard about it. It's quite fascinating, pink destiny. I've never heard of such a thing, Gu Huan remarked, her gaze fixed on the bronze gate. Is that what attracted Senior Ling Long to him? Yin Ryu remained silent, her gaze fixed on the Dantian, her expression as aloof and composed as ever. You're awfully quiet, junior sister. Are you already preparing to cast your net and reel in your fish? Yu Zhi'an asked, her voice laced with amusement. Her meaning was clear. Yin Ryu frowned slightly. You jest, senior sister. I took him on as an inner disciple because I admired his character and talent. I have no ulterior motives. Liar. Though no one spoke, the other three Peak Masters shared the same thought as they glanced at Yin Ryu, her voluptuous figure accentuated by her loose black robe. If you're not interested in him, junior sister, why don't you let me have him? I'll provide him with the same resources as an inner disciple of Dao Peak, Yu Zhi'an offered, her smile captivating. Yin Ryu shook her head. He wouldn't be granted the status of an inner disciple at Dao Peak. It's best for him to remain at the book pavilion. After all, he's a valuable disciple. Since you're so fond of him, junior sister Yin, I won't try to steal him, Gu Huan said, sipping her tea as she studied Yin Ryu's beautiful profile. However, I would like to speak with him later. Would you please refrain from interfering? You just peak mastering. Mu Zhi'an is free to make his own choices. I won't interfere, Yin Ryu replied calmly. She paused, then added, however, I also have some matters to discuss with him. Now that he's reached the core formation realm, there are certain things he needs to know. Yu Zhi'an chuckled. You wouldn't badmouth me to him just because of our past disagreements, would you, junior sister? Unlike you, senior sister, I'm not that petty, Yin Ryu replied coldly. Then let's allow young Mu to decide which peak he'd like to visit first, Yu Xuanji suggested, her beautiful face a blend of elegance and alluring charm. Yin Ryu glanced at the bronze gate. All right, let him decide. Mu Zhi'an, unaware that he, the fish farmer, was now the target of the great white sharks, walked through the eerie Dantian with Yi Qian. "This place feels creepy," he muttered. They had received a teleportation jade slip from Lingwei, the eldest senior sister of Boundless Sea Peak, and had entered the ancient Dantian with the other disciples. Unlike Ling Long's Dantian, this one was filled with a chilling aura that sent shivers down his spine. He glanced at the disciples ahead, who had formed into small groups, venturing deeper into the Dantian. He spotted several familiar figures, the most prominent being Lingwei. She was dressed elegantly, her graceful demeanor drawing attention as she chatted with the other disciples. "Those curves, she's quite generous." Yi Yu, clad in black robes, was walking nearby with another female disciple. However, Mu Zhi'an wasn't particularly interested in women at the moment, so he simply gave Lingwei a quick once-over, his gaze lingering on her swaying hips before moving on. He felt a cold glare from beside him, but he ignored it, transmitting his voice to Yi Qian. "Can you hear the voice now, Qianer? You're such a flirt, Brother Mu," she grumbled. Seeing him with Ling Qian was one thing, but seeing him ogling other women wasn't exactly thrilling. She quickly pushed those thoughts aside, focusing on trying to pinpoint the source of the female voice that had called to her. He didn't disturb her, simply holding her hand as they followed the other disciples. Soon, they reached 9 bottomless caves, each entrance carved with an ancient dragon, each unique and realistic. Lingwei turned to the disciples, her smile warm and reassuring. "Remember what I said. If you encounter any danger, simply crush the jade slip in your hand, and you'll be transported out of here." He glanced at the jade slip, sensing a complex formation within. It was likely the work of a peak master. If he recalled correctly, Yu Xuanji, the peak master of the Peak of Celestial Secrets, was the most skilled in formations. "My hunter bird's chain formation has hit a bottleneck. Perhaps I should ask her for guidance," he thought, his gaze lingering on the elegant senior sister. The disciples discussed amongst themselves, then chose their respective caves. Mu Zhi'an wasn't in a hurry. He waited for Yi Qian's guidance. The woman within the Dantian had summoned Qianer. Surely, she wouldn't remain silent now that they were here. As the disciples entered the caves, the once bustling Dantian fell silent. Lingwei approached them, her eyes sparkling. "If you're unsure which cave to choose, you're welcome to join me," she offered with a smile. He was surprised, studying her for a moment before bowing respectfully. "Thank you for the offer, senior sister, but I'd like to consider my options carefully." Yi Yu had entered the 6th cave. If Qianer didn't hear the voice, they could follow him. After all, he had the blessings of destiny. His luck wouldn't be too bad. How ungrateful! A cold voice sneered from behind Lingwei. Mu Zhi'an turned to see a young man he had met once before during his visit to Boundless Sea Peak. It was Song Zhang, a disciple who had joined Boundless Sea Peak during the previous sect examination. He had pursued by Ruashi for a while, but she had ignored him. So he's a sore loser. Mu Zhi'an ignored him, turning back to Lingwei with a troubled expression. "It seems not everyone in your group welcomes us, senior sister. Perhaps Qianer and I should wait a while longer." Lingwei frowned, then nodded. "If you encounter any danger, remember to crush the jade slip." "Thank you for the reminder, senior sister," he replied sincerely. She smiled faintly, then led the other disciples towards a cave. She was slightly disappointed. She was fond of Ruashi, and she naturally wanted to extend her goodwill to her friend's Dao companion. Besides, Mu Zhi'an's sincerity and pleasant demeanor made him likable. However, there was nothing she could do if he didn't want to join them. "Z, can you divine which cave is the most auspicious?" she asked, turning to the girl beside her. Song Z, a disciple of the Peak of Celestial Secrets, closed her eyes, her expression focused. After a moment, she opened her eyes, her brow furrowed. She stared at the 9th cave, her voice filled with apprehension. The 9th cave signifies great misfortune. The others seem relatively safe. The Peak of Celestial Secrets Tao is quite interesting. They can predict danger and avoid it. He thought, impressed. Once the disciples had all entered the caves, he turned to Yi Qian, who was listening intently with her eyes closed. After a while, she opened her eyes. "Did you hear it, Qian?" he asked. She nodded slowly. "Yes." She pointed at the 9th cave. "The voice is coming from there." "From the cave that signifies great misfortune?" he asked, surprised. Was Song Zi's divination inaccurate? Or was there something wrong with the voice Qian was hearing? He decided to trust Qian. "Let's go then. If we encounter any danger, we can use the jade slips to escape." Each group seemed to have a disciple from the peak of celestial secrets, and they had all sensed the danger emanating from the 9th cave. As a result, it was practically deserted. He entered the cave with Yi Qian, following a narrow path. They emerged into a tranquil courtyard. Exotic trees and herbs, their names unknown to him, grew in an intricate pattern. A gentle stream flowed nearby, its soothing sound filling the air. "This doesn't look like a place of great misfortune," he muttered, his guard still up. "She's here. I can hear her voice," Qian exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she stared towards the inner courtyard. "Why can't I hear anything?" He glanced at her, puzzled, then nodded. "All right, let's go." They ventured deeper into the courtyard, the atmosphere growing even more serene. A pavilion stood by a lake, shrouded in mist. He suddenly heard the sound of the guqin, its melody ethereal and captivating. The music was coming from the pavilion. He peered through the mist and saw a figure in a green dress playing the guqin. Her figure was graceful and ethereal, her beauty enhanced by the veil of mist. He walked towards the pavilion, holding Qian's hand tightly. Getting separated in this misty environment would be troublesome. The music grew louder as they approached. He spotted a few disciples scattered around the pavilion. They had clearly chosen to venture alone, stumbling upon this place by chance. The pavilion, a vision of jade and gold, shimmered through the mist, the green-clad figure becoming clearer. Her fingers danced across the strings, and he felt a jolt, his gaze fixed on her. The music seemed to seep into his mind, conjuring images of a vast battlefield, his thoughts drifting away. Something's not right. He bit his tongue, the sharp pain snapping him out of his trance. Her music was enchanting, capable of manipulating emotions. He tore his gaze away from her alluring figure, finally breaking free of the music's spell. "It's her, Brother Mu," Qian exclaimed. He looked up. The music stopped abruptly, leaving him wanting more. The woman in the green dress raised her eyes, her gaze meeting his. She was like a celestial being from the Moon Palace, beautiful and distant, ethereal and untouchable. She stared at them silently. Mu Zhi'an's heart skipped a beat as he met the green-clad fairy's gaze. "She's looking at us?" It made sense. She was likely the master of this Dantian, and Qian had said she was the one who had summoned her. It wasn't surprising that she could sense their presence from afar. "And she's beautiful." He turned to Yi Qian. "Let's go," he said. He led her towards the pavilion. As they approached, they noticed something strange. The fairy, who should have been inside the pavilion, was nowhere to be seen. "Is she playing hide-and-seek with us?" he thought, ascending the stairs and entering the pavilion. He reached the spot where she had been playing the guqin, but she was gone. "She's in there," Yi Qian said, pointing towards a room within the pavilion. She walked over and opened a third door, revealing not another room, but an ancient hall. In the center of the hall was a pond, and in the middle of the pond bloomed a verdant lotus. The fairy, her back to them, stood gracefully on the lotus, her figure ethereal and beautiful. Despite her beauty, Mu Zhi'an maintained a respectful demeanor. "Were you the one who summoned us to this Dantian, Senior?" he asked. She turned to face them, her long hair cascading down her back, her eyes fixed on Yi Qian. "You've finally arrived," she said, her voice soft and melodic, the same voice he had heard outside the pilgrimage palace. "May I ask who you are, Senior?" he asked, studying her curiously. She glanced at him, a faint smile playing on her lips. "You may call me the Jade Empress." "The Jade Empress? I've never heard of her." He searched his memories, but the name was unfamiliar. "Thank you for the opportunity you bestowed upon me, Senior," he said, bowing respectfully. He hadn't forgotten her kindness. Her gift had played a significant role in his swift breakthrough to the core formation realm. As for her motive, it was likely related to Yi Qian. After all, she had summoned Qian'er for a reason. The Jade Empress smiled, her gaze returning to Yi Qian. "Come closer, little one," she said gently. Qian'er hesitated, glancing at Mu Zhi'an before approaching the pond. As she drew closer, she finally saw the fairy's face. She was breathtaking. Her green dress, cinched at the waist with a delicate sash, accentuated her slender figure. Her skin was flawless, almost translucent, her emerald eyes both captivating and serene. She exuded an aura of ethereal beauty that discouraged any impure thoughts. "You're so beautiful, Senior," Qian'er said, her voice filled with genuine admiration. "Thank you," the Jade Empress replied, her lips curving into a gentle smile. No woman could resist a compliment, especially for a chosen successor. "Senior, your body seems—" Mu Zhi'an began, noticing something amiss. Though his innate spiritual body wasn't as sensitive as Yiling Xuan's, he could sense that the Jade Empress's form was faint and ethereal, as if she were about to fade away. "My physical body has withered away. Only a sliver of my consciousness remains," she explained, her smile tinged with sadness. Even Mu Zhi'an, a seasoned LSP who had encountered countless beauties, was captivated by her ethereal charm. Her delicate lips, her elegant nose, her long, dark eyelashes, the faint blush on her cheeks. She was a blend of ethereal beauty and alluring charm. He had met women as beautiful as her, but he had never encountered such a captivating aura. "It's a shame she's only a wisp of consciousness," he thought, his gaze lingering on her. "I've heard that nascent soul cultivators can create a sliver of consciousness that can rebuild their physical body if it survives. Is there a way for you to recover, Senior?" Yi Qian asked, her voice filled with concern. "I would have tried it already if it were possible. However, my situation is unique. If I could receive a surge of spiritual energy, I might be able to reconstruct my body," the Jade Empress explained, shaking her head. "But I don't even have a cultivation vessel. How can I rebuild myself?" She raised her hand, revealing a verdant seed in her palm. "Consume this, and you will inherit my legacy. Perhaps you, child, can restore the name of the Jade Empress to its former glory." Qian'er looked up at her, confused. "Why did you choose me, Senior?" "We are connected by fate, child, and our personalities are compatible," the Jade Empress replied with a smile. She then turned her gaze towards a distant point. "She likely allowed you to enter because she knew this would happen." "She?" Mu Zhi'an followed her gaze. It was directed towards Two Polarities Peak. Could it be that Shang Yinfei orchestrated our arrival here? He had interacted with the sect master before, and he had found her to be unfathomable, both in terms of her assets and her personality. He still couldn't figure her out. If she had anticipated their arrival at the pilgrimage palace, did that mean she possessed a divination ability similar to the Peak of Celestial Secrets? He watched as Yi Qian accepted the seed and consumed it, his mind racing. The Jade Empress turned her attention to him. "Little one, as a reward for bringing this child to me, I offer you these 6 seeds of Tao realization," she said, extending her hand. 6 emerald seeds, resembling pills, floated towards him. He caught them instinctively. Each seed contains a sliver of the great Tao. Consume one, and it will aid you greatly when you reach the soul transformation realm. If consumed before then, it will help you overcome a bottleneck in your cultivation, she explained calmly. "Thank you, fairy sister," he said, bowing respectfully. He understood the value of these seeds. She was likely aware of her impending demise and wanted to leave behind her legacy. "You may consume one now. Your little girlfriend will need to remain here for 3 hours. I will personally oversee her progress." He thanked her again, then noticed her translucent form, sighing inwardly. What a shame such a beauty has to fade away. He couldn't help but feel a pang of regret as his gaze lingered on her ample bosom. He was about to sit down and consume a seed when a chilling voice echoed in his mind. "Little one, come here." The voice was faint, but in the silence of the hall, it was as if a ghost was whispering in his ear. He shuddered, goosebumps erupting on his skin. His suspicions were correct. The pilgrimage palace housed an evil being, and it was here within this hall. "Come here." The Jade Empress opened her eyes, her voice sharp. Silence. The voice faded away. Then another voice, cold and menacing, echoed through the hall. "Jade Empress, you spent 1,000 years draining me, leaving me a withered husk. And what have you gained? No one will remember you. No one will sing your praises. You will simply fade away, alone and forgotten." The voice dissipated, but the Jade Empress's expression remained unchanged. "What was that?" Mu Zhi'an asked cautiously. "A demon sealed here 1,000 years ago. Pay it no mind. It will cease to exist within a century," she replied calmly. "Even without me, it cannot break free. So the entity within this hall is truly a powerful antagonist. And the Jade Empress sealed it here?" He stared at her, his respect growing. He couldn't imagine sacrificing himself to seal a demon and protect the world. But he admired those who did. Even if he couldn't do it himself, he could at least offer his respect. "Consume the seed of Tao realization. Ignore the demon's ramblings," she said, her gaze fixed on Yi Qian, who was meditating. "I will protect you both." He nodded, pushing aside his thoughts and retrieving a plain-looking seed. No one would guess its true nature by its appearance. If the other cultivators knew, they would fight tooth and nail for it. And he had 6. He swallowed the seed and closed his eyes, focusing on absorbing its energy. It took him nearly half an hour to fully refine the seed. He could sense the sliver of spiritual energy it had produced circulating within his body. "Absorb it into your vessel," the Jade Empress instructed. He focused, guiding the wisp of energy towards his cultivation vessel. The energy, like a plume of smoke, hovered before his vessel. Then, before he could react, it shot towards his other vessel and vanished. "What the—" Even his usually calm demeanor crumbled. He had painstakingly refined the seed, and his other vessel had stolen it. And he couldn't control his other vessel. He had gained absolutely nothing from the seed. Well, not exactly. The next time he cultivated with by Ruashi, the energy from the seed would likely transfer to her. As the energy from the seed of Tao realization entered his other vessel, a surge of spiritual energy infused with the aura of the heavenly Tao erupted from within him. The Jade Empress opened her eyes, her lips parting slightly. A look of shock, a rare sight on her usually serene face, flashed across her features. An innate celestial vessel? Her shock quickly gave way to understanding. So this is why the sect master sent him here. To prolong her existence through such a method. She closed her eyes, her expression returning to its usual aloofness. Mu Zhi'an sighed inwardly, watching Yi Qian, who was still receiving the inheritance. He closed his eyes and focused on his cultivation, patiently waiting for her to finish. He was surprisingly calm. He had actually considered the possibility of the seed's energy ending up in his other vessel. After all, his role seemed to be that of a divine support, but it was still frustrating. He calmed his mind and focused on his meditation. After an unknown amount of time, he felt a gaze on him. He opened his eyes. He was met with Yi Qian's emerald gaze. Her usually calm eyes held a hint of warmth. He frowned, then realized, "You're not Chinner, are you? She's too kind. She asked me to experience the outside world before I fade away. So she lent me her consciousness," the Yi Qian replied with a smile. "I haven't left this place in a long time. It would be nice to experience the world again. At least I'll have no regrets." She turned to him. "Would you accompany me, young friend?" For a proud being like her, this was a rare invitation. He bowed immediately. "It would be my honor, senior." She smiled, but her gaze held a strange complexity. As they left the hall, they found a group of disciples who had returned empty-handed from the other caves. He spotted in Lingyue, the eldest senior sister of Boundless Sea Peak, among them. Song Zhang, standing beside her, glared at him, his eyes filled with envy. He couldn't help but resent the man who had won by Ruashi's heart, despite his seemingly average abilities. And it wasn't just by Ruashi. He was close to 3 inner disciples, and Yi Qian should know about her sister's relationship with Mu Zhi'an. Why was she still so affectionate towards him? What kind of charm did this man possess to capture the hearts of both sisters? His gaze shifted to Yi Qian, then he froze. Something about her aura, her demeanor, it was different from before they had entered the Dongtian. He narrowed his eyes, transmitting his voice to his sister, who was standing nearby. Z, I need you to do something for me. If this wasn't truly Yi Qian, did that mean she had been possessed by something, perhaps a demon? And did Mu Zhi'an know? Song Xiang wasn't the only one watching Mu Zhi'an. Yi Yu, who had returned empty-handed from the sixth cave, was also observing him. He knew that Mu Zhi'an wasn't one to give up easily, yet he was leaving the Dongtian so soon. Did that mean he had already found something? Master, what's wrong? He asked, sensing the old man's surprise. Your sister. She seems to be possessed, the old man's voice replied. Yi Yu's eyes widened as he stared at the girl beside Mu Zhi'an. She looked the same. However, now that Master had pointed it out, he could sense something was amiss. That aura wasn't Qian's. Which cave did Mu Zhi'an enter? What happened inside? His mind raced as he watched them depart. High above, in the elegant pavilion, the peak masters who had been waiting also noticed their departure. In addition to the 3 peak masters and the master of the book pavilion, Ning Yuan, the peak master of Drunken Dream Peak, was also present. He had come to ensure his disciples' safety. He frowned as he saw Mu Zhi'an, his gaze sharp and calculating. He had heard about Mu Zhi'an from his disciple, Yi Yu, and his impression wasn't favorable. After all, stealing another man's wife and deceiving his sisters were despicable acts. What did Senior Ling Long see in him? Yi Qian's spiritual energy has changed. It seems she's received some sort of opportunity within the Dongtian, Yin Ruyu remarked, noticing the subtle shift in the girl's aura. Congratulations, junior sister Yu. It seems Dao Peak has gained another prodigy, Yu Xuanji said with a smile, turning to Yu Zian. However, Yu Zian remained silent, her gaze fixed on Yi Qian, her voice laced with uncertainty. Why do I feel like something's wrong with her? Gu Huan watched them intently, her eyes narrowed. Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, her expression shifted, and she dropped her teacup, shattering it on the floor. She stood up abruptly. The Jade Empress? The other peak master's expressions also changed upon hearing that name. Is she the Jade Empress? Gu Huan's voice, laced with disbelief, echoed through the pavilion, drawing everyone's attention to the girl beside Mu Zhi'an. The name Jade Empress might have been unfamiliar to ordinary disciples, but the peak masters had all heard of her. She was one of the few Dao integration experts in the world. The Jade Empress had been the founding holy maiden of the Jade Pool sacred land in the Eastern Realm. She was proficient in all forms of art, especially the Guqin. Countless young cultivators had pursued her, but her cultivation speed had quickly surpassed her peers. Her life had been a legend. Gu Huan had only heard of her from the Demon Realm Empress during her time in the Demon Realm. She hadn't expected to encounter her here, within the Two Polarities sect, and the fact that she was possessing Yi Qian's body, it meant she was in an extremely weakened state. As the peak masters pondered this revelation, the green-clad fairy in the pilgrimage palace looked up towards the pavilion. Her emerald eyes, calm and piercing, instantly snapped them out of their thoughts. It really is the Jade Empress, Yin Ryu murmured, her gaze fixed on Yi Qian, whose aura was completely different from before. Could it be that she's the one who resides within the Dongtian beneath the pilgrimage palace? But why is she at the pilgrimage palace? I've been at the sect for years, and I've never heard of her residing here, Ning Yuan said, frowning. And why was she possessing Yi Qian's body? The real question is why she's strolling through a peach blossom forest with a disciple, Yu Zian remarked. The peak masters, sensing her displeasure, refrained from approaching them. They simply observed from afar, their voices hushed as they discussed the situation. In her aura, it's faint, as if only a sliver of her consciousness remains, Yen Ryu said. As a former disciple of Dao Peak, She possessed a keen sense of spiritual energy. Silence descended upon the pavilion. With the Jade Empress's strength, few in the world could rival her. And now she was reduced to a mere wisp of consciousness. Even so, her presence was still intimidating. Regardless, let's observe for now and refrain from disturbing them, Gu Huan said after a moment of silence. The other peak masters nodded in agreement. Pilgrimage Palace. Mu Zhi'an strolled through the peach blossom forest, glancing at his personal interface. The black glow emanating from the friend of the antagonist's title had faded. It meant that the Jade Empress's rebuke had suppressed the demon within the Pilgrimage Palace. That was why he no longer heard the eerie voice. He studied the green-clad fairy beside him. Though she was possessing Yi Qian's body, her aura and demeanor were completely different. She was breathtakingly beautiful, her every movement graceful and elegant. Her ethereal beauty and her formidable power filled him with a sense of awe, despite his LSP tendencies. He couldn't help but imagine what she would look like, blushing and shy in bed. Doubt integration experts are truly on another level. It's a shame she's nearing her end. He sighed inwardly, admiring her beauty. She surveyed her surroundings, her gaze lingering on the peach blossom forest, the elegant pavilions, and the tranquil atmosphere. There were no peach blossoms in the Pilgrimage Palace before. This place has changed, she remarked softly. A gentle breeze rustled her skirt, carrying a faint, refreshing fragrance that calmed the heart. Perhaps someone planted them later, he replied, glancing at her. That demon is truly terrifying. Just hearing its voice sent shivers down my spine. Your ability to seal it within the Pilgrimage Palace is admirable, fairy sister. She chuckled, her gaze meeting his. There's no need for flattery, young friend. If you have any questions, simply ask. He wasn't embarrassed by her bluntness. You're truly perceptive, fairy sister. You see right through me, he said with a respectful smile. He paused, his gaze returning to the peach blossoms. When I first visited the Pilgrimage Palace, I heard the demon's voice. But after the sect master performed a ritual at the altar, the voice disappeared, he said, getting to the point. I was curious. The other disciples didn't seem to hear it. Why could I? Was it because of the friend of the antagonist's title? It was a possibility, but he wanted confirmation. The demon can only sense those with a similar aura, she explained calmly. He froze, staring at her flawless profile. Similar? I share a similar aura with an ancient demon. Sharing a similar aura doesn't necessarily make you a demon. It simply means the demon senses something familiar within you, she clarified. He stared at her, his mind racing as he tried to figure out what had attracted the demon's attention. Do you like it? I can change. What is the demon's identity? He asked. She glanced at him, her voice soft. A demonic cultivator from the demon realm. What's his name? He wanted to ask, but he held back. She clearly didn't want to reveal his identity, so there was no point in pressing the issue. They continued their stroll, and he noticed a faint green glow emanating from her, her form becoming even more ethereal. Your consciousness is weakening, he remarked, his voice filled with concern. She glanced at him, surprised. You have a keen sense of spiritual energy. Her consciousness was indeed fading. At this rate, it would completely dissipate within 6 months. However, she had already accepted her fate. Is there anything I can do to help, Senior? He asked, his gaze lingering on her beautiful face. She hesitated, her lips parting slightly as if she wanted to speak. However, she ultimately held back, her pride preventing her from voicing her request. She knew why the sect master had sent him here. She no longer possessed a cultivation vessel, so she couldn't absorb external spiritual energy. However, there was another way. There was a method that could allow her to rebuild her body. If she couldn't obtain spiritual energy from the outside, she could obtain it from within. As for how, the thought of such a method made her, a celestial being as pure and untouchable as the moon, blush with shame. Her silence sparked Mu Zhi'an's curiosity. I asked if I could help, and her response wasn't a denial, but silence. It made him wonder. He remained silent, his mind racing as he considered what he could offer her. You said you could rebuild your body if you had spiritual energy, fairy sister. And you can't absorb external spiritual energy, he began. But what about internal spiritual energy? Would that work? She raised an eyebrow, her pace slowing as she turned to face him. Internal spiritual energy, that could work. Her usually calm eyes flickered with a hint of desperation. She stared at him for a moment, then spoke, her voice barely a whisper. Are you an innate, celestial vessel? As I suspected, he bowed respectfully. You see right through me, senior. If I could use the spiritual energy from an innate, celestial vessel, I might be able to reconstruct my former vessel, she said, her voice hesitant. However, I would need to temporarily solidify my physical form first. Is there a way to do that? He asked. You've sacrificed so much to seal that demon and protect the world, fairy sister. I want to help you, he said, his voice filled with sincerity and admiration. However, she sensed something else in his eyes, desire. She had seen that look countless times during her time at the Jade Pool Sacred Land. However, most of those who had looked at her that way were now buried beneath the earth. Time was a cruel mistress, and the path of cultivation was littered with the bones of fallen geniuses. Few reached the end. Most succumbed to the relentless march of time. She had reached this level through a combination of talent and great destiny. Without both, she would likely be dead. If he can truly help me, perhaps I should give him a chance. However, obtaining those two things, it would be incredibly difficult. There is a sacred water in the Eastern Forbidden Zone called rebirth water. If I consume it, I can maintain my physical form for half a month, she explained. I also need a certain herb that can only be found on the divine tree of the Jade Pool Sacred Land. However, I can handle that myself. And then we can... She blushed, her usually aloof demeanor crumbling, her beauty even more captivating as a hint of vulnerability shone through. Even Mu Zhi'an, a seasoned LSP, felt his heart skip a beat. So there's a chance for her to recover. Fate has brought us together. He stared at her, his mind already formulating a plan to obtain the rebirth water. It wasn't just about her beauty. He desperately needed a golden finger to protect him, and she was the perfect candidate. I'll find a way to obtain the rebirth water for you, fairy sister, he declared. Yiling Xian was returning to the Forbidden Zone in a month for her awakening ceremony, and he had promised to accompany her. Perhaps he could seize that opportunity. And if he recalled correctly, Ling Xian had mentioned being bathed in rebirth water as a child. Perhaps she was practically made of rebirth water. Even if its effectiveness was slightly diminished, it would still be better than nothing. However, his confident declaration surprised the Jade Empress. Have you never heard of the Forbidden Zone? She asked, her voice laced with concern. Those who entered the Forbidden Zone were cursed, their lives cut short. She had hoped to discourage him, but he had readily accepted the challenge. He's too impulsive. I've heard of it, he said with a smile, but I'm going there anyway. Might as well try. She raised an eyebrow, her gaze filled with disbelief. Before she could speak, a young man's voice, surprisingly weary, interrupted them. Jade Empress. She looked up to see a young man in black robes standing before them. He wasn't particularly handsome, but his features were pleasant. His dark eyes held a world-weariness that belied his youth. She studied him, her eyes widening slightly as recognition dawned. So you've also attached yourself to another, she murmured. You? Mu Zhi'an also studied the young man, then quickly dismissed the thought. No, it's not Yu. It's the old man within him. And it seems he knows the Jade Empress. He listened intently to their conversation. An unexpected event occurred. I discovered this child, blessed by destiny, and I'm temporarily residing within him, the old man explained with a chuckle, glancing at Mu Zhi'an. Even he hadn't expected the protagonist, Yu, to be manipulated by a mere disciple back in Tianxin City. What brings you here? The Jade Empress asked. Her voice was ethereal and captivating, her words carrying a hint of Tao that naturally drew people to her. Your consciousness is fading, but if you transfer it to this child's body, you can preserve it for another 6 months, the old man explained. Within that time, I'll find a way to rebuild your cultivation vessel. She raised an eyebrow. You can rebuild a cultivation vessel. Believe it or not, it's up to you, he said calmly. It's better to try than to give up, isn't it? She pondered his offer, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. If she hadn't met Mu Zhi'an, she might have considered it. After all, with the old man's power and connections, he might actually be able to accomplish it. However, compared to Yu, Mu Zhi'an's innate celestial vessel was a more tangible solution. But relying on Mu Zhi'an without a foundation of trust and affection, it felt wrong. I've already made a promise to this young friend, she said after a moment of silence, rejecting the old man's offer. He studied Mu Zhi'an, then chuckled, shaking his head. You believe this young master can obtain the rebirth water from the Forbidden Zone? He clearly knew what she needed to rebuild her body. The Jade Pool's sacred land wouldn't be a problem. As the founding holy maiden, they would gladly offer her anything, even half of their resources. After all, she was an emperor-level expert. If she rebuilt her cultivation vessel, the Jade Pool's sacred land status in the Eastern Realm would skyrocket. But the rebirth water was different. It was a sacred treasure of the Forbidden Zone. Even cultivators who entered were cursed, let alone ordinary people. Even at the core formation realm, Mu Zhi'an would be vulnerable to the curse. And even if he overcame the curse, the master of the Forbidden Zone wouldn't simply hand over the rebirth water to a nobody like him. The Jade Empress also knew this, but her expression remained unchanged. That is not your concern, fellow Taoist. If I fail to obtain the rebirth water, it will be my own decision, not his, she said, her voice calm and soothing. The old man sighed inwardly. It seemed his plan to gain something for Yu had failed. Then I hope the young master you trust can deliver, he said, his voice tinged with doubt. However, it will be a difficult task, perhaps even impossible. Yu, who had been silent until now, couldn't help but interject. Forget the rebirth water. He won't even survive the curse, let alone reach the depths of the Forbidden Zone to obtain it. Are you confident you can withstand the curse and return safely, young Master Mu? He asked, his gaze fixed on Mu Zhi'an and the beautiful fairy beside him. Even if you somehow overcome the curse, do you really believe the master of the Forbidden Zone will grant you the rebirth water? Silence fell upon the peach blossom forest, the pink petals swaying gently in the breeze. Then a clear, melodic voice echoed through the air. If Brother Mu can't do it, then what about me? As the cool, melodic voice echoed from the peach blossom forest, all eyes turned towards its source. Framed by the blossoming peach trees, Yi Lingxian stood in a magnificent purple dress, its intricate embroidery shimmering in the sunlight. She was only 16 or 17, but her attire accentuated her delicate features, highlighting her classical beauty and youthful charm. The old man narrowed his eyes, studying her. He didn't know her true identity, only that she wasn't a member of the Yi family and that she had been staying with them in Tianxian City for a specific purpose. Her words implied that she could obtain the rebirth water with ease. If she wasn't bluffing, the power behind her was far greater than he had imagined. Despite her polite demeanor, she possessed an inherent pride. She was still at the Foundation establishment realm and relatively young. If they could gain her favor now, it would be beneficial. However, once she matured, it would be nearly impossible to win her over. Mu Zhi'an was incredibly lucky. He had already secured a place in her heart before she had fully blossomed. Her willingness to defend him was proof of that. It was all Yu's fault. He had been too focused on his cultivation, neglecting his sisters, allowing Mu Zhi'an to take advantage of the situation. The old man sighed inwardly, regret filling his heart. The green-clad fairy also studied the young girl. Yi Qian had already informed her that this was her elder sister. Under their scrutiny, Yi Lingxian approached Mu Zhi'an, her delicate embroidered shoes barely making a sound. "Brother Mu," she said, a sweet smile gracing her lips. He returned her smile, his expression warm and gentle. "Lingxian, what brings you here? Sister Bai and I were chatting when we saw you and Qian are leaving the Dongtian. We came to check on you," she explained, her smile elegant and charming. So Rawashi and Mingru know I've left the Dong Tian. He understood. She glanced at Yu, her innate spiritual body instantly detecting the change in his aura. He was clearly possessed. Her smile faded, replaced by a polite but distant expression. I'll bring the rebirth water to Senior Jade Empress in a month, so you needn't worry, Brother Yu. The gentle warmth she had displayed towards Mu Zhi'an vanished, her voice cool and detached. The old man stared at her. Are you so confident you can obtain the rebirth water, young lady? If I can't, no one can, she replied calmly. The Jade Empress glanced at her, surprised. She had met the master of the Forbidden Zone once, but they had no personal connection. She only knew that he was eccentric and unpredictable. However, she did recall the time when, a few years after his daughter's birth, he had traveled a great distance to the Two Polarities sect to request a protective formation from the sect master. Though she had been secluded within the Dong Tian beneath the pilgrimage palace, she had sensed Shang Yinfei's power as she crafted the formation. Apart from his daughter, the master of the Forbidden Zone had shown no interest in anything else. So the girl's confident declaration was intriguing. The Jade Empress's eyes gleamed with curiosity as she made a decision. Return to your peak, fellow Taoist. I've made my choice, she said, her voice carrying a hint of Tao that made it impossible to resent her refusal. Though disappointed, the old man couldn't argue with her. He reluctantly abandoned this rare opportunity. Yu, observing through the old man's senses, felt a surge of jealousy as he saw Yi Lingxuan's affectionate demeanor towards Mu Zhi'an. So you're relying on Lingxian again. You're useless without a woman's help. He spat, his voice no longer weary, but filled with youthful anger. There's nothing wrong with lovers helping each other, Mu Zhi'an replied calmly. Lovers? Lingxian blushed, lowering her eyes, her heart filled with a mixture of shyness and joy. Mu Zhi'an chuckled inwardly, watching Yu's frustrated silence. He had never shied away from relying on women. In fact, he enjoyed it. However, this time, he hadn't intended to rely on Yi Lingxian, or rather, he hadn't intended to ask her to plead with others, even if that person was her father. He stared at Yu, his expression calm and unwavering, frustrating the young man even further. Yu turned and stormed off. Master, who is possessing Qianer? He asked mentally, sensing the old man's regret. The old man sighed. She is the Jade Empress, the founding holy maiden of the Jade Pool's sacred land. She likely still possesses a few seeds of Tao realization from her Tao integration. Consuming even one would greatly benefit your cultivation. And she possesses an innate Tao body. If she temporarily resides within you, and if you play your cards right, you might be able to gain immense benefits from her. It was said that every holy maiden of the Jade Pool's sacred land possessed an innate Tao body. It was similar to an innate celestial vessel. However, while an innate celestial vessel provided spiritual energy to others, an innate Tao body contained a sliver of the great Tao within. The first person of the opposite sex they formed a close bond with could randomly comprehend a supreme technique from that Tao. It was a technique derived from the great Tao itself, perfectly suited to the individual. Many cultivators dreamed of marrying a holy maiden of the Jade Pool's sacred land, but few had succeeded throughout history. And conquering someone like the Jade Empress through force was practically impossible. The holy maiden of the Jade Pool, Yu murmured. Why is she in Qianer's body? Mu Zhi'an likely encountered her within the Dong Tian beneath the pilgrimage palace. The old man paused. Return to the Dong Tian before it closes. The Jade Empress herself is the greatest treasure within that Dong Tian, but we can still get a share. The Jade Empress, her ethereal beauty captivating, studied Yi Lingxian. Her eyes held a hint of disbelief. The girl's confident declaration regarding the rebirth water had surprised her. However, she sensed that the girl wasn't exaggerating. It was as if she were stating a simple fact. It was as if she were saying, "You need rebirth water? I'll just fetch a bucket for you." Her emerald eyes, deep and fathomless, reflected Yi Lingxuan's image as she chatted with Mu Zhi'an. Brother Mu, I hope I didn't cause any trouble, Ling Xian said, her purple dress billowing in the breeze, accentuating her slender figure. She looked up at him, her voice laced with a hint of shyness. Though it was phrased as a question, her meaning was clear: praise me. She was at that age where she craved praise from her beloved, but her pride prevented her from expressing it directly. You arrived just in time. You saved the day, he replied, reaching out to gently caress her cheek. He admired her smile, her soft lips parting slightly, releasing a delicate fragrance. He felt a surge of desire. It's a shame this isn't the right time or place. Otherwise, I could test if she herself qualifies as rebirth water. Sensing his gaze, she blushed, averting her eyes. What is it? You mentioned being bathed in rebirth water as a child. Does that mean you yourself are rebirth water? He asked, genuinely curious. If she was, he should have sensed it already. After all, they had kissed several times. Or does kissing not count? She blushed even deeper, sensing his inappropriate thoughts. What are you thinking about? She mumbled. Can innate spiritual bodies sense impure thoughts? Nothing. Don't worry, he said, shaking his head. An innate spiritual body. Are you the holy maiden of the Forbidden Zone? The Jade Empress asked, her voice laced with surprise. She had met several holy maidens of the Forbidden Zone, all of whom possessed innate spiritual bodies. However, she had never encountered one with such a gentle and welcoming aura. Ling Xian snapped out of her daze, suppressing her embarrassment. Greetings, Senior Jade Empress. I've often heard tales of your legend from my clan, she said, bowing respectfully. So she truly is the holy maiden of the Forbidden Zone. No wonder she's so confident. The Jade Empress understood. The rebirth water belonged to her clan. Of course, she could obtain it. But if the master of the Forbidden Zone knew why you wanted the rebirth water, would he allow you to take it? Mu Zhi'an asked. Ling Xian frowned, understanding his concern. She wanted to help him. However, he had no connection to the master of the Forbidden Zone, at least, not yet. If the Jade Empress used the rebirth water to rebuild her cultivation vessel, another Emperor-level expert would emerge, and the Jade Pool sacred land status would skyrocket. The balance of power in the Eastern Realm would shift. That might not be something the master of the Forbidden Zone wanted. I'm returning to the Forbidden Zone in a month. I'll talk to my father, she said. It might be troublesome if he discovered her true intentions, but she would do anything for Mu Zhi'an. If possible, I'd like to speak with your father myself, he said, shaking his head. He wanted the rebirth water, but he didn't want to use Ling Xian to obtain it. Exploiting their relationship for personal gain would taint it. If she were the master of the Forbidden Zone, he wouldn't hesitate to take advantage. However, asking her to plead with her father, that was different. He was her father, after all. If he discovered that Mu Zhi'an had used his daughter to obtain the rebirth water, it would create problems in the future, even with the Jade Empress's backing. Just rely on me, Brother Mu. Please, she pleaded, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. She's so adorable when she's shy. I want to rely on you, Ling Xian, but I don't want you to plead with others, even if that person is your father, he said gently. She looked up at him, understanding his sentiment. Do you plan to obtain the rebirth water yourself, Brother Mu? He shook his head. I was planning to accompany you to the Forbidden Zone anyway. I'll take this opportunity to speak with your father about Senior Jade Empress. My father isn't a benevolent man. He won't help out of the kindness of his heart, she said softly. If he knew you said that, he'd probably lament about his ungrateful daughter. He chuckled inwardly. Of course he has no reason to help Fairy Sister, so we need to give him a reason. The Jade Empress studied him, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. Do you have an idea, young friend? You mentioned that even if you were to fade away, the demon within the Dantian would also perish within 1,000 years, right, Fairy Sister? He asked. She met his gaze, her beauty both ethereal and alluring. She nodded. He's not in much better shape than I am. Why do you ask? He stared back at her, pondering for a moment. Can I meet him? Meet the demon? The Jade Empress stared at him, his smile gentle and sincere, wondering if she had misheard. She was the one who had sealed the demon, and now he was asking her to take him to it? After a moment of contemplation, she nodded. Very well. I'll accompany you. Her Tao comprehension allowed her to sense dishonesty, and she could tell he was sincere. Indulging his request wouldn't hurt. After all, the demon couldn't break free from its seal. Besides, she had been hesitant to ask about his innate celestial vessel. This was an opportunity to examine herself. Her eyes flickered, and she detached herself from Yi Qian's body, her ethereal form materializing in the peach blossom forest. Mu Zhi'an couldn't help but steal a glance. She was stunning in her green dress, her delicate features as beautiful as a celestial being, her aloof demeanor stirring a primal desire within him. He couldn't deny the bold thoughts that crossed his mind. However, with someone like her, actions without a proper foundation of affection were unwise. After all, she was a Tao integration empress. Yi Qian blinked, her consciousness returning. "Thank you for the inheritance, Senior," she said, bowing gratefully to the Jade Empress. The Jade Empress smiled, her beauty captivating. Her shoulders and neck were perfectly proportioned, her waist slender and alluring, her long legs hidden beneath her flowing skirt. "We are compatible, child. It is fate. Honoring my legacy is the greatest reward you can offer," she said, her voice as melodic as the Guqin, her words carrying a soothing aura of Tao. Mu Zhi'an noticed that her form seemed hazy and indistinct, as if she were a figment of his imagination. He felt an urge to touch her face, to confirm whether she was real or simply an illusion. She turned to him, her expression hesitant. "Young friend, I need to temporarily reside within your vessel. Do not resist when my consciousness enters," she said, forcing a smile. "I understand, Senior," he replied. Her voice was ethereal, like a melody from another world. He wondered what she would sound like when she was shy. "I want to marry her," he thought, unable to resist the urge. His vision blurred for a moment. "Let's go. I'll conceal my aura, so the demon won't sense us," she said, her voice now echoing in his mind. She was also curious about his intentions. Why did he want to meet the demon? She had a suspicion, but she wanted to confirm it. He instructed Yi Lingxian and Yi Qian to return to their residence, then re-entered the Bronze Gate, heading back into the Dongtian. He found several disciples still lingering near the 9 caves, attempting to divine the secrets of heaven. And Ling Yue's face was pale, suggesting she had encountered danger within one of the caves. However, her aura was slightly stronger, indicating she had also received some benefits. While the Jade Empress herself was the greatest treasure within the Dongtian, it didn't mean there weren't other opportunities. After all, this place had once been the residence of an empress. She would have left behind some traces of her power. Nearby, a slender girl in a black dress, surrounded by a group of disciples, was performing a divination. Song Zhang, the boundless sea peak disciple who had displayed hostility towards Mu Zhi'an, was among them. What were they up to? He thought, but he didn't dwell on it. He entered the 9th cave alone. Someone tried to divine my fate earlier. That girl in the black dress, the Jade Empress's voice said in his mind. Song Zi is trying to divine the Jade Empress? He pondered her words as he walked along the path. Why would they try to divine her fate without any reason? And they shouldn't even know about her existence. Which meant Song Zi wasn't divining the Jade Empress. She was divining Yi Qian. He reached the familiar pavilion, his mind still racing. He opened the door, entering the ancient hall. A deep, menacing voice echoed through the air. "Come here." It was a stark contrast to the Jade Empress's ethereal voice. He followed the voice, venturing deeper into the hall. "Come here." The voice grew louder. He reached a closed door and pushed it open. Darkness gave way to light as he stepped into an ancient plaza. Thick vines, resembling a spiderweb, converged from all directions, binding a withered arm in midair. The sight was both impressive and disturbing. "You finally arrived," a voice, ancient and weary, echoed from the arm. "Were you the one who summoned me, Senior?" he asked. "Indeed," the demon replied. "What do you need from me, Senior?" he asked cautiously. This entity was clearly dangerous. The friend of the antagonist, title on his interface was glowing brightly. However, it was clearly trapped within this hall. Otherwise, it wouldn't have summoned a mere core formation cultivator. That woman, didn't she stop you? The demon asked. She's meditating, he replied respectfully. Oomph. She thinks she can seal me away with such a pathetic method. She will pay the price. So he's also a Tao integration expert. Mu Zhi'an's heart sank. Is there anything I can do for you, senior? He asked, looking at the withered arm. The demon seemed pleased by his directness. You cannot break the seal. However, if you bring me two things, I can rebuild my cultivation vessel. He could forcefully break the seal if he wanted to. After 1,000 years, the Jade Empress's seal had weakened considerably. However, forcefully using his spiritual energy would result in a devastating backlash, leading to his demise. He needed to prepare beforehand to rebuild his body. Tell me what you need, senior, Mu Zhi'an said. Rebirth water and the heavenly phoenix fruit from the divine tree of the Jade Pool's sacred land. The demon paused, then added, Of course, I won't be ungrateful. If you bring me these two treasures, I will bestow upon you a great opportunity, allowing you to reach the nascent soul realm within a year. Normally, reaching the nascent soul realm from the core formation realm took 3 to 5 years. If one was unlucky and got stuck at the peak of core formation, it could take a decade or even a lifetime. The demon's offer was incredibly tempting. Before that, senior, I have a question, Mu Zhi'an said, his expression carefully neutral. Speak. The demon tried to maintain a kindly old grandpa persona. Why did you choose me and not someone else? The answer lies within you, the demon replied. You carry a mark left by my daughter. Your daughter? He was stunned. Who is your daughter? He couldn't recall interacting with any demonic cultivators. He had only met 4, the 2 black-robed figures, the Demon Realm Empress and Nguhuan. But only one of them had left a mark on him. Are you the Demon Realm Empress's father? He asked, staring at the withered arm. Indeed, Mu Zhi'an's mind reeled. That ethereal fairy, she was ruthless. She had single-handedly sealed the Demon Realm Empress's father within the pilgrimage palace. Since you're the one my daughter chose, I'm willing to give you a chance. Whether you seize it or not is up to you, young friend, the demon said, his voice gentle and persuasive. I don't want to seize it. I just want to seize the fairy sister. He hesitated, then asked, his voice filled with a mixture of eagerness and suspicion. Can you swear that you'll fulfill your promise if I bring you those 2 treasures, senior? You're quite cautious, the demon scoffed. I have to be, senior. You're a formidable being, he replied with a smile. The demon reluctantly swore an oath. I'll obtain those treasures for you, senior, Mu Zhi'an said, bowing respectfully. I have a soul-nourishing pill here. It will nourish your consciousness and protect you from a single mental attack, the demon offered. He's surprisingly generous. Thank you for your generosity, senior, he exclaimed, his voice filled with gratitude. Don't thank me yet, the demon said, his voice a low growl. I've sworn an oath. Shouldn't you do the same? I swear that I'll obtain the rebirth water and the heavenly phoenix fruit from the Forbidden Zone and the Jade Pool's sacred land within a year. If I lie, may I be struck by lightning, he declared. Boom! A thunderclap echoed through the hall, pleasing the demon. You're a man of your word, young friend. Consider this soul-nourishing pill a welcome gift. A pill materialized in midair, landing in his hand. A potent medicinal fragrance filled the air. This fragrance is at least a 7th or 8th grade pill. He felt invigorated just by smelling it. He suppressed his excitement. If there's nothing else, senior, I'll take my leave. Go. Silence descended upon the plaza as the demon's voice faded away. He left the hall, but instead of returning to the entrance, he opened the other doors, curious about what lay beyond. However, they were just ordinary rooms. He searched them, finding 2 seeds that resembled the seeds of Tao realization in the 4th room. Unfortunately, they were inferior versions, useless to him. Besides, he already had 5. He shook his head, abandoning his search. He'll leave these for the other disciples. As he left the hall, He transmitted his voice to Enlingwe, who was still near the entrance. Senior sister, there's a pavilion 100 paces from the entrance of the 9th cave. Check the 4th door on the right. You might find something useful. Enlingwe looked up, spotting the handsome young man smiling at her. The 4th door? Her eyes flickered with anticipation. Mu Zhi'an emerged from the Dongtian, stretching languidly. He felt refreshed and invigorated. He had accomplished everything he needed to do. He could relax for a while. His only remaining task was to accompany Yi Lingxian to the Forbidden Zone in a month to meet her father. He wondered if the master of the Forbidden Zone would challenge him to a duel, declaring, "If you can defeat me, I'll allow you to marry my daughter." The thought of facing a Dao integration expert filled him with apprehension. Besides, meeting his future father-in-law was secondary. His main objective was to obtain the rebirth water, and that would be much more difficult. He needed a reason compelling enough for the master of the Forbidden Zone to willingly hand over such a treasure. And that reason lay with the demon. However, there was no rush. He had a month to formulate a plan. In the meantime, he could confirm whether Lingxian herself qualified as rebirth water. His thirst for knowledge was insatiable. As the thought crossed his mind, the Jade Empress's voice echoed in his mind. "They're coming." He looked up and saw several figures descending from the pavilion. The woman at the forefront, clad in black robes, her voluptuous figure accentuated by the wind, exuded an aura of intelligence and mature beauty. She was Yin Ruyu, the master of the book pavilion. The other peak masters he was familiar with were beside her. He realized, I'm at the core formation realm now. For the past few months, these peak masters had treated him like a prized disciple, showering him with gifts and offering guidance. They had been eagerly awaiting his breakthrough, and now he had achieved it. The fish has been fattened. Time to cast the net. It seems I'll be quite busy. As the thought crossed his mind, the peak masters arrived before him. "Master, where is this other opportunity you mentioned?" Yu asked as he walked through the dark cave, a wave of coldness washing over him. The oppressive darkness made him want to turn back. "Be patient. You'll find it at the end of this path," the old man's voice replied, sighing inwardly. He had warned Yu about the dangers and opportunities within the 9th cave, but his disciple had chosen to trust his intuition. Yu had indeed found a decent opportunity within the cave he had chosen. If not for the Jade Empress, it would have been a significant gain. He had found a recipe for a 6th-grade pill, a valuable asset for an alchemist like him. However, compared to the Jade Empress, it paled in comparison. If you had come to the 9th cave earlier, you might have beaten Mu Zhi'an to the opportunity of hosting the Jade Empress within your vessel. Or at least, you could have received her inheritance, the old man said, his voice filled with regret. Yu felt a pang of regret as well, but he defended his decision. "Didn't you say she's the founding holy maiden of the Jade Pool Sacred Land? Would her inheritance be of any use to me?" Though she was the holy maiden of the Jade Pool Sacred Land, most of her later techniques were self-created, especially her Azure Lotus. It can suppress countless demons. Even a Dao integration demon was sealed by her, the old man explained. Yu frowned, realizing the folly of his overconfidence in his great destiny. "But didn't you also say that it wasn't Mu Zhi'an who received the inheritance, but my sister, Yi Qian?" "That's correct." Yu breathed a sigh of relief. "As long as it wasn't Mu Zhi'an, it doesn't matter. After all, Yi Qian is my sister." Though Mu Zhi'an didn't receive the inheritance, the Jade Empress seems to have taken an interest in him. If he truly obtains the rebirth water and the heavenly phoenix fruit, she might regain her former glory, the old man said, his voice laced with regret. With the rebirth water and the heavenly phoenix fruit, she could solidify her physical form for half a month. And within that time, if one could cultivate with her, they could provide her with the necessary spiritual energy. The value of an innate Tao body was comparable to the Jade Empress's inheritance. And the opportunity to be intimate with the holy maiden of the Jade Pool Sacred Land, a Tao integration empress, it was the ultimate dream for many male cultivators. If Mu Zhi'an earned the Jade Empress's favor, a Tao integration expert as a backer, he could dominate the Nine Realms. Yi frowned. Only if he can actually obtain those two treasures. And even if he does, an ordinary cultivator's vessel wouldn't be able to provide her with enough spiritual energy. Besides, what if the holy maiden of the Jade Pool's sacred land wasn't even beautiful? After all, beauty wasn't a prerequisite for becoming a holy maiden. Talent was. Though the Jade Empress's ethereal beauty had been captivating when she had possessed Yi Qian's body, it didn't guarantee her true appearance was equally stunning. Even if she recovered, it was uncertain whether Mu Zhi'an could win her favor. And even if he did, he would still need to find a way to provide her with the necessary spiritual energy. And that was something he, with his ordinary spiritual energy, couldn't do. The thought comforted Yi somewhat. Perhaps the Jade Empress would even seek them out. After all, he could use the recipe Master had given him to refine a pill that produced a special type of spiritual energy. It was something the Jade Empress needed, something Mu Zhi'an couldn't offer. He was an alchemist, while Mu Zhi'an was just an ordinary cultivator. He pushed those thoughts aside and entered the pavilion. Outside, in the plaza, Song Zhang, the boundless sea-peak disciple, stared at his cousin, the delicate girl in the black dress. "Z, are you sure about what you said?" She nodded, transmitting her voice. "There's no mistake. Yi Qian was possessed, but I don't know who it was." She looked at him, puzzled. "Why do you ask, cousin?" So there was something strange about Yi Qian. He pondered her words for a moment, then forced a smile. "Nothing. I just sensed something off about her, like she was possessed by a demon. I wanted to confirm my suspicions." There were about 30 disciples gathered in the plaza, some resting after their exploration, others basking in the glow of the opportunities they had found. He noticed Enlingwei emerging from the ninth cave, a faint gleam in her usually calm eyes. "Senior sister, where did you go? We couldn't find you," he asked, feigning concern. She chuckled, shaking her head. "I wasn't satisfied with my findings, so I explored some of the other caves. Unfortunately, I found nothing. Be careful, senior sister. There seems to be a demon lurking within this Dantian," he warned. She nodded. "Thank you for the warning, junior brother. I'll be careful." She frowned, her curiosity piqued. "How do you know about the demon?" He smiled mysteriously. "I asked Z to perform a divination." Her brow furrowed as she studied him. "I advise you to refrain from causing trouble, junior brother." Seeing his frown, she added, "Mu Zhi'an is close to the peak masters. If you could sense that Yi Qian was possessed, do you think they couldn't? They haven't said anything. What good would it do to expose it?" He was stunned, then realization dawned. She was right. If he could sense it, the peak masters definitely could. And she was also right about Mu Zhi'an's connection to the peak masters. Antagonizing him because of junior sister wouldn't be wise. "Thank you for your guidance, senior sister," he said, gratitude filling his eyes. She smiled, dismissing his thanks. She hadn't spoken up for his sake, but for Mu Zhi'an's. She wanted to spare him unnecessary trouble. His simple tip might have been a trivial act for him, but it had granted her a valuable opportunity. And it would also strengthen by Ruashi's position within Boundless Sea Peak. After all, she held considerable influence within the peak. Pilgrimage Palace. Seeing the peak masters approaching, Mu Zhi'an straightened his posture and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, peak masters. I already told them I'd visit them later. Why are they in such a hurry? I'm not going anywhere," he thought. Yen Ruyu smiled and nodded. "It seems you've gained quite a bit from your trip to the Pilgrimage Palace, young friend," she remarked, her gaze lingering on him. "Thanks to your guidance, Master Yen. Without your teachings, I wouldn't have reached the core formation realm so quickly," he replied politely. She narrowed her eyes, pleased by his sincerity. Guhuan, the alluring woman in the red dress, also narrowed her eyes, her voice soft and melodic. "I recently acquired some Tao comprehension tea leaves. They're not particularly rare, but they offer some benefits for core formation cultivators. If you're interested, you can visit the back mountain in the next few days for a chat and some tea." "Tao comprehension tea?" The other peak master's eyes widened in surprise. Guhuan made it sound casual, but Tao comprehension tea was beneficial even for nascent soul cultivators. To think the founding peak master of boundless sea peak possessed such a treasure and was willing to use it as bait. Yu Xuanji chuckled. I recently divined your fate, young Mu. It seems you'll be facing some trouble in the future. If you have time, visit the peak of celestial secrets in the next few days. I'll explain everything. Yu Zhi'an, clad in black robes, a red dot adorning her brow, smiled gently. I found some clues regarding your maid. Let's discuss it sometime in the next few days. She's taking this matter seriously? He was surprised. He had mentioned Wei Mengru's destiny to her before, but he hadn't expected her to care, considering Wei Mengru had no connection to her. But she had actually been investigating. Ning Yuan, observing their eagerness, narrowed his eyes. Something fell off. They were a bit too enthusiastic. Was it because of Ling Long? Or did they have another motive? Apart from Ling Long, what else about Mu Zhi'an could warrant such attention? I have some matters to discuss with my disciple in the next few days, Yen Ryu said, her voice calm but firm. If it's not urgent, you can postpone your requests. The other peak masters raised their eyebrows. Here it comes, she's finally making her move. This was what they had been dreading. As a disciple of the Book Pavilion, Mu Zhi'an couldn't refuse her. Summoning him to the Shaolu residence was perfectly within her rights. After all, she was his master. And as for what she would do once he was there, the three female peak masters knew exactly what she had in mind. However, they couldn't stop her. They all knew about his innate celestial vessel, but openly acknowledging it would change everything. Yen Ryu smiled inwardly, enjoying the sudden silence. She had anticipated this scenario when she had chosen Mu Zhi'an. Though she had been reluctant to make the first move, now that someone else had broken the ice, there was no need for her to hold back. The cabbage she had nurtured for so long was finally ready to be harvested. What do you plan to discuss with young Mu? Master Yen. Guhuan asked, her eyes narrowed. Yen Ryu's smile widened. Anything and everything. His core formation Tao, his formations, his cultivation bottlenecks, and perhaps even the matter of the Jade Empress. The other peak master's eyes flickered with interest at her last words. They had witnessed Mu Zhi'an strolling through the peach blossom forest with the Jade Empress, but she had vanished shortly after. Had she returned to her Dantian, or was she residing within Yi Qian's body? The whereabouts of a Tao integration empress were naturally a matter of concern. And more importantly, the Jade Empress had clearly been in a weakened state. If she was within Yi Qian's body and discovered Mu Zhi'an's innate celestial vessel, if she decided to use him to replenish her spiritual energy, could they stop her? It was unlikely. Mu Zhi'an pondered their invitations, then made a decision. He would accept Yen Ryu's invitation. He had nothing planned for tomorrow, and he could certainly benefit from her guidance. He had been meaning to ask the peak masters for advice regarding his formations and techniques. He was about to speak when a clear, melodic voice interrupted him. If you wish to inquire about me, you may do so now. The ethereal voice, appearing out of nowhere, silenced him and plunged the pilgrimage palace into an eerie quiet. Ning Yuan, who had been about to leave, froze, turning back slowly. His eyes widened as he saw the green-clad fairy standing beside Mu Zhi'an. Yen Ryu and the other peak masters' hearts sank. The peak masters exchanged uneasy glances. They had sensed trouble brewing when they had encountered the Jade Empress at the pavilion. After all, most female cultivators, even a holy maiden of the Jade Pool's sacred land, will be tempted by the spiritual energy of an innate celestial vessel. However, she was a Tao integration empress, so they had clung to a sliver of hope. Perhaps she didn't care about such things, or perhaps she hadn't discovered Mu Zhi'an's secret. But seeing her now, standing beside him, confirmed their suspicions. She knew. As a wisp of consciousness, she had resided within his body. It would be strange if she hadn't discovered his secret. If she was also interested in his innate celestial vessel and decided to remain within his body, it would be a problem. They were troubled, but they maintained their composure, bowing respectfully. Greetings, Senior Jade Empress. The Jade Empress, clad in a light green dress adorned with intricate patterns, smiled faintly, her beauty captivating. Her loose sleeves billowed gently in the wind, adding to her ethereal charm. Even though he had seen countless beauties in ancient attire, he couldn't deny the appeal of such clothing. Mu Zhi'an thought, "You all seem to be quite fond of this disciple. He must possess something special to have captured your attention," she remarked, her voice as melodic as a songbird. Her emerald eyes held a knowing glint. There was a disturbance at the pilgrimage palace. "We came to ensure our disciple's safety," Ning Yuan replied, his voice respectful. He glanced at Mu Zhi'an, envy flickering in his eyes. To be recognized by Ling Long, the spirit dragon, and to have caught the Jade Empress's eye, his destiny was truly remarkable. The Jade Empress didn't believe his explanation. She smiled, her gaze sweeping over them. "Cultivation is a path against the heavens. There should be no shortcuts. Do not forget your original intentions in your pursuit of power. The path you forge step by step is your own." Her words were a subtle warning. Do not covet the innate celestial vessel. Cultivate diligently on your own. She had clearly overheard their conversation and their excessive enthusiasm while residing within Mu Zhi'an's body. She knew their intentions. If you truly desire shortcuts, it's not entirely forbidden. However, moderation is key. Excessive reliance on shortcuts will only lead to a greater tribulation in the future, she added. Relying on an innate celestial vessel to overcome bottlenecks was acceptable. However, using it to rapidly advance from the nascent soul realm to the soul transformation realm, that was unrealistic. The peak masters nodded in agreement, relief washing over them. It seemed the Jade Empress, though aware of their intentions, didn't object. She was simply reminding them to use shortcuts sparingly. Excessive reliance would lead them astray. "Senior Jade Empress, what is your current state?" Ning Yuan asked after a moment of hesitation, mustering his courage. "I require some time to recuperate," she replied calmly, her smile unwavering. With her presence, the peak masters couldn't very well continue their pursuit of Mu Zhi'an. They exchanged a few pleasantries with him, offering vague promises of future opportunities before departing. Each peak assigned an elder to oversee the disciples' safety at the pilgrimage palace. "Are you disappointed that I intervened?" The Jade Empress's voice echoed in his mind as he prepared to leave. "Honestly, I've been struggling with this situation. They're peak masters, and it's difficult to refuse them." "Thank you for your help, fairy sister," he replied sincerely. He sighed inwardly. "I was prepared to dedicate myself to the sect's prosperity, even if it meant clinging to the peak master's jade-like legs. But then a great white shark entered the pond. No, not a shark. A mosasaurus, an extinct apex predator. He pushed aside his regret, focusing on a more pressing matter. "Your consciousness is weak, Senior. Is it all right for you to remain awake?" "I stayed awake to ensure your safety. I'll rest now. Awaken me if you encounter any danger," she replied. "She's going to sleep? That's a relief." He relaxed slightly. Though she was beautiful, he wasn't keen on having her observe his intimate moments with Bairuashi or the Yi sisters. He walked toward a specific location in the plaza. "You mentioned that you chose Qin'er as your successor because she's similar to you. In what way are you similar?" he asked, curious. "Compatibility is a mysterious thing. My divination revealed that she was the most suitable candidate. As for our similarities, I'm not sure," she replied calmly. She then transformed into a wisp of flame, entering his other cultivation vessel. She had refrained from entering his other vessel earlier to avoid alerting the demon while protecting him. Now that he was safe, she could finally rest. As she entered his innate celestial vessel, she felt the potent, unique spiritual energy within and opened her eyes in surprise. As expected of an innate celestial vessel, the spiritual energy here can nourish my consciousness. And she sensed something and asked, her voice soft, "Did you receive a destiny inheritance from Ling Long, the spirit dragon?" "Senior Ling Long was kind enough to grant me a portion of her destiny," he replied. She nodded, her gaze lingering on his innate celestial vessel, her voice filled with surprise. and the heavenly Tao aura. It's within the innate celestial vessel. This is interesting. She smiled, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Mu Zhi'an left the peach blossom forest and found by Ruoshi and Wei Mingru sitting at a stone table. With most of the disciples exploring the Dongtian, the area outside the pilgrimage palace was deserted. The two beauties were chatting quietly, their relationship seemingly amicable. He couldn't help but admire by Ruoshi. She was stunning in her white dress embroidered with snow lotuses, her delicate features accentuated by her long, dark eyelashes. She exuded an aura of aloofness, but he knew she was a kind and loving woman. Wei Mingru, the maid, was equally beautiful, but her aura was cold and sharp, a stark contrast to Bai Ruoshi's gentle demeanor. While others might find her intimidating, he was curious about how she would behave once she fell in love. Sensing his gaze, she looked up at him, her expression as impassive as ever. "He's back," she said to Bai Ruoshi, her voice flat. She studied him, noting the change in his aura. Reaching the core formation realm had transformed him. He no longer possessed the frivolous air and unhealthy pallor of a pampered young master. He now exuded the refined aura of a scholar, his noble upbringing evident in his every gesture. "Let's go back," he said, approaching them. Bai Ruoshi looked up at him, her eyes filled with concern. "Are you injured?" He smiled, shaking his head. "I'm fine, just a bit drained. I'll recover after some rest." She sighed with relief, her hand unconsciously resting on her ample bosom. His gaze lingered on her, enjoying the view from this angle. Though they had been intimate many times, he couldn't deny her allure. A beauty was a beauty, after all. "By the way, what is your core formation Tao, my dear?" she asked, suddenly remembering. Wei Mingru also looked at him, curious. The core formation Tao was a reflection of a cultivator's past experiences. Their young master had been a notorious scoundrel in Tianxian City, pursuing countless women. What kind of Tao had he forged? He sighed inwardly, deciding to tease them. "It's not something I can easily explain. We'll talk about it later." "Not easily explain?" Bai Ruoshi tilted her head, puzzled. He took her hand, helping her to her feet, then leaned in, whispering in her ear. "You'll find out tonight." "Don't tease me." She blushed, her earlobes burning crimson. "Ruoshi is the best. She's considerate and understanding." He chuckled. "Let's go back to the Garden of Heavenly Harmony." Under Wei Mingru's disapproving glare, he boldly wrapped his arm around Bai Ruoshi's waist and flew towards the Jade Glass Palace on his black sword. Garden of Heavenly Harmony. Wei Mingru brought 3 cups of tea to the pavilion, then sat quietly, not wanting to disturb them. Mu Zhi'an took a sip of his tea, then retrieved 2 translucent seeds from his storage ring. They were only slightly larger than grains of rice, but they emitted a potent aura of spiritual energy that drew Bai Ruoshi's attention. "These are seeds of Tao realization. Consuming one will greatly benefit your cultivation," he explained. "Seeds of Tao realization." She looked at him. "What about you?" He smiled sadly. "I already consumed one, but my other vessel devoured it." His innate celestial vessel was too greedy, hoarding all the good stuff, leaving nothing for his actual vessel. It was truly tragic. She gave him a sympathetic look, then handed the seeds back to him. "I don't need them," she said shyly. He was stunned, about to ask why. But seeing the blush on her cheeks and the knowing glint in her eyes, he understood. The spiritual energy from his innate celestial vessel transferred to her during their dual cultivation sessions. Since the seed of Tao realization was within his innate celestial vessel, she would naturally receive its benefits as well. She doesn't need them. She'll get the benefits tonight. "Mingru, take this. Refine it tonight," he said, handing one of the seeds to Wei Mingru. She hesitated for a moment, then accepted it. "Did you obtain these from the Dongtian?" Bai Ruoshi asked. He nodded. "I encountered a senior within the Dongtian. She gifted them to me." He patiently answered her questions as she pondered the information, sipping his tea leisurely. After a while, he excused himself and went to find the Yi sisters, who were chatting in the courtyard. Lingxian noticed him first, her gaze meeting his. She opened her mouth to greet him, then hesitated, wanting to maintain her composure in front of her sister. "Are you reading?" he asked, approaching them with a smile. Qianna looked up, her eyes lighting up as she saw him. "Brother Mu," she exclaimed. Ling Xian nodded shyly. "Be Brother Mu." Now that Qianna knew about their relationship, there was no need to hide, but it would take some time for her to get used to addressing him as Brother Mu in front of her sister. Under their watchful gazes, he sat down beside them and retrieved 2 seeds of Tao realization. Qianna's eyes widened. "Seeds of Tao realization? Did that fairy give them to you?" she asked, surprised. He nodded. "Refine these later. They'll be beneficial for your cultivation. Don't refuse. Our bond is far more valuable than these seeds, right?" he said gently, placing his hand on Qianna's. He then turned to Ling Xian, his other hand reaching for hers. She hesitated, then nodded. "Thank you." Qianna also nodded. "Thank you, Brother Mu." She stared at him, her emerald eyes filled with adoration. "Refine them tonight, so no one sees them and causes unnecessary trouble," he advised, enjoying the softness of their hands. They both nodded. "Qianna, it will take some time for you to adapt to the inheritance Senior Jade Empress bestowed upon you. Focus on your cultivation and familiarize yourself with it," he said. "And Ling Xian, I've always believed in your talent. If Qianna encounters any difficulties, help her out." "I will," she replied, nodding. After a brief chat, he stood up to leave. "I'll walk you out," Ling Xian offered. He sensed she had something to say and accepted her offer. As they walked along the path, she hesitated, then turned to him. "Are you sure you want to accompany me back to the Forbidden Zone in a month and a half, Brother Mu? Perhaps I should just bring the rebirth water back for you." She was worried about the trouble he might encounter. She wasn't concerned about her father, but her clan. If they discovered that the holy maiden of the Forbidden Zone had been abducted, they would be curious about him, perhaps even testing him to see if he was worthy of their young mistress. He stopped, his gaze meeting hers. "The rebirth water is only one reason. I don't want you to go back alone. Or will you not miss me when you're gone?" he asked, gently caressing her cheek. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she looked up at him, her voice barely a whisper. "I will." "You will what?" he asked, teasing her. "I'll miss you. Why did you make me say that?" she mumbled, swatting his chest playfully. He caught her wrist, his gaze softening. "I'll miss you too, Ling Xian. That's why I'm going with you." He pulled her into an embrace, his other hand resting on her slender waist, inhaling her delicate fragrance. He could feel her trembling, but she didn't resist, simply lowering her head, allowing him to hold her. After a while, he released her, admiring her flushed cheeks. "I'll head back now, Ling Xian. Remember to refine the seed of Tao realization tonight," he said gently. Bai Ruashi's room was filled with a delicate fragrance, the sandalwood incense having burned out. She opened her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering, her gaze clear and bright after her meditation. She stretched languidly, her thin white nightgown clinging to her alluring curves. Her swan-like neck, her long, flowing hair, her delicate features, she was breathtaking. She tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, then walked over to the window, pushing it open and gazing at the moonlit sky, enjoying the cool night air. The sky was a tapestry of twinkling stars, their brilliance enhanced by their proximity to the mountain peak. She was a vision of beauty, her long hair cascading down her back, her loose nightgown accentuating her curves. She felt a warm breath on her neck, then a familiar warmth enveloped her as a pair of arms encircled her waist. She shivered, glancing at Mu Zhi'an with a playful glare. "Don't sneak up on me like that. You scared me," she said, her voice laced with a hint of complaint. He met her gaze, a warm smile spreading across his face. "You sensed me, didn't you?" After months of cultivation, she was on the verge of reaching the 5th stage of core formation. She had sensed him entering, but she had pretended not to notice, curious about his intentions. "Where did you go?" she asked. "I gave 2 of the seeds of Tao realization to others," he replied with a smile. "Others? Not your beloved Ling Xian and Qianna," she huffed, clearly displeased. I came back, didn't I? He said, nuzzling her neck, enjoying the softness of her body. I'll transfer the energy from the seed of Tao realization I refined to you tonight. Her heart skipped a beat, and she melted against him, murmuring her assent. She turned to head towards the bed. He gently stopped her. Let's stay here. The night sky is beautiful. We can enjoy the view from the window, he said softly. She froze, understanding his intentions. She blushed, glancing at him shyly. You have to say yes or no. You isn't an answer, he said, gently caressing her cheek. Silence filled the room for a moment. Then her voice, soft and hesitant, reached his ears. Yes. Later that night, Bairuashi sat in front of her bronze mirror, combing her slightly tangled hair. Mu Zhi'an sat behind her, watching her, his expression serene, his eyes clear and bright. By the way, who do you love the most, my dear? She asked suddenly, her gaze meeting his in the mirror. Why do you even have to ask, Ruashi? The person I love the most is right here in front of me, he replied, his voice filled with tenderness. Boom! A thunderclap echoed through the sky, a bolt of lightning illuminating the night, making his heart skip a beat. Holy crap, what was that? Was it targeting me? But I was telling the truth. Bairuashi turned to him, her eyes narrowed. In the dim light, her usually bright eyes seemed dark and unreadable. He stood up and took her hand in his, sighing. That was just a coincidence. If I had lied, that lightning would have struck me, wouldn't it? How do I know you're not lying? She huffed. However, remembering his passionate embrace, her frown softened. He breathed a sigh of relief, glancing at the sky outside. The weather was perfect. Why was there a sudden thunderclap? It almost caused a misunderstanding. Boom! Another thunderclap echoed through the night. Bairuashi also noticed it, turning towards the window. It seems someone is about to face their tribulation, she said softly. He walked over to the window and looked up, spotting dark clouds gathering above two polarities peak. A name flashed through his mind. Lan Mullion. So senior sister's nascent soul tribulation has finally arrived. However, to his surprise, the tribulation clouds dissipated after only a short while. The tribulation disappeared, he murmured, confused. Bairuashi joined him at the window, her gaze fixed on two polarities peak. It seems senior sister is intentionally suppressing her cultivation, she remarked. He frowned. Why would she do that? The tribulation had been forming, but Lan Mullion had forcefully suppressed her cultivation back to the peak of core formation. Was she not prepared for the tribulation? Impossible. With her personality, she would have been meticulously prepared. So why was she suppressing her cultivation? She's accumulating her strength, aiming to break through to the second stage of nascent soul in one go, Bairuashi explained, quickly understanding Lan Mullion's intentions. The second stage of nascent soul. He stared at two polarities peak, impressed. As expected of senior sister. She's bold. During a tribulation, the lightning bolts enhanced a cultivator's spiritual energy. With Lan Mullion's talent, she would likely face 9 bolts of lightning at the peak of core formation. By suppressing her tribulation now, the number of bolts might increase next time, from 9 to 10, or even 11 or 12. The later bolts were exponentially more powerful. Using a tribulation to advance a stage was incredibly risky, and few had attempted it throughout history. Lan Mullion was one of the rare few. News of her impending breakthrough spread throughout the two polarities sect, causing a stir among both disciples and elders. Nascent soul cultivators were rare, even within the sect. Only the peak masters and elders had reached that level. And this particular nascent soul cultivator was the sect master's personal disciple. That night, everyone was discussing the news, preparing gifts to celebrate her breakthrough. Mu Zhi'an closed the window and carried Bairuashi to bed. Time to sleep, and he meant it. While core formation cultivators could go without sleep, he had expended a lot of energy today, and despite consuming a replenishing pill, he was still drained. Rest was the best way to recover. The next morning, he woke up refreshed, stretching as he sat up in bed, admiring the sleeping beauty beside him. Though he had seen her countless times, He rarely saw her sleeping so peacefully. She's captivating in every way. He smiled inwardly, his gaze lingering on her ample bosom, then gently brushed a stray strand of hair from her forehead. He didn't want to wake her. Even core formation cultivators needed rest. Let her sleep a while longer. He would use this opportunity to return to Tianjin City. He left the room, stretching again as he glanced at Wei Mingru, who was tending to the flowers in the courtyard. Mingru, if Ruashi asks where I am when she wakes up, tell her I'm consulting with Master Yin about some cultivation matters. I might be back late tonight. She glanced at him, her voice flat. Consulting with Master Yin from morning till night? He shook his head. It's not just Master Yin. Everyone is preparing gifts for Senior Sister's nascent soul breakthrough. I can't be left out. Don't you have enough pills from the Peak Masters? Isn't that enough? She asked, her eyes narrowed, suspecting he was making excuses. Pills are too common. It's not special, and I'm sure many others will be giving her pills. It's boring. Then what do you plan to give her? She stared at him, her lips pursed. Don't tell me you're planning to give her yourself. A gift's value isn't determined by its material worth, but by the sincerity behind it and the effort invested in obtaining it. He smiled. Simply put, when giving a girl a gift, it's the thought that counts. When gifting a girl, it wasn't about the price tag, but the sincerity and effort behind it. In the world of Xinxia, especially within the Two Polarities sect, many disciples had their own stash of rare pills and precious treasures. As a member of the sect, Mu Zhi'an was no exception. His greatest advantage wasn't his collection of pills, as other disciples possessed similar items, albeit in smaller quantities. His advantage lay in his relationship with Lan Mulian. She was like an unattainable snow lotus atop a treacherous peak, admired by many, but only he had truly captured her heart. Gifting her pills would be appreciated, but not memorable. After all, most disciples close to her would choose such gifts. He needed to utilize his unique advantage. As expected of a maid who had served him for years, Wei Mingru quickly understood his intentions. You're planning to return to Tianjin City? She asked, her voice flat as she stared at him. He smiled, nodding. It's been a while. I'm quite homesick. She stood tall and proud, her yellow dress billowing in the morning breeze, accentuating her curves. She glanced at him, her voice laced with disapproval. If you were as dedicated to your cultivation as you are to pursuing women, you wouldn't be stuck at the core formation realm. Cultivation is important, but so is pursuing Senior Sister, he replied with a smile. He had accepted his fate. His heaven-defying talent wasn't about his own cultivation, but his ability to support others. Of course, acceptance didn't mean giving up. His own progress might be slow, but he had to ensure that by Ruashi and the others advanced quickly. Once they reached the nascent soul realm, his life would become much easier. Of course, that required maintaining a good relationship with the protagonist, at least to the extent of holding hands and kissing. And if he could get even closer, even better. Their strength would benefit him, like the stage advancement pill from Lan Mulian and the cultivation boost and enhanced physique from by Ruashi's heavenly Tao aura. I'll get you a gift too when I return, Mingru, he said with a smile. I'm not interested in your gifts, she replied coldly. He was used to her indifference. You don't have to be interested. I just want to give you something. Is that a problem? Do as you please. She knew his generosity always came with strings attached. But he's so naive. Lady Bai might appear gentle and harmless, but she was far more cunning than she appeared. Would she truly hand him over to others once she reached the nascent soul realm? Did he even know who the heart-binding lock was meant to bind? Yi Lingxian was the daughter of the Forbidden Zone's master, destined to inherit his throne. Even if she reached the nascent soul realm, would she be content sharing him with other women? As for Yi Qian, she didn't know her well enough to judge. And Senior Sister Lan, it was clearly unrealistic. Once they reached the nascent soul realm, he might not have to worry about external enemies, but what about internal enemies? She twirled a strand of hair around her finger, a faint smile playing on her lips. But it wasn't her concern. She was simply a maid tasked with protecting his safety. Yes, just his safety. His chastity. That wasn't part of her job description. Dao Peak. You've both progressed well in your cultivation. I'm impressed. Mu Zhi'an, clad in a deep purple robe that accentuated her curves, a red dot adorning her brow, sat on a soft couch, her gaze sweeping over the two sisters. Her eyes held genuine approval and satisfaction. Compared to their mature and alluring master, the two girls seemed youthful and innocent. Yiling Xian, in her purple dress, possessed a slender figure and graceful curves. Her hair was pinned up with a hairpin, highlighting her delicate features. She lacked her master's seductive aura, but her youthful beauty was captivating. It's all thanks to your guidance, master. We wouldn't have progressed so quickly if we had simply cultivated on our own, Ling Xian said with a smile. She held her master in high regard. On most peaks, disciples rarely saw their peak masters. They were usually instructed by the three elders and senior disciples. Only matters of great importance warranted an audience with the elusive peak masters. However, Mu Zhi'an was attentive and caring towards the Yi sisters, readily offering assistance and fulfilling her promises. She had helped Xian'er obtain an inheritance and had provided her with the same resources as an inner disciple. Last night, while struggling with the Jade Empress's inheritance, Xian'er had sought her master's guidance, and Mu Zhi'an had welcomed them both, offering instruction and support. Even the usually aloof and distant Taoist couldn't help but smile at Ling Xuan's sweet praise. To think Xian'er has become so strong, she murmured, her beautiful eyes lingering on the younger sister. A few months ago, Xian'er's talent had been only slightly above average. However, after receiving a minor inheritance at Dao Peak and then seemingly another opportunity at the Pilgrimage Palace yesterday, her aura was now comparable to her sister's. Xian'er lowered her head, her voice soft. It's all thanks to Brother Mu. I wouldn't have this talent without him. Cultivation is a personal journey, child. What does it have to do with your Brother Mu? Mu Zhi'an chuckled, shaking her head. It has everything to do with him. Xian'er insisted, looking up at her master. I wouldn't have this talent without him. The beautiful Taoist was stunned. She recalled the technique Xian'er had used while seeking her guidance earlier. It had been a miniature azure lotus, barely the size of her palm, and it had emitted a powerful sealing force. She hadn't paid much attention to it at the time, but now, the only person she knew who used an azure lotus as the basis for their techniques was. Her eyes gleamed with realization as she took Xian'er's hand in hers, closing her eyes. She channeled her spiritual energy into Xian'er, carefully sensing the changes within her vessel. Dao Peak's Dao was nature, so she immediately detected the anomaly. This spiritual energy, it wasn't just Xian'er's. It was the Jade Empress's. Did you receive the Jade Empress's inheritance at the Pilgrimage Palace yesterday? She asked, opening her eyes and staring at her disciple. Xian'er nodded, her eyes wide with surprise. So, it was the Jade Empress's inheritance. It made sense. Mu Zhi'an had clearly earned the Jade Empress's favor, or perhaps desire was a more accurate term. And as Xian'er's brother, he would naturally try to secure benefits for her. But to think the Jade Empress had bestowed her entire inheritance upon Xian'er. Mu Zhi'an's gaze lingered on Xian'er, her eyes gleaming with a newfound intensity. She had initially chosen Xian'er because of her sister's talent, but now, Xian'er also possessed extraordinary talent. Master, is something the matter? Xian'er asked, averting her gaze under her master's intense scrutiny. Mu Zhi'an snapped out of her thoughts, her expression regaining its usual composure. The Immortal Ascension ceremony is in 2 months. I have faith in both your talents. Participate and see what opportunities you can find. Yes, Master, they replied respectfully. If there's nothing else, go to the peak and spar with the other disciples. Gain some experience. You'll need it for the Immortal Ascension ceremony. They nodded and left the hall. A disciple entered, bowing respectfully. Master Mu Zhi'an, an inner disciple of the Book Pavilion, requests an audience. Mu Zhi'an? Why is he here so early? Shouldn't he be visiting my junior sister first? She paused, then said, invite him in. She thought for a moment, then added, have him wait in the side hall. Offer him some tea. She needed to bathe and change before meeting him. Mu Zhi'an waited in the side hall for nearly half an hour before he saw the peak master of Dao, Peak, emerge from a room, clad in a black robe. Though the robe concealed her figure, her long, slender legs, and her alluring beauty captivated his attention, as expected of the peak master of Dao Peak. Even in such conservative attire, she exuded an air of forbidden allure that made him want to explore further. He allowed his gaze to linger on her for a moment, then bowed respectfully. Disciple Mu Zhi'an greets Senior Yu. She smiled. Did you rest well last night? Thank you for your concern, Senior. I'm fully recovered, he replied. She nodded, gesturing for him to take a seat and enjoy some tea. You promised my junior sister you would visit her today. Why are you here so early? She asked casually, sipping her tea. I was concerned about the matter you mentioned yesterday, Senior, so I came early. Do you have something to attend to? He asked tentatively. Not particularly. I was simply curious, she replied, her voice melodic and alluring. Despite her aloof and unapproachable demeanor, her every gesture seemed to exude a subtle charm that captivated his attention. He couldn't help but steal glances at her figure. You're here to ask about your maid, aren't you? She asked, already knowing his purpose. He nodded. As expected of you, Senior. You see right through me. I don't know why your maid's misfortune is so potent, she began, stating her conclusion. Before he could express his disappointment, she continued, however, I've discovered something interesting during my investigation. She noticed his rapt attention and smiled faintly. The Great Qin dynasty was preceded by another dynasty 1,000 years ago. There are records of that dynasty in ancient texts. According to those records, a cultivator with extraordinary misfortune appeared during that era. His misfortune was one of the factors that led to the dynasty's downfall. Misfortune that affected an entire dynasty. Is Mengru really that unlucky? I haven't noticed. He pondered her words for a moment. Do you know what happened to him, Senior Yu? Perhaps learning about his fate could help alleviate Wei Mengru's misfortune. She shook her head. I've instructed my disciples to investigate. I'll inform you if we find anything. She paused, then added, Your maid's situation is strange. Her misfortune should be affecting those around her, but it seems to be suppressed by something. Suppressed? He frowned, considering her words. After a long silence, he looked up, his eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you, Senior. His visit hadn't been in vain. At least he knew that Wei Mengru's misfortune wasn't unique. Someone else had suffered a similar fate. It was nothing, she replied with a smile, shaking her head. They chatted for a while longer, and she finished her tea. She watched him, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. She hesitated, then spoke, her voice cool and clear. Actually, I've been facing some cultivation difficulties lately. I might need your assistance. What kind of assistance do you need, Peak Master? Mu Zhi'an asked, already having a good idea of what she wanted, but feigning ignorance. What could a mere core formation disciple like me possibly offer you? Of course, if there's anything I can do, I'll gladly assist, he added, playing the part. Yu Zhi'an was about to speak when a clear, melodious voice interrupted them from the entrance. Senior sister, why have you brought my disciple to Dao Peak? Don't you know I have matters to discuss with him today? A woman, clad in a loose black robe, her figure voluptuous and alluring, strode into the hall, ignoring the disciple's attempts to stop her. She wore a warm smile, her every gesture radiating mature charm. It was Yen Ruyu, the master of the book pavilion, whose status within the Two Polarities sect was comparable to Yu Zhi'an's. Yu Zhi'an narrowed her eyes, studying her junior sister. It seems you've barged into my peak without any warning, junior sister. That's not quite appropriate, is it? Thankfully, she hadn't interrupted them at a compromising moment. Otherwise, seeing her with Mu Zhi'an, it might have shaken her Dao heart. After all, utilizing an innate celestial vessel for cultivation advancement was a clandestine affair. If someone witnessed it, even if Yen Ruyu wouldn't spread rumors, she would surely use it against her in future arguments. If she ever dared to accuse her of taking advantage of a disciple, she would have no defense. They all coveted the innate celestial vessel, but such matters were best kept secret. Yin Ryu raised an eyebrow, her gaze lingering on her senior sister. Did you just bathe, senior sister? You smell lovely. Yu Zhi'an frowned, and Yin Ryu continued, her voice laced with a hint of mockery. Why would you bathe before meeting a disciple, senior sister? Are you planning to seduce him? Yu Zhi'an scoffed. Do I need your permission to bathe, junior sister? He came to Dao Peak of his own volition. Why are you twisting the narrative? Please, just fight amongst yourselves. Don't drag me into this. Mu Zhi'an thought, feeling a shiver run down his spine as he met Yin Ryu's knowing gaze. I came to inquire about my maid, Senior Yu. You mentioned yesterday that you had found some information about a cultivator with extraordinary misfortune. I was curious, so I came early this morning. His worst fears had materialized. His pond wasn't large enough to accommodate so many great white sharks. He had been worried about this conflict ever since he had realized their intentions. But back then, he had been a mere foundation establishment cultivator, so the threat hadn't been so imminent. But now he had reached the core formation realm, a ripe cabbage ready for harvest. These two senior sisters, their relationship strained by past events, were bound to clash. Yin Ryu considered Mu Zhi'an her disciple, her precious cabbage. Now that he had reached the core formation realm, she wouldn't hand him over to Yu Zhi'an so easily. And the proud Peak Master of Dao Peak wouldn't back down without a fight. Caught between these two powerful women, he felt like a helpless pawn. He had hoped to remain inconspicuous, but Yu Zhi'an's question had thrust him into the spotlight. Choosing his words carefully was crucial. Offending either of them would be disastrous. Yin Ryu chuckled. So it's about your maid. That explains your early visit to Dao Peak. Come to think of it, there's nothing here that would interest you. Yu Zhi'an glanced at her junior sister, her voice cold. You spent years fawning over our master, junior sister. Now that she's passed on the position of peak master to me, you're jealous and resorting to slander. How pathetic. My apologies. It seems I was mistaken, Yin Ryu said, her smile widening. I should have said there's no one here who would interest my disciple. That would be more accurate. Yu Zhi'an scoffed. No one here to interest him? Is the book pavilion any different? He's my disciple. He comes to me for guidance. Of course, there are people here who interest him. She turned to Mu Zhi'an with a smile. Isn't that right? Yu Zhi'an also looked at him, her smile unwavering. Which do you find more appealing, young Mu, Dao Peak, or the book pavilion? Why don't you leave the book pavilion and join Dao Peak? Your two sisters are here. You can look after each other. He felt a shiver run down his spine as the two nascent soul experts stared at him, their gazes intense despite their smiles. He wasn't sure if it was their cultivation level or their sharp gazes, but he felt incredibly uncomfortable. He glanced at the female disciple standing nervously by the entrance and transmitted his voice. Senior sister. She looked up at him, and he continued. Please ask Ling Xian to come to the hall. Just tell her what's happening. I'll reward you handsomely later. What good would summoning Ling Xian do? She hesitated for a moment, then nodded, leaving the hall discreetly. Mu Zhi'an took a deep breath, steeling himself. He looked at the two Peak Masters. Peak Masters, I believe there's been a misunderstanding, he began, trying to defuse the situation. He had no choice but to speak up. He couldn't afford to offend Yu Zhi'an. He hadn't expected Yin Ryu to arrive at Dao Peak so early. He had simply wanted to experience the Taoist's alluring figure. Can't we all just get along? Perhaps even together? Misunderstanding. Yin Ryu glanced at her senior sister, her voice cold. You have no idea how much she groveled to curry favor with our master. Cultivators should focus on their cultivation, but she constantly disturbed our master, pretending to seek guidance when she was simply trying to make a good impression. If I recall correctly, junior sister, you were once terrified by a rabbit belonging to one of the elders, claiming it was a demon, and waking up all the other disciples, Yu Zhi'an said with a chuckle. Yin Ryu's face darkened. Please, stop airing your dirty laundry. I don't want to deal with the fallout. Mu Zhi'an thought, his head throbbing as he listened to their back and forth. A clear, melodious voice, like wind chimes dancing in a summer breeze, interrupted them. Brother Mu, why are you still here? Didn't we agree to visit the northern shore today? The two peak masters turned to see Yi Lingxian standing at the entrance. Normally, no disciple would dare interrupt them, but she was an exception. She wouldn't usually interfere, but she couldn't bear to see her beloved brother Mu caught in the crossfire. She had heard the female disciple's explanation and, though unsure of the details, had decided to intervene. She smiled at them. Is there anything else you need from Brother Mu, Peak Masters? If not, we're going out. Her sweet smile calmed Yin Ruyu's anger. She realized her behavior had been unbecoming. Losing her composure in front of a disciple was damaging to her image. Yu Zhi'an also calmed down, forcing a smile. There's nothing else. Are you going for a walk today? Lingxian nodded obediently. Yes, Brother Mu and I made plans yesterday, right? She looked at him. He nodded, smiling. He bowed to the two peak masters. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Yu Zhi'an nodded silently. Regret and a hint of relief flickered in her eyes. Though she hadn't been the first to harvest the cabbage, at least her junior sister hadn't either. It seems I need to set up a barrier next time to conceal his aura, she thought. Yin Ryu smiled. Junior sister Lan should be facing her tribulation soon. Come see me when she does. You'll be representing the book pavilion and preparing a gift for her. He acknowledged her instructions. Yu Zhi'an also seemed to have an idea. She turned to Yi Lingxian. You're quite close to junior sister Lan, aren't you? I'll prepare a gift. Deliver it to her at 2 polarities peak. Nascent soul cultivators were rare, and Lan Mulian was a special case. All 9 peaks, including the 2 neutral powers from the southern and northern shores, would be sending gifts. These gifts represented the prestige of each peak, so they had to be impressive. As Yi Lingxian left, Yu Zhi'an's gaze lingered on Mu Zhi'an, a thoughtful expression on her face. It seems I need to prepare a gift before our dual cultivation session. Mu Zhi'an breathed a sigh of relief as he left the hall, enjoying the fresh air. Thank you, Lingxian. You saved the day, he said, turning to her with a grateful smile. It was nothing, Brother Mu. I'm glad I could help, she replied, shaking her head. But why were the 2 peak masters fighting over you? She asked, tilting her head curiously. He sighed. Master Yin and Peak Master, you don't get along. They were using me as a symbol of their rivalry. She nodded, understanding. I see. I thought you possessed some special quality that attracted them, she added. He ignored her comment, admiring the scenery. Where are you going now, Brother Mu? She asked. If he had nothing planned, perhaps they could actually visit the northern shore. I have some matters to attend to later, he replied, noticing her disappointment. He gently patted her head, his voice softening. I'll take you out in a few days. I'll be your servant for the day. How about that? I don't need a servant, she huffed, her voice laced with playful annoyance. Then a mischievous glint appeared in her eyes. If you're my servant, will you obey all my commands, Brother Mu? He hesitated. Then, seeing the anticipation in her eyes, he couldn't refuse. Of course, he said with a smile. She beamed. It's a deal then. After strolling through Dao Peak with Yi Lingxian for a while, he excused himself and left the 2 polarities sect, flying towards Tianxin City on his black sword. Yu Zhi'an glanced at her junior sister. As everyone stared at him, Mu Zhi'an calmly retrieved a brown paper bag from his storage ring. Isn't that a bag for food? What's he doing with that? And I smell osmanthus cake. The disciples recognized the bag's contents, their expressions shifting from curiosity to bewilderment. A woman, her figure veiled in a sheer fabric that shimmered with a faint silver light, had arrived at the back of the crowd. She looked up at Mu Zhi'an, her eyes twinkling with amusement. Interesting. The other disciples are offering pills and herbs, but he's offering pastries, she remarked, her voice clear and melodious. Her words drew everyone's attention, and they turned to look at her, their eyes widening in recognition. Many disciples came from prominent backgrounds, and someone immediately identified her. Yao Yu, the holy maiden of the Jade Pool Sacred Land. The Jade Pool Sacred Land was a powerful force in the Eastern Realm, its history rich and ancient. Each generation's holy maiden possessed undeniable talent, and combined with their innate Tao bodies and captivating beauty, they were naturally sought after by countless cultivators. To think the holy maiden of the Jade Pool's sacred land would attend Lan Mulian's nascent soul tribulation. And it seemed she had also brought a gift. They noticed the exquisite wooden box she held, its intricate carvings suggesting the presence of a valuable pill within. Once one reaches the core formation realm, there's no need for food. Offering pastries is pointless, a young man remarked, standing near the holy maiden. He was dressed in luxurious attire, his demeanor confident and imposing. It was Zhou Hao, a prominent figure among the younger generation of the Forbidden Zone. The disciples' minds raced. The Two Polarities sect invited representatives from various powers across the Eastern Realm to observe the annual Immortal Ascension ceremony, and those powers also participated in the competition. It was a stage for the younger generation to showcase their talents. However, the Immortal Ascension ceremony was still 2 months away. Why were the representatives from the Jade Pool's sacred land and the Forbidden Zone here so early? And it seemed they weren't the only ones. At the back of the crowd, some disciples noticed several unfamiliar faces. They were clearly not disciples of the Two Polarities sect, but talented cultivators from other powers who had recently arrived. The Holy Maiden of the Jade Pool smiled faintly at Zhou Hao's comment. Perhaps senior sister enjoys osmanthus cake. Her voice was calm and even, her expression devoid of any disdain for Mu Zhi'an's gift. Though offering pastries at such a grand occasion might seem paltry, it didn't faze her. She valued her Tao heart above all else. Remaining calm and composed in the face of any situation was the mark of a true holy maiden of the Jade Pool's sacred land. As a result, she had few enemies, and her demeanor had attracted numerous admirers. Zhou Hao chuckled, shaking his head. Fair Yao Yu, you've spent most of your time cultivating at the Jade Pool. You're unaware of senior sister Lan's aloof nature. She has little interest in worldly matters. An elder from my clan once said that her rapid cultivation progress is likely due to her detachment from worldly distractions. Would someone like her be interested in pastries? She's not so easily swayed. He glanced at Mu Zhi'an, his eyes sharp. The holy maiden raised an eyebrow, her skin glowing with a faint, ethereal light. It seems you're not fond of that disciple, she remarked, her voice soft and gentle. I'm simply stating a fact, he replied, his smile unwavering. His gaze shifted to a slender figure in a purple dress standing among the crowd. Despite his seemingly indifferent demeanor, his eyes burned with desire as he stared at Yilingxian. As the holy maiden of the Forbidden Zone, she was naturally the object of many young cultivators' affections. However, a few months ago, his younger brother had returned to the Forbidden Zone, revealing that Yilingxian had fallen for another, and that they had been expelled from the Two Polarities sect due to Mu Zhi'an's schemes. His words had naturally sparked outrage among the disciples of the Forbidden Zone. Zhou Hao was no exception. In his eyes, Mu Zhi'an was the epitome of cunning and despicable. Even without this incident, knowing that their young mistress had fallen for a man with no redeeming qualities other than his looks would have been infuriating. Do you know him? The holy maiden asked softly. You returned to Tianxian City? She asked, her voice soft. I've been meaning to go back, but I haven't had the time. I took this opportunity, he replied with a smile. Flying back and forth, aren't you tired? I only used 2 spirit replenishing pills and 1 essence replenishing pill. It's nothing, he said, shaking his head. The disciples exchanged glances. The nearest city to the Two Polarities sect was a 3 to 4 hour flight. So how did he obtain the food? He had spent 3 fifth-grade pills and 8 hours flying just to buy pastries. Is he insane? That was the thought that crossed many minds. However, some female disciples' eyes gleamed with admiration. Their perspective differed from the men's. While the male cultivators saw his actions as a waste of resources, the female disciples found his dedication to their beloved senior sister romantic. Lan Mulian clutched the bag, her gaze lingering on his sincere expression and his warm smile. After a long silence, she spoke, her voice soft. I love it. A faint smile graced her lips, but it was hidden behind her veil. Her simple words sent shockwaves through the crowd. She had only offered polite thanks for the other gifts. But for Mu Zhi'an's pastries, she had expressed genuine affection. He's going all out. 3 fifth-grade pills and a day's journey, just for some pastries, a disciple murmured. But it's romantic, isn't it? A female disciple countered. But it's just pastries. If I had known senior sister liked pastries, I would have gone to Tianxian City too, another disciple said, regret filling his voice. Whispers and murmurs filled the air. Yu glared at them, his heart burning with resentment. He had spent 2 days preparing the eternal beauty pill, meticulously gathering the necessary ingredients, and all he had received was a polite smile. But Mu Zhi'an's pastries had earned her genuine affection. Mu Zhi'an, hearing their whispers, paused, then said, his voice serious, I call these Tao comprehension cakes. The crowd fell silent, their gazes fixed on him. Tao comprehension cakes? They're just ordinary pastries, a disciple said, his voice laced with doubt. Young Master Mu, you can't just call any pastry you buy in the city a Tao comprehension cake, Yu scoffed. Mu Zhi'an ignored him, transmitting his voice to Lan Mulian. Her eyes flickered, and she met his gaze, sensing his sincerity. She quickly scanned the brown paper bag with her spiritual sense. Her eyes widened as she retrieved a small, silver seed from the bag. Silence descended upon the crowd. Their breaths quickened, their eyes gleaming with a mixture of shock and desire. The holy maiden of the jade pool stared at the seed, her lips parted in surprise. Zhou Hao's eyes widened, his heart pounding. A seed of Tao realization. The seed of Tao realization was a divine treasure that only Tao integration experts, or those who had experienced a Tao integration tribulation and comprehended the laws of the great Tao, had a minuscule chance of obtaining. Not even the ancient families, let alone these disciples, could easily produce one. After all, it had been centuries since a Tao integration cultivator had emerged. It wasn't due to a lack of talent, but because the laws of heaven and earth currently forbade the emergence of such powerful beings. The sect master of the two polarities sect, the Jade Empress, the Demon Realm Empress, the divine beings of the southern wilderness, and the Buddhas of the western regions. These Tao integration experts had all achieved their breakthroughs long ago, when the laws of heaven and earth were more permissive. In this current era, the nascent soul realm was the pinnacle of power. The Tao integration realm had been lost for centuries. As a result, seeds of Tao realization were practically non-existent. Even Zhou Hao, who harbored disdain for Mu Zhi'an, was stunned. The holy maiden of the jade pool's eyes widened in surprise, her lips parting slightly. To these young cultivators, the value of a seed of Tao realization was immeasurable. After all, refining one would ensure a smoother cultivation journey and even offer a chance of reaching the Tao integration realm from the peak of nascent soul. The possibility of defying the current laws of heaven and earth and reaching the Tao integration realm. It was a tantalizing prospect. This unknown disciple, he was offering a seed of Tao realization. Just to woo a woman? The disciple's eyes burned with a mixture of envy and desire, but they remained composed. This was the two polarities sect, and they were at two polarities peak. No one would dare cause trouble here. That was why Mu Zhi'an had chosen this course of action. A seed of Tao realization could be refined within a day, and no one would dare steal it within the confines of two polarities peak. Besides, the secret would be revealed eventually, when Lan Mulian's cultivation progressed and the energy from the seed manifested during her tribulations. Since it was inevitable, it was better to be bold. Whispers and murmurs filled the air. If I had a seed of Tao realization, I'd consider gifting it too, but I'd still hesitate. He's truly generous. Yeah, right. You wouldn't give it away. You'd refine it yourself. There are so few people as devoted as Mu Zhi'an. I would ever find it immediately. I wouldn't save it to give to someone else. It wasn't that gifting a seed of Tao realization to their senior sister was unworthy. It was simply human nature to prioritize oneself. After refining it, one's strength would increase, making it easier to woo women. Perhaps not someone as aloof as Mu Zhi'an, but there were plenty of other beautiful, less demanding women. Unlike the male disciples, the female disciples' eyes gleamed with admiration. What woman didn't appreciate romance? He had flown to Tianxian City day and night, spending 3 fifth-grade pills just to buy pastries for his beloved senior sister. While the men might see it as a waste of resources, the women found it touching. They wished they had a Tao companion who would do the same for them. The talented young cultivators from other powers observed the scene in silence. They could afford to gift pills and treasures, but a seed of Tao realization that was unrealistic. At the back of the crowd, a monk, his body radiating a golden light, pressed his palms together and chanted softly, Amit Ba. Golden light emanated from him, calming his mind. The allure of the seed of Tao realization had shaken his Buddhist heart. The disciples turned to look at him, their eyes filled with surprise. The Thundersound Temple of the Western regions had sent a representative. The Western regions were incredibly far from the Eastern realm. It would take years for an ordinary person to travel between them. And his single chant had calmed the hearts of those who had been tempted. It was a testament to his cultivation level. The holy maiden of the jade pool stared at the seed in Mu Zhi'an's hand, then spoke after a long silence. It seems this Mu Zhi'an is more than just a reformed scoundrel. He wasn't as despicable as Zhou Hao had claimed. Even a holy maiden would be touched by someone who traveled a great distance, spending precious resources just to buy her pastries. Surely, senior sister Lan felt the same. However, for her, it was merely a fleeting emotion. Her Tao heart wouldn't be swayed so easily. Her true purpose for coming to the Two Polarities sect was to find the Jade Empress. As for other matters, they were of little importance. He was pursuing another woman before. Now he's targeting Mu Zhi'an. He's a fickle playboy, Zhou Hao scoffed. Fickle? You wouldn't accept 2 or 3 beautiful Tao companions? A mocking voice retorted, making him turn around. Who said that? The speaker was dressed plainly, a few copper coins hanging from his waist, his demeanor carefree and casual. He was scanning the crowd, his eyes lingering on the female disciples, as if searching for something. Divine Calculator, this is none of your business, Zhou Hao said coldly, his gaze fixed on the man. I despise you ancient families. You're all scheming hypocrites, the Divine Calculator chuckled. If you were offered 3 beautiful women, would you accept? Or would you choose to spend your life with your true love? Zhou Hao scoffed. The latter, of course. Do you dare swear to heaven? He hesitated. Why should I swear to heaven because of your words? See? You don't dare. Stop pretending to be a saint. If it was truly their beloved, I believe most disciples would choose to spend their lives with them. Yi Yu interjected. The Divine Calculator narrowed his eyes, his fingers twitching as he performed a quick calculation. If I'm not mistaken, you've been involved with 3 female disciples since arriving at the sect. That makes you a hypocrite too, doesn't it? And some of the other male disciples here seem to be quite close to several female disciples. Some even have multiple Tao companions. His words struck a nerve, making many uncomfortable. He was right, though. For cultivators, accusations of infidelity and fickleness were often just excuses to criticize others. As long as it was consensual, no one cared. After all, how many male cultivators would refuse the opportunity to be intimate with multiple beautiful women? They were simply jealous of Mu Zhi'an's success. The Divine Calculator had exposed their hypocrisy. Mu Zhi'an also noticed their conversation, his gaze settling on the scruffy young man who was effortlessly holding his own against the crowd. The senior brother of the Peak of Celestial Secrets? Mu Zhi'an asked, her voice cool and clear. The disciples turned to look at him, trying to recall his identity. The senior brother of the Peak of Celestial Secrets? I've never heard of him. I've never heard of this Divine Calculator. Is he even a member of our sect? I remember now. I heard from my senior sister that the senior brother of the Peak of Celestial Secrets used to pry into everyone's destiny, causing chaos and offending many. He was eventually chased out of the sect by a group of disciples and hasn't been seen since. To think so many still remember my past exploits. I'm honored, the divine calculator chuckled. He studied Mu Zhi'an, his eyes narrowed. Junior brother, I sense a dark cloud hanging over your head. Something bad is about to happen. For 50,000 spirit stones, I can help you avert this disaster. He's trying to scam me. Mu Zhi'an smiled faintly. Thank you for your concern, senior brother, but if I'm destined to face this tribulation, then so be it. The divine calculator was about to speak again when his expression changed, and he muttered, "This is bad. Someone's coming. Farewell, everyone." He then fled like a startled rabbit, as if running from something. The farce ended abruptly, and Lan Mulian turned back to Mu Zhi'an, her gaze intense. "Where did you obtain this seed of Tao realization?" she asked, her voice a soft whisper. "The waiter at the Tide Sea Inn threw it in for free when I bought the osmanthus cakes," he replied with a grin. She rolled her eyes, not believing him. "This seed will be beneficial for your future cultivation. Take it back and refine it. It's useless to me. It'll just end up in my other vessel," he replied with a sigh. After a moment of silence, she chuckled. "Your innate celestial vessel is just like you, junior brother." "What do you mean?" he asked, confused. "It wants everything," she said, her voice flat. "Senior sister is getting better at insulting people. She wasn't like this before." He sighed inwardly. Then, seeing the amusement in her eyes, he relaxed, knowing she wasn't truly angry. He turned to leave. "You're so generous, Brother Mu, gifting away a seed of Tao realization," Yi Lingxian said, her voice laced with a hint of sarcasm. He had expected this and sighed dramatically. "It's useless to me, Lingxian, and senior sister has been kind to me. If she reaches the Tao integration realm, she can protect me. You know, I offended quite a few people in Tianxian City. What if they come looking for trouble once they get stronger?" he said, his voice filled with mock despair. She frowned, her voice sharp. "I can protect you too." He smiled, his eyes filled with warmth. "I believe in your talent, Lingxian. I'll be counting on you." She beamed, pleased by his praise. "Once I've mastered my inheritance, I'll take you to the Forbidden Zone. Then you won't have to worry about your enemies," she said. If she became the next master of the Forbidden Zone, spending a few days there wouldn't be so bad. He nodded, agreeing. Several other powers presented their gifts, and Lan Mulian thanked them politely, her demeanor unchanged. The Holy Maiden of the Jade Pool offered an exquisite wooden box with a smile. "Congratulations on reaching the nascent soul realm, senior sister Lan. It's nothing special. I hope you don't mind." Lan Mulian's smile outshone even the brightest stars. "If Nirvana silk isn't considered special, then I don't know what is." Nirvana silk was a unique product of the Jade Pool sacred land. Clothing crafted from it was not only beautiful, but also offered exceptional protection. If not for Mu Zhi'an's seed of Tao realization, this gift would have been the highlight of the event. Mu Zhi'an's gaze lingered on the wooden box, his eyes gleaming with a mischievous glint. While the other disciples were thinking about clothes, he was thinking about stockings. If he could dye Nirvana silk black and white, he could create incredibly smooth and silky black and white stockings, and then have Ruashi and Mengru wear them. The thought sent a thrill through him. Once the gifts had been presented, Lan Mulian thanked everyone, then transmitted her voice to the Holy Maiden. "It's been a while, Fairy Yaoyu. Would you care to join me at my residence for a chat?" "I'd love to," the Holy Maiden replied with a smile. She had some questions about the Jade Empress, and it had indeed been a while since she had last seen senior sister Lan. The crowd dispersed, and the once bustling Two Polarities peak fell silent. However, tales of Mu Zhi'an's extravagant gesture, his journey to Tianxian City for his senior sister's sake, spread throughout the sect. Some disciples scoffed at his wasteful spending, but most expressed understanding and even admiration. In a tranquil and elegant residence on Two Polarities Peak, Lan Mulian poured a cup of tea for the Holy Maiden of the Jade Pool. Then they chatted about recent events in the Eastern Realm. "By the way, I heard there was a disturbance at the Pilgrimage Palace a few days ago. Do you know what happened, senior sister?" the Holy Maiden asked casually, her gaze lingering on Lan Mulian. Both women possessed ethereal beauty, each unique and captivating. Lan Mulian shook her head. I haven't been to the pilgrimage palace. However, many disciples went there. If you're interested, Fairy Yaoyu, you can ask them. The holy maiden was disappointed, but she didn't press the issue. You're quite popular within the sect, senior sister. A disciple even offered you a seed of Tao realization, she remarked. Lan Mulian took a sip of her tea, her expression unchanged. That junior brother is special. He's not like the others. Are you saying you have feelings for him? The holy maiden asked with a smile. It made sense. With Lan Mulian's personality, she wouldn't have accepted such a valuable gift if she wasn't interested in him. And it was obvious he was smitten with her. Traveling to Tianxian City for pastries, they were clearly more than just friends. And he had even concealed a seed of Tao realization within the pastries. He probably only had one, and he had given it to her. As the thought crossed her mind, a realization struck her. How could a core formation cultivator possess a seed of Tao realization? It must have been a gift from an ancient expert. And within the two polarities sect, there were only two beings who qualified as ancient experts. The sect master and Ling Long, the spirit dragon. The sect master was out of the question. As for Ling Long, she represented destiny itself. Even those with great destiny couldn't easily attract her attention. So what did he get it? Apart from those two Tao integration experts, there was one other, the founding holy maiden of the Jade Pool, the Jade Empress. The pieces of the puzzle clicked into place, and her usually calm heart skipped a beat. She looked at Lan Mulian, her voice soft. Where does Mu Zhi'an reside, senior sister? Mu Zhi'an, Lan Mulian echoed, her gaze meeting the holy maiden's. Why are you looking for him? The holy maiden hesitated, then lowered her voice. To be honest, our Grand Elder recently performed a divination and received a revelation that the Jade Empress might still be alive, and that she's here at the Two Polarities sect. I haven't sensed her aura, Lan Mulian replied, shaking her head. The Jade Empress had been a mere wisp of consciousness, intentionally concealing her presence. Unless one had seen her with their own eyes, like the Peak Masters, it would be impossible to detect her. I had similar doubts when I arrived. Perhaps the Grand Elder's divination was inaccurate, or perhaps the Jade Empress is concealing her presence to avoid being disturbed. The holy maiden said, her voice soft and melodious. However, there might be a third possibility. Lan Mulian's eyes flickered, but she remained silent. Could the seed of Tao realization Mu Zhi'an possessed have been a gift from the Jade Empress? Lan Mulian's expression turned thoughtful. So you want to ask him about it? The holy maiden nodded. Neither the sect master nor senior Ling Long would gift him a seed of Tao realization without reason. That's why I have this suspicion. Lan Mulian's gaze lingered on her, a hint of amusement in her eyes. Setting aside the sect master, senior Ling Long, if she had a seed of Tao realization, she might actually gift it to Mu Zhi'an. He resides at the Garden of Heavenly Harmony in the Jade Glass Palace, she replied calmly. She paused, then added, however, he's not as innocent as he appears. Be careful. The holy maiden smiled. I'll be cautious. Meanwhile, Mu Zhi'an, having flown from Two Polarities Peak with Yi Lingxian, was strolling through the Jade Glass Palace with her. By the way, what is your core formation, Tao, Brother Mu? She asked, turning to him. She had asked him before, but he had been evasive, refusing to answer directly. He shook his head. My Tao isn't something I can explain in a few words. You'll experience it yourself, eventually, he added, his gaze meeting hers, a playful glint in his eyes. She rolled her eyes. Just say you don't want to tell me. Stop being so mysterious. What did he mean by experience it yourself? Did his Tao involve physical intimacy? He walked her to her residence, their conversation filled with light-hearted banter. Go on. Chinner must be waiting for you, he said gently, stroking her hair. She hesitated. Won't you come in for a while, Brother Mu? Later, he replied, combing her hair with his fingers. I'm expecting a guest, so I need to prepare. A guest? He nodded. Someone I've never met before. She frowned, puzzled. How do you know they're coming if you've never met them? He smiled. If they're smart, they'll come. The commotion at the pilgrimage palace had drawn many talented disciples from other powers, including the Jade Pool Sacred Land. He had just given away a seed of Tao realization. Anyone with a brain would wonder where he had obtained it. There were only three possibilities: the sect master, Ling Long, the spirit dragon, or the Dongtian beneath the pilgrimage palace. The immortal ascension ceremony was still 2 months away, yet representatives from the western regions, the Forbidden Zone, and the Jade Pool Sacred Land had already arrived. They each had their own motives. The Forbidden Zone's representative. It was obvious he was here for Yi Lingxian. He wasn't sure about the monk from the western regions, but the Jade Pool Sacred Land sending their current holy maiden at this juncture. It was suspicious. Was it simply to offer congratulations? Or had they sensed the Jade Empress's presence and sent someone to confirm? If it was the latter, then his gift of the seed of Tao realization had sent a clear message to the holy maiden. I know about the Jade Empress. He had been planning to visit the Jade Pool Sacred Land anyway, but since she was here, it was an opportunity for a discussion. Lingxian, do you like stockings? He asked suddenly. She frowned, confused. What are those? They're like socks. He studied her figure, his gaze lingering on her slender waist, her long, fair legs, and her delicate feet in their embroidered shoes. She would look amazing in stockings. He smiled. I'll give you some later. You'll understand. She narrowed her eyes, muttering, I have a feeling you're up to something. With her innate spiritual body, she could sense the desire in his eyes. It was the desire of someone with a mischievous plan. He chuckled, shaking his head. Do you still think I would harm you, Lingxian? She rolled her eyes. You wouldn't harm me, but you're always scheming. Like that time when Xian'er was receiving her inheritance at Dao Peak. You wanted to stay the night. She blushed, her usual composure momentarily forgotten. I was simply worried you would be lonely, so I wanted to keep you company, he said, taking her hands in his. He suddenly felt a prickling sensation on his back, as if someone was watching them. He ignored it, his gaze fixed on her. She blushed, averting her eyes, her delicate neck and flawless skin exposed. A charged silence settled between them. After a long moment, he spoke. I should go now. He watched her enter her residence, then stretched, turning towards a large boulder in a nearby corner. You're pretty good at hiding. How long are you planning to stay there? He asked with a smile. If you don't come out, I'm leaving. A young man in a white robe emerged from behind the boulder. You're from the Forbidden Zone? Zhou Hao stared at him coldly. Stay away from my young mistress. You should know the difference in your status. There's no future for you two. As for Senior Ling Long, I don't know why she's residing at your residence, but she's the two polarities' sex guardian beast. She won't accompany you to the Forbidden Zone. His words were a warning. A playboy from Tianxian City and the future empress of the Forbidden Zone. The gap between them was insurmountable. They were incompatible. If he was smart, he would back down. If he was a fool, Zhou Hao wouldn't hesitate to teach him a lesson at the immortal ascension ceremony. His condescending words would have angered most people, but Mu Zhi'an simply chuckled, pleased. I'm finally starting to feel like a protagonist. If he hadn't awakened his memories, Zhou Hao would be saying these words to Yi Yu, but he was saying them to him. How wonderful. He enjoyed Zhou Hao's cold glare, then glanced at the residents behind him. Lingxian, your servant is looking for you. Zhou Hao's face paled. Mu Zhi'an, you're playing dirty, he spat, his voice trembling with anger. You followed us all the way here. Weren't you hoping to see your precious mistress? I'm just doing you a favor, Mu Zhi'an replied with a chuckle. Zhou Hao's face darkened, his heart pounding as he turned and fled. The elders had warned him against interfering with his young mistress's affairs. After all, Ling Long, the spirit dragon, was a special case. If there was truly a connection between them, they had to tread carefully. And if he angered his young mistress, he would face severe punishment upon returning to the Forbidden Zone. He had initially intended to endure it, but seeing Mu Zhi'an's intimacy with his young mistress had been too much to bear. He hadn't expected Mu Zhi'an to be so shameless, calling out to her without hesitation. If she discovered his actions, he would be in deep trouble. Mu Zhi'an watched him flee, a knowing smile gracing his lips. It seems he's terrified of his mistress. He knew that no one inside the residence could hear him. He had simply been trying to scare him, but it had worked better than he had expected. He returned to the garden of heavenly harmony, lit a candle in the courtyard, and prepared some tea. The holy maiden of the jade pool is here. She requests an audience. Wei Mengru's voice, cool and detached, informed him. She actually came. He set down his teacup. Invite her in. Mu Zhi'an waited patiently for the holy maiden of the jade pool, sipping his tea leisurely as he studied Wei Mengru, his gaze lingering on her beautiful, aloof face. Many men claim to be obsessed with appearances, feet, or older women, but it all boiled down to one thing. They were simply lecherous. He couldn't say definitively whether Wei Mengru or Bai Ruoshi was more beautiful. They each possessed unique charms. His maid was cold and distant, and she knew him inside and out, even his darkest secrets. Conquering her would be a challenge, and her constant glares of disdain and disapproval only fueled his desire. He knew she was aloof and elegant, yet he couldn't resist the urge to possess her, to control her, to witness her humiliation and her shy surrender. Bai Ruoshi had also been an unapproachable goddess, initially disgusted by him, which made him wonder how she would react once she fell for him. As it turned out, a woman becoming gentle and devoted in love was truly a wonderful sight. He continued to study Wei Mengru, and she, sensing his gaze, glared at him. "What are you looking at?" "You," he replied simply. "Why?" "Your aura has grown stronger. Are you about to reach the 8th stage of core formation?" She nodded curtly, and he sighed, impressed. "Your talent is truly remarkable. How do you do it?" Even Bai Ruoshi could barely keep up with her, and that was with the boost from the heavenly Tao aura. Her cultivation speed was astounding. If you focused on your cultivation instead of chasing women, you could achieve the same, she replied calmly, her long, fair legs clad in delicate embroidered shoes, peeking out from beneath her skirt. "I could never achieve your level, even if I dedicated myself fully to cultivation," he chuckled, shaking his head. He was aware of his limitations. Talent was innate, and even with external assistance, he could only surpass ordinary disciples. He couldn't compare to prodigies like Wei Mengru. "By the way, I recently discovered a fascinating garment. Would you be interested in trying it on sometime, Mengru?" he asked, baiting her. "No," she replied coldly, not taking the bait. "It's for your own good. You should try it sometime," he insisted. She ignored him, knowing he had ulterior motives. She glanced at the woman approaching gracefully along the garden path, then turned back to him. "The holy maiden of the jade pool wouldn't visit you without reason. Don't let your lust cloud your judgment." She then turned and left, her figure shimmering like a heat haze before vanishing. He stared at her retreating figure, his expression turning serious. It seems convincing Mengru to wear black and white silk stockings will be quite a challenge. A long and arduous journey awaits. He pushed those thoughts aside and turned to face the approaching holy maiden. She also noticed him, her lips curving into a gentle smile. "Apologies for the intrusion, young Master Mu," she said, her voice soft and melodious. Her hair was styled simply, adorned with a golden hairpin with delicate pearl tassels that swayed gently as she walked. However, what truly captivated his attention was her sheer dress. It shimmered with a faint silver light, hinting at the milky white skin beneath. Unfortunately, whether due to her physique or the dress itself, he couldn't clearly discern her figure. However, her aura alone suggested she was a breathtaking beauty. He smiled shyly. "You're too kind, fairy. Please have a seat." He gestured for her to sit, then prepared some tea. "Your gift to Senior Sister-in-law today was quite surprising. Even as I was leaving, the disciples were still discussing it. Your sincerity must have touched her deeply," she remarked, her smile gentle. He chuckled, shaking his head. "Senior's sister has been kind to me, so I simply wanted to do something nice for her." It wasn't just the seed of Tao realization. Even those seemingly simple osmanthus cakes conveyed your sincerity. "I'm impressed," she said, her gaze lingering on him. She couldn't understand his appeal. He was undeniably handsome, but senior sister Lon, with her pride and aloofness, wouldn't be swayed by mere looks. As for talent, he was considered a prodigy, having reached the core formation realm at his age. However, Lan Mulian was the sect master's personal disciple, and the holy maiden knew her well. She wouldn't be attracted to mere talent or looks. She had been puzzled by his charm until today, witnessing his generosity and his sincere gesture of traveling a great distance for pastries. Senior sister was once an examiner and resided in Tianjin City for a while. I promised to treat her to the best osmanthus cakes in the city, but I never had the opportunity, he explained. So I took this chance to fulfill my promise. She smiled. You've piqued my curiosity, young Master Mu. He smiled, but offered no further explanation, though her aura was captivating, tempting him to explore further. He refrained from offering to buy her pastries. She clearly considered herself superior, looking down on him. It wasn't that she was arrogant. Having grown up in the Jade Pool's sacred land, surrounded by admiration, her speech and demeanor naturally carried a hint of pride. Offering to buy her pastries would only solidify their unequal status, painting him as a simp. He changed the subject. You must have an important reason for seeking me out, Fairy. She nodded. You're perceptive, young Master Mu. I do have a question for you. Ask away, he replied. She took a sip of her tea, her lips glistening. Seeds of Dao realization are treasures that only Dao integration or soul transformation cultivators can obtain. It seems you've encountered a great opportunity within the sect, she said, her smile laced with anticipation. He pondered her words for a moment. I did encounter an opportunity within the sect. It's a long story. Her eyes gleamed with curiosity, and she almost leaned forward, but she caught herself. She maintained her composure, waiting for him to elaborate. However, he fell silent. She opened her mouth to ask, then stopped, feeling a surge of frustration, like a reader interrupted at a crucial moment in a story. She suppressed her urge to question him as he retrieved a brown paper bag from his storage ring and placed it on the table. What's this? She asked, her eyes filled with curiosity. I bought some extra snacks while I was in Tianjin City. Feel free to try them, Fairy, he replied. She was surprised. He had brought back more pastries? Core formation cultivators didn't need to eat. Consuming snacks was purely for enjoyment. He certainly knows how to indulge himself. She was about to speak when a beautiful melody filled the air, echoing from within the residence. Hey! The song was mournful and captivating, its melody stirring the heart. It seemed Sister Lin Ling smelled the food. He chuckled, turning to the holy maiden. Apologies, Fairy. I need to excuse myself for a moment. Don't worry, she replied with a smile. He fed Ling Long, then returned to the courtyard. There are others cultivating within the residence. It's not a good place for a conversation. Why don't we take a walk and chat, he suggested, smiling at the holy maiden. Bai Ruashi was meditating, and Ling Long's singing would likely wake her up. It would be awkward if she saw them together. Though he had no romantic interest in the holy maiden, it was better to avoid misunderstandings. All right, she replied, her smile bright and cheerful. Outside, a serene lake shimmered under the sunlight, its shores adorned with lush green vines, stone benches scattered along the path. They strolled along the lakeshore, discussing cultivation matters. The holy maiden was particularly interested in Lan Mulian and asked about her time in Tianjin City. By the way, Fairy, is the Nirvana silk you gifted a senior sister the same material as your dress? He asked casually. She nodded. Nirvana silk is a product of the Jade Pool sacred land. It offers protection against mental attacks. This dress is made of Nirvana silk. Do you have any more? I'm interested in acquiring some, he asked. She chuckled. Nirvana silk is quite rare, even within the Jade Pool. We don't usually sell it. With the Jade Pool sacred land's wealth and power, they had no need to sell such a precious material. However, since you're a friend of Senior Sister Lan, I can offer you some scraps. I'll be able to make the stockings. He smiled. Thank you, Fairy. Fairy Yaoyu, I'm also interested in Nirvana silk. Would you be willing to sell me some? A voice interrupted him, and he turned to see a young man in luxurious attire approaching. Brother Zhou Hao, You don't reside in the Jade Glass Palace, do you? What brings you here? He asked, his voice as warm and friendly as if they were old friends. Zhou Hao scoffed, ignoring him, his gaze fixed on the holy maiden. Fairy Yaoyu, I'm quite interested in Nirvana's silk. Would you be willing to part with some? She smiled, her gaze lingering on the talented young man from the Forbidden Zone. Her mind raced. From a purely practical standpoint, gifting the Nirvana silk to a member of the Forbidden Zone would be the most beneficial course of action. After all, befriending a prodigy from the Forbidden Zone was always a good investment. However, she was also reluctant to refuse Mu Zhi'an, considering his polite demeanor and his connection to Lan Mulian. Seeing her hesitation, Zhou Hao retrieved a shimmering gem from his storage ring. An aurora crystal? She asked, her eyes widening slightly. Aurora crystals were unique to the Forbidden Zone. They held a similar value to gold in the mortal world, but they could be embedded in clothing to enhance the flow of spiritual energy. The effect was minimal, but their beauty was undeniable. Even the holy maiden was captivated. Exchanging an aurora crystal for Nirvana's silk, that was acceptable. She pondered his offer. Zhou Hao glanced at Mu Zhi'an, a smug smile gracing his lips. This was the difference between the Forbidden Zone and ordinary families. His starting point was a destination Mu Zhi'an could never reach, even in a lifetime. He had been born and raised in the Forbidden Zone, the beloved grandson of the Fourth Elder. Most other members of his clan couldn't even produce such a gem. Young Master Mu, if you're smart, you'll stay away from Lingxian. Consider this Nirvana silk a parting gift. He transmitted his voice. This aurora crystal might be a rare treasure to you, but I can produce 10 more. I've even consumed rebirth water before, he added coldly. His words were meant to instill a sense of inferiority, to make Mu Zhi'an back down. Mu Zhi'an pondered for a moment, then replied, but I can't bear to. Zhou Hao frowned, confused. Your young mistress's lips are incredibly soft. I can't bring myself to leave her. Zhou Hao's eyes narrowed, his aura flaring as his cultivation vessel wavered, his spiritual energy surging uncontrollably. He recalled his younger brother's expulsion from the sect, the humiliation Mu Zhi'an had inflicted upon him, and he forced himself to calm down. Mu Zhi'an gave him a thumbs up, his smile warm and friendly. He then turned to the holy maiden, transmitting his voice. Your suspicion is correct, fairy. I obtained the seed of Tao realization from the pilgrimage palace. She raised an eyebrow, surprised by his sudden confession. Then, his voice echoed in her mind once more. I know about the Jade Empress. A leaf drifted onto the lake, creating ripples. Silence fell upon them. The holy maiden stared at him, her voice trembling slightly. Is that true, young Master Mu? Do you truly know about the Jade Empress? The holy maiden pressed, her gaze locked on Mu Zhi'an, a spark of hope igniting in her usually calm eyes. Zhou Hao noticed her reaction, his brow furrowing slightly. Though he couldn't hear their conversation, it was clear that Mu Zhi'an had offered something tempting. It seems this Mu Zhi'an isn't as useless as my brother claimed. He studied Mu Zhi'an, his mind racing. If Ling Long, the spirit dragon, choosing Mu Zhi'an was a mere coincidence, then his schemes to drive away his brother and their servant, and now this tempting offer to the holy maiden. It was beyond the capabilities of a mere playboy. Under the holy maiden's expectant gaze, Mu Zhi'an replied, I was actually planning to visit the Jade Pool, sacred land. She frowned, puzzled. Could there be something he needed from the Jade Pool? She had already made up her mind. She turned to Zhou Hao, her voice apologetic. Brother Zhou, I apologize, but I've already promised this Nirvana silk to young Master Mu. Despite her refusal, her melodic voice held a strange charm that made it impossible to resent her. It was one of the inherent abilities of an innate Tao body. Every holy maiden of the Jade Pool possessed a natural charisma that drew people to them. Zhou Hao stared at Mu Zhi'an. You must have some tricks up your sleeve, young Master Mu, to sway Fairy Yao you so easily. However, it's not enough to win over our young mistress. Mu Zhi'an was taken aback. Are you enough? He retorted. Our young mistress is destined to inherit the throne of the Forbidden Zone. No one is worthy of her, Zhou Hao replied coldly. So you're saying You won't allow her to fall in love? Mu Zhi'an asked, incredulous. If someone truly worthy appears, we won't interfere, Zhou Hao scoffed. Does that include you? If I'm worthy, then naturally, he replied calmly. I see. He wants her all to himself. Mu Zhi'an understood his mentality. It was like a man harboring a secret crush on a goddess, too insecure to confess, claiming he would pursue her once he became worthy. But by then, she would likely be taken. As for whether he was worthy of Yi Lingxian, Mu Zhi'an wasn't one to feel inferior because of someone's background or talent. On the contrary, he would be delighted. The stronger she was, the easier his life would be. If he didn't pursue the woman he loved now, he would regret it later. And with her kind and gentle nature, if he didn't pursue her now, when she was still young, would he wait until she became a powerful shark? By then, it would likely be too late. She already possessed an aloof demeanor that kept most people at bay. In a year or two, it would be even more difficult to reach her heart. I admire your dedication, Brother Zhou. Keep polishing yourself. Fairy Yao Yu and I have matters to discuss. Farewell, Mu Zhi'an said, bowing politely, his voice filled with mock sincerity. Zhou Hao glared at him, but remained silent. He knew that further arguments would be futile. However, if Mu Zhi'an dared to follow his young mistress to the forbidden zone, he would learn the true extent of the gap between them. Once she inherited her clan's legacy, her talent and strength would skyrocket, her brilliance eclipsing all those around her. Ignorance is bliss. This pampered young master from the Mu family simply didn't understand her true potential. Once he witnessed her power in the Forbidden Zone, he would realize their incompatibility. As they strolled along the lakeshore, the Holy Maiden asked, "Are you close to Lingxian, young Master Mu?" He nodded. "She's one of my dearest sisters. I've always treated her as such. The Forbidden Zone's power is far greater than you imagine. Be careful," she warned. He nodded. "Thank you for your concern, Fairy." She changed the subject. "Regarding the information about the Jade Empress, I don't know about her. I also know where she is," he replied, transmitting his voice. She stopped, turned to face him. Before she could speak, he continued, "However, I can't take you to her right now." "Why not?" she asked, confused. "She's indisposed. It's not a good time for visitors," he explained. She was currently sleeping within his body. He wouldn't wake her unless absolutely necessary. She frowned slightly. He seemed close to Lan Mulian, but she couldn't simply believe his words. "Though I can't take you to her, I can allow you to sense her presence," he added. Sense her presence, but not meet her. She was even more confused. He smiled. "Just come with me. You'll understand." He led her to a tranquil and elegant residence. The owner seemed to be expecting them, as the formations deactivated, and a beautiful face, both youthful and alluring, appeared at the entrance. "Brother Mu, what brings you here?" Yiqian asked, her voice soft and surprised. She then turned to the aloof fairy beside him, offering a polite smile when she received one in return. Her emerald eyes lingered on the Holy Maiden for a moment. Then she said with a smile, "Come in." She led them into the courtyard. "Lingxian isn't here." He glanced around, but she was nowhere to be seen. "Sister is taking a medicinal bath," Chinner explained, sensing his gaze. As an inner disciple of Dao Peak, Yi Lingxian had an endless supply of qi gathering pills, and with the additional pills Mu Zhi'an had given her, she practically bathed in them daily to accelerate her cultivation. "Are you looking for Sister, Brother Mu?" she asked. "No, I'm looking for you," he replied. He turned to the Holy Maiden. "This is Fairy Yao Yu, the Holy Maiden of the Jade Pool, Sacred Land." "The Jade Pool, Sacred Land," Chinner repeated, the name sounding familiar. Then, realization dawned. If I'm not mistaken, Senior Jade Empress was also a Holy Maiden of the Jade Pool, Sacred Land? He nodded, then turned to the Holy Maiden. "Chinner is the successor chosen by the Jade Empress." The Holy Maiden studied Yi Qian, her gaze calm and assessing. "I sense her aura," she said, nodding slightly. "But where is Senior Jade Empress?" "She's within my vessel," he revealed. She shook her head immediately. "Impossible. If she was within you, I would have sensed her aura earlier." She had been using a special jade slip ever since she had arrived at the Two Polarities sect. If the Jade Empress was truly within him, she would have detected her presence. "Can you sense my other vessel, fairy?" he asked. She frowned. "Your other vessel? How could a cultivator have two vessels?" She was about to ask, then a realization struck her. "You're an innate, celestial vessel." She hesitated. "Apologies, but may I examine you with my spiritual sense?" She didn't doubt him, but she had only heard of the innate, celestial vessel constitution. She had never encountered it, and even ancient texts rarely mentioned it. He nodded, and she reached out, her slender hand taking his. Yi Qian frowned, watching them, a hint of displeasure in her eyes. However, she remained silent. The Holy Maiden's spiritual sense swept over him, and her eyes widened as she sensed his two vessels. She retrieved her jade slip. It glowed faintly. Her eyes lit up with joy. Senior Jade Empress was truly within him. She suppressed her excitement, but she couldn't hide the tremor in her voice. To think Senior Jade Empress would appear before her in this way. She was about to withdraw her hand when she sensed something strange. As her spiritual sense brushed against his other vessel, she saw a wisp of purple energy, transforming the usually invisible spiritual energy into a deep, vibrant shade. Why is the spiritual energy within his other vessel different? Normally, the spiritual energy within a cultivator's vessel was colorless. But the energy within Mu Zhi'an's other vessel was clearly different. Even the spiritual energy within an innate celestial vessel should be colorless, not purple. As the thought crossed her mind, she felt a wave of intoxicating energy wash over her consciousness. Her vision blurred, and she felt an overwhelming urge to absorb the purple energy. She could sense its potent benefits for her cultivation. "Fairy Yaoyu?" Mu Zhi'an's voice snapped her out of her daze, and she withdrew her hand as if she had been burned. He studied her, his eyes filled with concern. "Are you all right, fairy?" She composed herself, forcing a smile. "I'm fine. I was just lost in thought." She couldn't help but stare at him. His innate celestial vessel. It was strange. To think you're an innate celestial vessel, young Master Mu. How surprising. She smiled, her eyes filled with genuine admiration. No wonder Senior Jade Empress chose to reside within you. She had sensed the potent allure of his spiritual energy. Even she had almost lost herself in it. Senior Jade Empress was clearly severely injured. His innate celestial vessel was the perfect place for her to recuperate. "It's not a permanent solution," he sighed. "Her injuries are severe. I've been trying to find a way to rebuild her body, but I'm missing some crucial ingredients." Senior Jade Empress is a holy maiden of the Jade Pool sacred land. "If there's anything we can do, we won't hesitate," she declared. He nodded. "There is something you can help with. The heavenly phoenix fruit from the Jade Pool sacred land is crucial for rebuilding her body. I'll inform the elders when I return and have them prepare it," she replied immediately. "What else do you need?" "Rebirth water," he said. She hesitated. If not for the Jade Empress, they might be able to obtain the rebirth water from the Forbidden Zone. However, if it was for rebuilding her body, the Forbidden Zone would likely reconsider. After all, a Tao integration empress appearing in the Eastern Realm, it would completely alter the balance of power. "I'll find a way to obtain the rebirth water," he said with a smile. "Just prepare the heavenly phoenix fruit. I'll visit the Jade Pool sacred land after my trip to the Forbidden Zone." Normally, such a declaration from an ordinary cultivator would be met with skepticism. However, his connection to Yi Lingxian and his unique innate celestial vessel, they lent credence to his words. She smiled genuinely. "Regardless of the outcome, we're grateful for your assistance, young Master Mu. You're too kind, fairy. Senior Jade Empress has helped me greatly, and you're a friend of Senior Sister Lawn, which makes you practically my senior sister as well." "It's the least I can do," he replied humbly. She smiled, then retrieved an exquisite wooden box. "I didn't bring much Nirvana silk with me, but if this isn't enough, you can visit me at the Jade Pool sacred land." Seeing him reach for his spirit stones, she stopped him. "There's no need for payment. Since you call me senior sister, consider this a gift." "Thank you, sister," he said sincerely. She didn't notice the change in his address. After chatting with him for a while, she spoke with Yi Qian, offering advice regarding the Jade Empress's inheritance, then took her leave. She wanted to return to the Jade Pool's sacred land and inform the elders about the Jade Empress. He watched her depart, then sat in the courtyard with Yi Qian for a while. Soon, Yi Lingxian appeared, her cheeks flushed from her bath, making her even more adorable. "Sister," Qianer greeted her. Lingxian smiled faintly. She then turned to Mu Zhi'an, her smile widening. "Brother Mu, why are you still here so late? I thought you'd be lost in Sister Ruashi's embrace." He chuckled, choosing not to respond. Her teasing skills were getting better. "I need to teach her a lesson. You seem to have the wrong idea about me." "Lingxian," he said with a sigh. "Oh, is it a misconception?" she asked, her voice laced with amusement as she sat down. Her posture was elegant, her loose, white nightgown accentuating her youthful beauty. "Are you finished with your medicinal bath, sister?" China asked. "You can go now if you want, Qianer," Lingxian replied with a smile. Qianer nodded, then glanced at Mu Zhi'an, murmuring, "I'll leave you two alone," before leaving the courtyard. He immediately took Lingxuan's hand in his. Qianer just left. "Aren't you worried about being discovered?" she asked, trying to pull away. "It's late. No one will see," he reassured her, his grip tightening. She rolled her eyes, her resistance weakening as she blushed, lowering her head shyly. They sat in comfortable silence, the air charged with a subtle tension. He glanced at her, admiring her flushed cheeks and shy demeanor. She was beautiful in her white nightgown, the fabric clinging to her fair skin. Her hair was slightly damp, droplets of water trickling down her neck. Even without makeup, she was captivating, her usual elegance replaced by a languid charm. "If I'm going to teach her a lesson, tonight seems like the perfect opportunity." "Brother Mu, what are you doing?" As expected of someone with an innate spiritual body, Yi Lingxuan's awareness was top-notch. The moment a bold thought crossed his mind, she sensed his intentions, her eyes widening in alarm as she met his gaze. "She's too alert." He chuckled. "Nothing. Can't I even look at you?" She frowned. "I have a feeling you're up to something." He sighed dramatically. "Lingxian, do you still think I'm a bad person?" "You were a bad person back in Tianxian City," she replied, her voice flat. "I've never done anything bad." "Why do you think I'm a bad person?" he argued, trying to lower her guard. "That's what you say, but you used sweet words to deceive innocent girls," she countered. "I've never deceived anyone," he insisted, taking her hand in his gaze softening as he admired her beautiful profile. "And you're not an innocent girl, are you, Lingxian?" She raised her chin proudly. Of course not. She wasn't like those naive girls. After all, she had seen through his facade from the beginning. That was why she had tried so hard to keep him away from Qianer. "Then there's nothing to worry about. You're not naive. You don't have to fear me," he said. She glanced at him, a playful smile gracing her lips. "But what if you force yourself on me? You're at the core formation realm now, Brother Mu. I can't defeat you." She bit her lip, her eyes flickering with mock fear. "You wouldn't, would you? Ha ha ha, Qianer isn't here. How will you resist me?" He chuckled, playing along. He wrapped his arm around her slender waist, pulling her closer. He then gently tilted her chin up with his finger, his gaze captivated by her beauty. She had clearly just bathed and was preparing for bed, clad in a white nightgown, her hair slightly disheveled, her lips a delicate pink in the moonlight. Though he knew she was beautiful, seeing her up close tonight, he couldn't help but marvel at her beauty. How could Yi Yu have ignored such a beauty, choosing to focus solely on his cultivation? The moonlit courtyard, the young master holding her chin, the girl blushing and averting her eyes. It looked like a scene from a romance novel. If they hadn't been close, she would have slapped him, regardless of his cultivation level. But now, instead of anger, she felt a strange mixture of shyness and anticipation. She knew about his philandering ways, yet she was drawn to him. She couldn't explain why. She felt his warm breath on her face and looked up at him, her heart pounding as he leaned closer. She knew what he wanted, but she couldn't bring herself to push him away. She closed her eyes, surrendering to the moment. He He placed his hands on her shoulders, her back pressing against a stone pillar as he captured her lips with his. He savored the softness of her lips, the delicate fragrance that clung to her after her bath. After a long moment, he released her, and she gasped softly, her eyes hazy with desire. Ling Xian, let me stay with you tonight, he whispered. She stared at him, her eyes unfocused. Then she shook her head, averting her gaze. Not now. Does that mean later? He took her hand in his. I'll just meditate with you. I won't do anything bad. She glanced at him, her voice laced with playful suspicion. Do you even believe that, Brother Mu? I always keep my promises, he insisted, his expression sincere. Do you dare swear to heaven? That's not fair. If I swear, I can't do anything. He sighed inwardly, surprised by her vigilance. She placed her hand on his, her voice soft. Maintaining my purity will benefit my inheritance when I return to the Forbidden Zone. She paused, then added, And have you considered how you'll explain this to my father, Brother Mu? If her purity was compromised, her father would surely sense it, and Mu Zhi'an, being the closest to her, would be the prime suspect. However, once she received the inheritance, there would be no such restrictions. So that's why you wouldn't let me stay the night? He asked, understanding dawning. If she hadn't reminded him, he would have acted impulsively. It made sense. She was returning to the Forbidden Zone in a month to receive her inheritance. If her father discovered that his precious daughter had been defiled, he wouldn't be pleased. It seems I need to postpone the punishment for a while. He smiled, gently stroking her hair. I won't do anything without your consent, Ling Xian. Don't worry. She pondered his words. If you're not going to do anything, then you can stay. He cleared his throat. I have some matters to attend to tonight. Man. She rolled her eyes at her mischievous brother. Perhaps I should just obtain the rebirth water for you, Brother Mu. You can wait for me at the Two Polarities sect. She was still worried about the trouble he might encounter in the Forbidden Zone. Zhou Cong and Zhou Hao weren't the only ones who resented his relationship with her. Many within the Forbidden Zone disliked the idea of any man being with their young mistress. And if he accompanied her, she wasn't sure how her father would react. Have you considered what would happen if the Jade Empress needed more than just a bottle of rebirth water? He asked. She frowned. What do you mean? What if she needs to bathe in it, like you did as a child? She hadn't considered that possibility. A being like the Jade Empress might indeed require more than just a single bottle. Even if she didn't need to bathe in it, obtaining 2 or 3 bottles would raise suspicions. She no longer needed rebirth water. Taking so much out of the Forbidden Zone would surely attract attention. Then what do you plan to do, Brother Mu? Are you really going to ask my father? She knew her father well. He wouldn't agree easily. I'll handle it. Just focus on receiving your inheritance, he said, gently stroking her hair. If you want to help, reach the nascent soul realm quickly. She nodded, her expression serious. She needed to reach the nascent soul realm, both for herself and for him. Only then could she protect those she cared about. After spending some time with her, he excused himself and left the courtyard. As he was leaving, he noticed a figure hurrying away, her skirt billowing in the night breeze. Isn't Xian'er taking a medicinal bath? What is she doing here? He recalled seeing her leave hastily when he had been alone with Ling Xian in her room before. What could be a coincidence but twice? He frowned, suspicion growing. I need to test her, he thought, then left the residence. Back at the Garden of Heavenly Harmony, instead of returning to his room, he went to the study to check for messages. He found 2 folded paper cranes on his desk, one from Senior Sister and one from the Sect Master. He sat down and unfolded the letters. Senior Sister's letter was formal, as always. She had maintained her aloof demeanor ever since their online meeting. She expressed her gratitude for his gift and invited him to Two Polarities Peak for osmanthus cake. The Sect Master's letter was a response to his invitation to stroll through the pilgrimage palace. She hadn't refused, but she hadn't accepted either. He pondered for a moment, then wrote his replies, attaching them to the paper cranes and releasing them. He then opened his personal interface. The pink heart-shaped frame next to his name and role was still empty, but the number of titles had increased. Among them, he noticed a new emerald-colored frame. The title within was, Jade Empress's inheritance. Its effect was to grant him access to the Jade Empress's ultimate technique, the pure world Azure Lotus. Though it wasn't the original technique, it was still a powerful tool. Innate spiritual body belonged to Ling Xian. Sword of mortal protection belonged to Ruoxi. The Jade Empress's inheritance belonged to Yi Qian. But what about this other title? He noticed another title, a golden frame, next to the Jade Empress's inheritance, sacred heavenly body. Whose physique is this? He wondered, staring at the title. It couldn't be the holy maiden of the Jade Pool. Was it one of the peak masters? Or senior sister-lawn? Or perhaps the sect master? He shook his head, pushing those thoughts aside, and closed his interface. There was something he needed to confirm tonight. He left the study and saw Wei Mingru, clad in her yellow dress, sitting in the pavilion. Mingru, why are you still awake, sitting out here alone? He asked, approaching her with a smile. She glanced at him, her voice flat. I thought you wouldn't be back tonight. Were you waiting for me, Mingru? He asked, touched. I was simply enjoying the moonlight and some tea, she replied coldly, her legs crossed elegantly, showing no deference to her master. Where's Ruoxi? She's meditating in her room. She's about to break through, she replied. She glanced at him, her voice laced with suspicion. Are you going out again? You're going to the Forbidden Zone in a month. It'll be troublesome if you don't obtain the rebirth water. I'm going out to confirm something related to the rebirth water, he said with a smile. She shifted slightly, as if she wanted to turn and face him, but her pride prevented her. Where are you going? Simply asking Ling Xuan's father for the rebirth water. He wouldn't agree, even if I'm his future son-in-law. He chuckled. However, everyone likes a compromise. If I ask for the rebirth water, he might refuse. But if I tell him that a demon is about to break free from the pilgrimage palace and threaten the Eastern realm, and then ask for the rebirth water, he won't be able to refuse. Her eyes widened. You want to release the demon from the pilgrimage palace? He nodded. But first, I need to confirm something with someone else, he added, his gaze lingering on her beautiful profile. She finally turned to face him. Ooh, that's more like it. Being cold and distant all the time is boring. It would be even better if she blushed occasionally. He smiled, his gaze shifting towards two polarities peak. The person who's been manipulating everything since I arrived at the sect. Are you referring to the sect master? Wei Mingru asked, noticing the direction of his gaze. As expected of my personal maid. You understand me so well, he chuckled. She rolled her eyes. It was a simple deduction. She then remembered something important. Did you visit Old Man Ren when you were in Tianxian City? Old Man Ren had been kind to both of them back in Tianxian City, even during Mu Zhi'an's wild and reckless days. Even then, Mu Zhi'an had respected the old man. I gave him some pills and chatted with him for a while, he replied, nodding. She nodded, satisfied, and didn't press further. He bid farewell to Wei Mingru and flew to Two Polarities Peak, summoning his senior sister with a paper crane message. Soon, a figure clad in a white dress, her feet resting on a cloud, appeared. Senior sister, he called out. Lan Mulian nodded curtly, glancing at him. Master is waiting for you at the pavilion. She knows I'm coming, he asked, surprised, but not entirely unexpected. After all, she was a shark, and she had been scheming since his arrival at the sect. It wasn't surprising that she had anticipated his move. He arrived at the pavilion and found the sect master waiting for him in an elegant room. She was one of the few Dao integration experts in the world, and he still couldn't figure her out. She was as he remembered, casual, elegant, and mysterious. If not for her distracting features, he would be filled with awe in her presence. Fortunately, his love for her outweighed his awe, preventing him from acting foolishly. Have a seat. There's no need to be so formal, she said, her smile as alluring as ever, her aura mysterious. You knew I was coming? He asked, taking a seat across from her. The Jade Empress recently entered your other vessel. It's not surprising that you would seek me out, she replied with a chuckle. She knows everything. She probably even orchestrated my entry into the Dongtian. The Jade Empress needs rebirth water and the heavenly phoenix fruit, he said, getting straight to the point. The heavenly phoenix fruit, is at the Jade Pool's sacred land. Now that they know she's alive, they'll come to you, even if you don't go to them, she said. But what about the rebirth water? How do you plan to obtain it? She asked, her gaze fixed on him. He pondered for a moment. People only care about their own interests when they're not facing a common enemy. But once a threat emerges, they seek allies, knowing that a strong alliance minimizes their losses. Senior Jade Empress said that the demon's strength has greatly diminished. Even if she were to fade away, he would still perish within a century. So, you want to exploit his remaining value before he dies? She asked, raising an eyebrow. But I'm worried that the demon realm might try to rescue him, he said, studying her reaction. She took a sip of her tea, her lips glistening. 1,000 years ago, the demon realm was a barren wasteland, the northern realm consumed by war. The demon emperor didn't intervene because his Tao was related to life and death. Once he mastered his technique, he set his sights on the eastern realm and led his forces to invade. That's when he encountered the Jade Empress. You know what happened next? She used the pure world azure lotus to seal him. Shortly after, his adopted daughter inherited the throne and quelled the war within a few years. So you're saying the demon realm empress won't try to rescue him, even though he's her father? He asked, surprised. The demon emperor adopted 9 sons and 9 daughters. Only the strongest survivor could inherit his throne, she explained. So he was raising them like goo, poisonous insect, or worm. He understood. Come to think of it, did that snake woman truly not know where he was? The tremors at the pilgrimage palace had occurred multiple times. Nguhuan had likely informed the demon realm empress long ago. Had she remained silent because she wasn't sure if he was sealed within the two polarities sect, or did she simply not care? The answer was clear. The Jade Empress sacrificed herself for the Eastern realm. The master of the Forbidden Zone isn't unreasonable. If you explain the situation, he'll help you. She paused, a playful smile gracing her lips. However, he only has one daughter, and he dotes on her. He might be more concerned about his daughter's love life than the rebirth water. Though she didn't elaborate, he understood her meaning. She was warning him. Be prepared to face his future father-in-law's wrath. Thank you for your guidance, sect master, he said, bowing respectfully. He chatted with her for a while longer. Then, as he was about to leave, he said, By the way, sect master, regarding our stroll through the pilgrimage palace, there will be an opportunity eventually, she replied with a smile, her gaze meeting his. That sounded like a maybe later. He bowed again and took his leave. He had simply been testing the waters. He wasn't ready to lure this shark into his pond just yet. He left the pavilion and found Lan Muyin sitting in the courtyard, a table laden with delicious food before her. Senior sister, enjoying a late-night snack? He asked, approaching her with a smile. She glanced at him, her voice flat. I didn't order this. Though she had instructed the disciples to prepare the food, she had no intention of eating it. Nascent soul cultivators didn't need to eat, and she had little interest in most foods. If it wasn't you, could it be the sect master? He asked, surprised. She wasn't known for her love of food. She shook her head. It wasn't master. Then who? Ling Long. It was possible. She had been at the sect for a long time. She must know the sect master. Come to think of it, the sect master seemed to be involved in all his encounters with Ling Long. He was exploiting Yiyu, the fat sheep, while the sect master was exploiting him. No, not exploiting. She was providing him with sheep to exploit. Lan Muyin, sensing his thoughts, hesitated, then spoke, her usually aloof expression softened by a rare hint of gratitude. Thank you for the gift today. This is a first. She's actually thanking me. He stared at her, amused. You've helped me a lot, senior sister. I wanted to do something for you. She quickly changed the subject, seemingly embarrassed by his gratitude. The holy maiden of the Jade Pool visited you today, didn't she? He nodded. Fairy Yao, you asked me a few questions, but I haven't seen her since. She returned to the Jade Pool's sacred land this evening, she replied. She left so soon. It seems the matter of the Jade Empress is truly important to her and to the Jade Pool's sacred land. He understood. What did she want? She asked, her eyes meeting his. though her expression remained impassive. He decided not to hide it. "You're aware of the incident at the pilgrimage palace, right, senior sister?" "Of course," she replied, nodding. "Actually, the Dongtian there was created by Senior Jade Empress. She's currently injured and residing within my body," he revealed. "Senior Jade Empress is within you?" she asked, staring at him, her voice laced with surprise. He nodded. "My innate celestial vessel seems to be able to nourish her consciousness, so she's recuperating within my other vessel." Her eyes flickered. She wouldn't be injured without reason, and there was clearly a seal within the pilgrimage palace. She must have been injured while dealing with it. She pondered the information, her mind racing. After a moment, realization dawned, and she chuckled softly, quickly regaining her composure. The Jade Pool's sacred land is an ancient and powerful force. If the Holy Maiden asks for your help and offers compensation, don't hesitate to accept. Judging by their interaction earlier, they were close, but senior sister is still on my side. He nodded, pleased. They chatted for a while longer. Then she said, "There will be a minor competition between disciples at the Azure Yang Hall on the southern shore in 3 days. You can attend if you're interested." "A competition?" he asked, confused. "Isn't the southern shore the enforcement hall's territory? Why would there be a competition?" "It's a friendly spar between the disciples, a chance to assess each other's strength, especially the newly arrived talents," she explained. "Will you be participating, senior sister?" She shook her head. "There will be 2 arenas, one for Foundation Establishment disciples and one for Core Formation disciples." "That makes sense." He understood. As a nascent soul cultivator, she was practically an elder. Her participation would make it unfair for the others. "We're only a few years apart, yet you've already reached the nascent soul realm, while I'm still at the core formation realm. The gap is vast," he sighed dramatically. "Reaching the core formation realm at your age is rare." "Don't belittle yourself," she said gently. "I know." He nodded. His talent was likely superior to 99% of his peers. However, he was surrounded by those who belonged to the remaining 1%, making him feel inadequate. Besides, he didn't care about his talent. His role wasn't to be a prodigy, but to support prodigies, and he had received praise from his senior sister tonight. "Not bad." He stared at her, her beauty hidden behind her veil, then asked, "By the way, senior sister, what is your physique?" She remained silent. "Sacred heavenly body?" he asked. Her eyes flickered, and she looked up at him. "When did you discover it?" "I simply observed you, senior sister," he replied with a smile. She glanced at him, her voice flat. "I'm sure you've observed Lady by far more closely." "You're the only one in my heart, senior sister," he insisted. She scoffed, clearly not believing him. "But if he hadn't been observing me closely, how did he know about my physique? Did Master tell him?" "Impossible. She wouldn't reveal such a thing." He stared at her, her beauty as captivating as a celestial being. "We're alone, senior sister. Why don't you remove your veil?" "Why should I?" she replied coldly. "I want to see," he said, his gaze meeting hers. "I'm not interested," she said, rejecting his request. Silence fell upon them for a moment. Then he pointed behind her. "Look, senior sister. What's that?" As she turned, he swiftly removed her veil, his eyes widening as he admired her breathtaking beauty. "You're truly beautiful," he said with a smile. Realizing she had been tricked, she glared at him, her voice sharp. "Get out." "All right," he said, satisfied, and turned to leave. She watched him depart, silence returning to the pavilion. After a long moment, she stood up and walked outside. She looked up at the moon, closing her eyes, enjoying the cool night air. "Mu Zhi'an," she murmured, his name escaping her lips unbidden. A faint blush appeared on her usually aloof face. Boundless Sea Peak, Back Mountain. Ingu Huan, reclining on her throne, her beauty as captivating as ever, looked up at the man standing before her. "Didn't I tell you not to disturb me unless it was important?" she asked, her voice soft and alluring. "News from Her Majesty." The man replied respectfully, presenting a letter. Her expression turned serious at the mention of Her Majesty. She accepted the letter and unfolded it. After reading it, a strange expression crossed her face. What are Her Majesty's instructions? The man asked tentatively. This letter isn't for me, she replied. Not for you? Then who is it for? She ignored his question, her gaze lingering on him. You may leave. He bowed and departed. She studied the letter, a thoughtful expression on her face. She summoned a disciple. Bring Mu Zhi'an to me. Senior sister is difficult to conquer, but it seems I made some progress tonight. Perhaps she prefers being teased. I'll have to experiment further next time. He recalled Lan Mulian's flustered reaction when he had removed her veil, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. He flew towards the garden of heavenly harmony, but as he reached the entrance of the Jade Glass Palace, he spotted a disciple standing in the shadows. Junior brother Mu, you're finally back, the disciple said, his voice filled with relief. Who are you? Mu Zhi'an asked, puzzled. Master summons you to the back mountain of Boundless Sea Peak, the disciple replied. Master? He must be referring to Huan. He nodded, then frowned slightly. Why is she summoning me at this hour? He agreed to accompany the disciple and left the Jade Glass Palace. Soon, they arrived at the back mountain and entered the Dongtian. He found Huan, clad in a red dress, her beauty as alluring as ever, waiting for him in the main hall. The disciple, clearly intimidated by her presence, bowed respectfully. Master, I brought junior brother Mu. She glanced at him, and he quickly left the hall. Why did you summon me so late, sistering? Mu Zhi'an asked, relaxing slightly now that they were alone. She narrowed her eyes, studying him as she crossed her legs elegantly. You're quite a busy man, aren't you? Would you have even bothered to see me if I hadn't sent for you? She asked, her voice laced with a hint of amusement. He chuckled wryly. Don't say that, sistering. Senior sister Lan reached the nascent soul realm, so I had to prepare a gift. I was planning to visit you today, but I was delayed by some cultivators from other powers. Cultivators from other powers? She asked, her curiosity piqued. Zhou Hao, a prodigy from the Forbidden Zone, he sighed. I'm just a young master from a minor family. How could I compare to him? I spent a lot of effort just to get him to back off. A prodigy from the Forbidden Zone? She scoffed. The master of the Forbidden Zone doesn't involve himself in petty squabbles between the younger generation. If he tries to bully you, don't hold back. But isn't there a rule against fighting within the sect? He asked hesitantly. The sect forbids private duels, but sparring is allowed. Just send him a challenge letter. I'll handle any consequences, she said with a smile. You're so kind, sistering, he said, touched. Though she was a demonic cultivator, he hadn't encountered any problems with her so far. Her kindness wasn't solely due to his innate celestial vessel. His conversation skills and his respectful demeanor were also factors. So, what did you want to discuss, sistering? He asked. She nodded, beckoning him closer. As he approached, she retrieved a folded letter from her bosom and handed it to him. He discreetly glanced at her ample cleavage, then accepted the letter, unfolding it carefully. His expression shifted from casual curiosity to concern as he read the contents. After a long silence, he looked up at her. You knew about this all along, sistering? The letter was from the Demon Realm Empress, and it concerned the seal within the Pilgrimage Palace. I've been at the sect for a long time. I've investigated the Dongtian beneath the Pilgrimage Palace before, she replied calmly. But I didn't venture too deep. There had been several tremors at the Pilgrimage Palace, and she had attempted to explore the Dongtian. However, she had sensed a dangerous aura and had retreated. The letter from the Demon Realm Empress detailed the history of the former Demon Emperor and ended with 4 words, wait and see. What is the relationship between the Demon Realm Empress and the former Demon Emperor? He asked. The Demon Realm is currently divided into 2 factions, she explained. One loyal to the former Demon Emperor, the other to the current Empress. However, the former Demon Emperor's remnants have been mostly eradicated. They pose no real threat. Then why is she telling me to wait and see? He asked, puzzled. Eliminating the former Demon Emperor should be beneficial to her. She narrowed her eyes, her smile widening. She's telling you to wait and see for your own good. The former Demon Emperor can't reach you within the 2 polarities sect, but even in the darkest corners, there are shadows. You're saying the former demon emperor has agents within the sect? He asked, understanding her meaning. If that was the case, he needed to be cautious. He had assumed that the former demon emperor, sealed by the Jade Empress, had no choice but to trust him. But if there were others secretly communicating with him, what lengths would they go to free him? He nodded, his expression serious. Thank you for the warning, sister. She chuckled. A simple thank you isn't enough. She stared at him, her eyes filled with a playful invitation. Next time, show your gratitude in a more tangible way. He understood her meaning and nodded. I will. She dismissed him, refraining from making any moves. Though she was tempted by his innate celestial vessel, the Jade Empress was currently residing within him. If they cultivated and the Jade Empress discovered it, it wouldn't end well. After all, the Jade Empress was likely staying within him because of his innate celestial vessel. Waiting until she had rebuilt her body would be the safest approach, and she had plenty of patience. She had been stuck at the 7th stage of nascent soul for years. A few more months wouldn't make a difference. Garden of Heavenly Harmony by Ruashi, clad in a white dress adorned with pale purple snow lotuses, sat on her bed, her ample bosom straining against the fabric. She opened her eyes, a milky white orb, radiating a gentle glow, hovering before her. It purified the surrounding spiritual energy, making it more potent for her cultivation. The spiritual energy within the two polarities sect was indeed far richer and purer than down the mountain, which greatly benefited her cultivation. She raised her hand, and the heavenly Tao aura materialized in her palm, then vanished. She stood up, her delicate feet clad in white socks, a black ribbon adorning her ankle, her skin as fair and smooth as jade. She left her room, stretching languidly, her figure slender and alluring. Outside, a pond shimmered under the moonlight, snow lotuses swaying gently in the night breeze. She spotted Wei Mingru, the maid, sitting at a pavilion by the pond, her gaze fixed on the moon. Wei Mingru, sensing her presence, turned to see Bai Ruashi approaching gracefully, her hands clasped before her. Mingru, why are you still awake so late? She asked with a smile. Core formation cultivators don't need to sleep, Wei Mingru replied calmly. Bai Ruashi nodded, not dwelling on the matter. Where's young Master Mu? A disciple from Boundless Sea Peak summoned him, she replied, glancing at the beautiful woman beside her. Though Bai Ruashi appeared gentle and fragile, she knew that the former most beautiful woman in Tianxian City was actually quite assertive. She had addressed Mu Zhi'an as my dear Mu Lang, in front of both Yi Lingxian and Lan Mulian. The fact that she was now addressing him as young Master Mu suggested that she didn't consider Wei Mingru a threat, or perhaps she simply didn't see her as a rival. Whatever the reason, Wei Mingru didn't care. Why are the Peak Masters so attentive to him? Bai Ruashi asked, her brow furrowing slightly. In the past few months, all 9 Peak Masters had gifted him pills, the most generous being those from Boundless Sea Peak, the Peak of Celestial Secrets, and Dao Peak. The book pavilion was understandable. After all, Yanryu only had Mu Zhi'an as her inner disciple. It was natural for her to invest in him. But the other Peak Master's enthusiasm was strange. Perhaps it's because of Ling Long, the spirit dragon, Wei Mingru suggested. Or perhaps it's because of his innate celestial vessel, Bai Ruashi said softly, her voice laced with a hint of suspicion. Wei Mingru stared at her, surprised. She hadn't expected Bai Ruashi, who spent most of her days meditating, to be so well-informed. What do you plan to do? She asked. The Peak Masters are all prominent figures within the sect. They wouldn't openly express their desire for his innate celestial vessel. Bai Ruashi paused, then continued. Besides, Senior Jade Empress is currently recuperating within his vessel. They won't make a move anytime soon. But what if the Jade Empress recovers and leaves his vessel? Wei Mingru asked, her usually indifferent demeanor replaced by a flicker of curiosity. Even she couldn't resist the allure of gossip. It would be inappropriate for a Peak Master to take advantage of a disciple, Bai Ruashi replied, her gaze suddenly sharp, her aura shifting. However, she quickly reverted to her usual gentle persona, her voice filled with worry. But they're all nascent soul experts. If they truly desire his innate celestial vessel, what can I do? As a mere core formation cultivator, she felt powerless. Wei Min grew, sipped her tea, her expression unreadable. Perhaps I should speak with Ling Xian, Bai Ruoxi murmured. Though Yi Ling Xian also had designs on Mu Zhi'an, she was relatively naive. Bai Ruoxi believed it was better to reach an understanding with her sisters than to allow outsiders to intervene. At least they were all small fish, posing no real threat. But bringing in a great white shark, that was a different story. She tapped her finger on the table, lost in thought. Wei Mingru smiled inwardly, enjoying the drama. Cultivation was a monotonous affair. A bit of gossip was a welcome distraction. She suddenly turned her head, her eyes widening slightly. Someone else has reached the nascent soul realm? Reaching the nascent soul realm was a significant achievement, marking one's entry into the realm of immortals. Nascent soul cultivators were revered figures, capable of dominating any region. Very few achieved such a breakthrough. Lan Mulian had just reached the nascent soul realm, and now someone else had achieved this feat, and the aura was coming from Tianxian City. Mingru, what are you looking at? A young man's voice startled her. She and Bai Ruoxi looked up to see Mu Zhi'an standing before them. Someone in Tianxian City has reached the nascent soul realm, Wei Mingru replied. Nascent soul realm? He murmured, his expression turning serious. The talented youths of Tianxian City were all cultivating at the Two Polarities sect. Even if there were other talents in the city, they would only be at the Foundation Establishment realm, which meant the one who had reached the nascent soul realm was likely an elder or a patriarch from one of the families. If it was the Mu family, it wouldn't be a problem. But if it was another family, it could disrupt the balance of power in Tianxian City. It seems I need to return soon. He nodded thoughtfully. Why are you back so late, my dear? Did one of the peak masters summon you? Bai Ruoxi asked, her voice filled with concern. He nodded. Yihao's master, the founding peak master of Boundless Sea Peak. Peak mastering, she was familiar with the name, having visited Boundless Sea Peak frequently. What did she want? She asked, surprised. It's related to you, he replied, his gaze sweeping over her alluring figure. Related to me? She asked, tilting her head curiously. He didn't answer, simply taking her hand in his. I'll tell you later. It's late. Go to bed and rest. Don't catch a cold, he said gently, and it was a cold night. He needed her warmth. She rolled her eyes, sensing his gaze lingering on certain areas. He chuckled, glancing at Wei Mingru, who had left the pavilion. Let's go to bed, Ruoxi, he said, pulling her gently. She followed him, her gaze lowered, her cheeks flushed as she sensed his intentions. He lit the candles on the table, watching as she sat gracefully on the bed, her fair legs peeking out from beneath her skirt. She was about to remove her socks when he stopped her, his hand covering hers. Leave them on, he said, his gaze fixed on her. A stray strand of hair framed her delicate features, her cheeks flushed, her beauty enhanced by the candlelight. Why? She asked, looking up at him puzzled. They increase attack speed, he replied with a grin. She tilted her head, confused. He chuckled. It's all right. You don't need to understand. You'll understand soon enough. He drew the curtains, then gently pushed her back onto the bed, his lips capturing hers. 3 days later, the Azure Yang Hall, located on the southern shore of the Two Polarities sect, was one of the main halls within the Enforcement Hall's territory. 2 lifelike dragons, their scales meticulously carved, adorned the entrance. They were clearly depictions of Ling Long, the spirit dragon, who is currently enjoying free food and lodging at Mu Zhi'an's residence. The hall's interior was a vast plaza, several corridors leading to different areas. Many talented young disciples would gather here today for discussions and spars. Mu Zhi'an also planned to attend, hoping to assess the competition he would face at the Immortal Ascension ceremony in 2 months. He arrived at the plaza with Bai Ruoxi and found it bustling with disciples, most in groups, some male disciples standing together, their demeanor aloof and proud. In reality, most of them were envious of the couples, their hearts burning with jealousy. Mu Zhi'an and Bai Ruoxi's arrival immediately drew attention. His recent gift to Lan Mulian had made him somewhat famous, and Bai Ruoxi's beauty and reputation had also spread to the other peaks. "It's Junior sister Bai," someone whispered. They stared at the couple, their voices hushed as they gossiped. "She's truly a beauty, just like the rumors said. If I could have such a beauty by my side, I would die a happy man." "Umph, Tao companions only hinder our cultivation progress," another disciple scoffed. "Then why are those with Tao companions the most talented disciples in the sect?" someone retorted. His words silenced those who clung to the belief that women only hinder cultivation. It was a harsh truth. Bai Ruoxi and Mu Zhi'an were in a relationship, yet her cultivation progress hadn't slowed down. On the contrary, she had displayed remarkable talent, earning the favor of the peak master of Boundless Sea Peak and her fellow disciples. And what about those who were single? How did junior brother Mu even manage to woo such a beauty? A senior disciple sighed after a moment of silence. Their whispers weren't transmitted discreetly, so Mu Zhi'an overheard them. He glanced at Bai Ruoxi, admiring her delicate features, her white dress, her ample bosom, her slender waist, and her long, shapely legs. "They're calling you a beauty," he whispered. She simply hummed in response, maintaining her aloof facade. He smiled, then transmitted his voice. "But you weren't very aloof last night." Her seductive side, unleashed during their intimate moments, was something few could imagine. He couldn't imagine it either. He had simply witnessed it. She blushed, remembering their night together, and glared at him, quickening her pace as she walked toward the nearby area. "That's more like it. Being cold and distant all the time is boring." He chuckled, following her leisurely. The sight of them together, their interaction so natural and intimate, filled the male disciples with envy. "If I'm not mistaken, junior brother Mu is also close to the Yi sisters from Dao Peak," a disciple remarked. "Yeah, I've seen him visiting Sister Feiing at the peak of celestial secrets." The disciples were restless. Not only had he snagged the beautiful Bai Ruoxi, but he was also pursuing the adorable Yi sisters, and he had even gone to Tianxian City to buy pastries for senior sister Lan. This man must be stopped. That was the thought that crossed many minds. They were itching to challenge him. However, some female disciples were quite fond of him. His romantic gesture of traveling for pastries and his generosity in gifting a seed of Tao realization were undeniably charming. Gong Sun Sheng, who had just arrived, watched them, his eyes filled with resentment. This Mu Zhi'an was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. He's close to senior sister Lan and the talented disciple of Boundless Sea Peak. His future is bright, a senior disciple from the Sword Palace remarked, standing beside him. "And the Mu family is the most powerful force in Tianxian City, right, junior brother?" he asked, turning to Gong Sun Sheng. "Yes, they're the most powerful for now," he replied, his gaze fixed on Mu Zhi'an, his voice laced with a hint of malice. "But not for long."
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.